Wait a minute, I'm clocked in? Okay, well, we're going to work anyway. Yeah, I just logged in. Hopefully my cards are unstuck. I was actually logged in a little bit prior to this, and I found out Alfie got kidnapped when I went to go drop some snacks off at PDM. I made a bunch of snacks, and I get there and it's just like, yeah, Alfie took a step out with some coworkers. It's just like, oh, okay. And then it was all of a sudden it went from coworkers to not coworkers to, yeah, they potentially had some masks on. No, I had no idea who those people were, and not saying he was, not saying he wasn't, but Alfie did not leave here of his own free will, and I'm just, oh my god, are you serious? And then to make matters worse, his coworker is a member of the Crows, and he was just like, I was kind about it the first time, you know. Fool me once, shame on me. Then it happened again today. Fool me twice, shame on you. And it's like, let it happen a third time, well, that's 3 strikes, you're out. You've run out of all the chances you've had with me. And now, whatever problem that you had with those people with the masks, you're gonna have a problem with me and my crew. So, we had that conversation, and PDM's now closed. See? It's now closed. And, we don't really know where Alfie is. He's a workaholic. We know he wants to get manager. But it's just like, think about it from this perspective. In 30 days from now, when they're interviewing people for potential... Why does she always do this when I start? Stop. When they're interviewing people for, like, potential managers, what are they gonna say when they hear about the employee who is bringing these random acts of violence into PDM? Like, they're not here for anyone else. They're specifically here for you. You're bringing danger. You're getting your coworkers held up at gunpoint. You're not doing this intentionally, but it's still what's happening. And it's happening around you. His workaholic mentality to get manager, it's becoming a liability. And it's gonna ultimately be what winds up getting him fired if somebody gets shot, like somebody gets caught in the crossfire. Thankfully that hasn't been the case, but it's like, hopefully we can find Alfie and talk to him. Because it's similar to what Bryce did when he dropped all his clients and took the deputy mayorship. You can't just start pursuing a new career path as though all those people who were pissed about whatever cases didn't get settled are gonna go away. You need to settle this. You need to settle with them, clean that up, and then come work at PDM. Dance part. No! We're driving to work. No dance party. Okay, see, this is why I don't like waiting behind locals, because they do that and then the whole light's green and then they're gonna sit there and turn at the last possible second. So they're the only ones that could have gotten the turn in that scenario. No, that's not what's up. And side swiping people, I saw them sparks. You shouldn't have a license, ma'am. Oh, and she doesn't speak English. So slow. You're getting on a highway. You're supposed to be getting to the speed that you need to drive with the highway people. Pfft. Work. You're getting ready for actual work. It's probably easier than Ignite work. There is so much drama. I don't mess with this light, so I always do right turn on red, and then we can come over here, and then we avoid that whole scenario over there. I kind of like the sugar deal. Like, he takes some of the commission he gets on the sale, and he give it back to the client. That's not bad. See, another slow day. Where is everybody? Oh, there's nobody here because the door's locked. I love that we have a lock, but we gotta come to work. See, back in the day, people used to be bustling around here anytime after 3. Sometimes even 2. Like, business picked up early afternoon, and we were bustling all night long. And look at that, mail still hasn't moved since the 19th. It's been 5 days now, and City Hall has been quiet. How about DOJ? Is it quiet over there? Yeah, look, the 19th. Nothing. Okay, so I'll leave the door unlocked. Oh, I should go do a lap around the building, actually. Because I came here last night, and then... Well, actually, no, early this morning. I do, like, 2 shifts, so I also make a little mini run early in the morning to make sure the building's okay. And look what I found. It says, "Stop silencing the people." And then you have this one. And then you have this one. And I didn't know because I was so, like, zoned in on the first one, trying to read the little message underneath it. There's a skull next to it on the front door. Yay. Gives you free time to look at clothes? I really try to, like, section off the times appropriately. Give time to City Hall, sit here, answer frequently asked questions, assist with meetings, paperwork, that kind of thing. If I'm doing clothes, I'm doing clothes. And then if I'm at the creamery, I'm at the creamery. And tomorrow, the elections are supposed to start up, so I think someone should really be here today. Neon green, Lucky Freeze, fudge me up. Okay. When I bought a lunchbox for Alfie, but his coworker's there, he's like, if I'm being honest, you give me that lunchbox, Alfie ain't getting none of it. I was just like, oh my god. Fine, I'll give you some. I could just give Alfie some later, don't worry about it. I should don't need to change the font. Nice little gradient to it. It's like a little shadow. I think I need dark gray. You can't even see this. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't see a thing that it's doing. Oh, that's where it is. Okay. Oh, that's not. I'm changing the wrong one. There we go. Salmon? Oh god, I can't use that. You guys have ruined fish for me. Yeah, we'll put a dim gray. So that way you can see a little shadow. And then I will be upstairs. If anyone comes in and I want to talk to them, I will yell from the second floor. City Hall operations shouldn't stop completely. Okay, here we are. Still kind of curious what's gonna happen tomorrow. Because when I was around last night and I talked to George, apparently he told him that the polls open on the 25th, Wednesday, the 25th of March. And I'm just like, the 25th is Tuesday? I know, because Bryce and I talked extensively about it because we were miscommunicating in the meet. So it's like we kept going over it, and then we came to the resolution it was going to be Tuesday, give people 5 days for voting. And he's just like, oh, damn, you're right. Oh, I know I'm right. I don't know who told you this Wednesday. So if you were going to have something just before polls open, you might want to do that today or like tomorrow. Wednesday, that's a whole day of voting. That's a whole chunk of voters that you lost. At least hang the flyer today so people know that there's something you might want to say, and then they hold off. Maybe they'll wait to hear from you before they cast their vote. Oh, I could work on flyers. I need to hang a flyer that lets people know that city council elections will be next week. And I need to have the flyer so that way I can hang it every day telling people to vote. Every day that flyer is getting hung. Every day. Eric for mayor. Then you'll get an exemption for dancing for Kelly. No. No. Once you get trespassed, 100 feet away. 100. Count. Actually, 101. Count them out. Because if you are so much as 99, you are getting fined. I should also have a flyer for like hiring people at the creamery. But then at the same time, I kind of like meeting people in person. Maybe I'll do like one of the scenes that people do. So that way people in the Vespucci area know that I'm hiring. Keep it kind of local. Because I think word of mouth, I like the way like the business is spreading for the creamery, honestly. It's been going well. Okay, so where's the flyer that I've been using to announce? There we go. Okay, so I see that one. I just don't see... I don't know why that's in the folder twice. It's saying the same thing. It's the same PSD file. Did I not save? Yes, I did. Okay. I just didn't specify it. It just has a number on it. Perfect, perfect. We can work with this. actually have a cute one. It's got like a little thing in the ticket booth. I'm gonna do that. Now, what do I want it to say? I hate this and I'm ready. Because I know that there's 2 elections. So do I want to have one that says, cast your vote for mayor, cast your vote for Sheraton? Why is it writing this in white? How? So I've done this like a couple times over, but it makes me feel so much better just to look at the older ones. I like consistency. Okay, so what did our old ones look like? Okay, city council elections are coming up. Nope, this is when they're coming. What do we do when they're here? Oh, just name the election, vote between, these are the candidates. Oh, okay. Easy! Wait, why can't I see these words? Oh, why is it down there? Can't nobody see that? I mean, you guys can't see it. I'm writing on my other screen. But I need to still see it. I like this font. What am I using here? Oh, headlines. That's a good one. Ain't no way. And that all the way over. And I'll put on some tunes for you guys. Hi, GPV! You didn't think it would be here. I was expecting my arm to hurt, but my doctor fucked up, and they put my appointment so late that the nurses went home in the clinic. They locked the door, and they went home, so I couldn't get any blood work done. I'm like...
I want to find and kill the people who murdered
So
them.
what I'm hearing is, see you next year for my annual physical? It's like, no, please, like, you don't have to get charged again. We're not going to swipe your card. Just come back tomorrow. Let them draw the blood. We need to do the blood. I'm like, you really don't, though. No, this isn't Kelly's arm. This is my actual arm. I had a doctor's appointment today, IRL. Yeah, so I gotta go back in tomorrow and get all these needles. I don't want needles. Nobody likes those. See, I knew I wanted the text. Now I don't want the text. I'm being really picky. Shit, this gets underlined. Oh, not strike through. Oh, great. These are not symmetrical. It's disturbing me. $25? Go purple! Easy. I need Eric soon. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna do it the way he did. Red on top, blue on the bottom. Let's do that. Let me know if the music's too loud. I'm just jamming while I'm doing posters in the background.
When you have Fios Home Internet from Verizon, you can save big.
I'm playing my music. So Purple, immerse yourself in any good RP lately? I know you are like everywhere. We raid, you follow. I love that you're hooked in it. For me is Kelly. She found out Alfie got kidnapped again today. Yay! So he's gonna get a talking too, because his co-worker's a crow and he ain't too happy about it. He's like, yeah, it happened once, you know. Shame on me. But it's like, bruh, I got held at gunpoint again? This shit ain't finna happen a third time, else I'm gonna have to talk with my boys and we gonna come down here and then you gonna have a crow problem on top of your other problems. Just like, Alfie, no. And he also gets like, people are mad at Alfie because of like the court cases that fell through. Which is like, yeah, that was the topic at the town hall. People want government officials held accountable when they flop cases. I don't think you should get rid of the statute of limitations. Like, if you're a government official, it's like, no, we should all have some equality here, but that ain't it. Okay. Let's slim this down. honestly think it's a play for this. These layers, let's tune this down. I just have to try to pull it up. What do you think? So I like the little ballot box. That's why I wanted this on the ballot boxes there. I thought that would be a cute touch. I tried to use this font, but it's a little thick. It is. So I'm still playing with this word sizing, but I think I got the position right. I just really want to add more Kelly. You vote for Kelly! Purple? Where do you see Kelly here? There's no Kelly. I want these lined up, else it's gonna disturb me. George needs to get pushed. Ah! See, now I have the newer ones, I literally just gotta play it by eye. I think it would probably be easier if these were not centered. They were along center, and I push it where I need it to go. This one looks fine. Because it's kind of starting with the line, so I like that. It's on the back. Oh, well, people don't turn flyers over. I guess they'll never see that door number 3 option. Can I shrink this? No, I can't. This is the only minimize I can do. I'm like, we need to see the door. Oh, God. Everything on my screen minimized. I just wanted to pull this down so I could see if someone comes through the door. Fine. I guess I didn't need any of that. Now I can make these thicker, like this. This is the same font size as that one. And if it helps. I kind of like how I did Marino's, how I personalized it with some script. Should we do that? So it looks like they wrote it or something? We know that they didn't, but... Oh, not that one. That's not pretty. I was like, it's tight. I would need smaller. That definitely looks like someone's handwriting, but I want the candidate's names to be clear. Let's do like this. We get a cleaner version? And I need to see my food levels so I don't die. There we go. What about prestige? Oh, that looks like it's typed in. Should we make it look like it's all computerized? She could. Pick something like this and it looks like it's typed onto the ballot slip. I wonder if I should do that. Oh, it's a local. That's sad. Let me see if I can get it done. If I forget to eat someone, please tell me. This isn't the folder I want it. That's the wrong city hall. This is the one. No. Where's the science one? I think it's this one. Oh, wrong one. This one. It's so hard with half of this minimalist. wonder why Twitch is so slow with these bots. They got the spam raiders out of here. Why are these bots swinging around so long? Loosely paper I'm looking for. I just need more color in it. Wow, I look like I'm eating my notebook. Sissy, why you do this? Sorry, I always have like a clear vision for how I want to do these, and then I start playing around and I have so much fun. Boring work day. I'm making flyers. Because we're supposed to have elections tomorrow, so I definitely wanted to be here at City Hall. Even though, as you can see, it's like so quiet compared to our creamery routine. Because everyday elections are open, I'm supposed to... I really should turn this down, but I'm enjoying it. Everyday elections are open, I'm to hang the flyers so that way people are aware and they get out there and vote. We don't want any hiccups and we don't want any confusion like there was with the last one. Yes, even it's quiet, the door's unlocked down there, but as you can see, we don't have security, so Kelly's not gonna be down there. I'm at work. I'm doing my job, but I will do it from the second floor and I will talk to you from up here. And if I feel safe coming down, I will come down and have a conversation. And then if like more of her coworkers show up, we'll come downstairs for sure. I don't know if I put too many stars. Oh, how did I mess that up? Oh, is that here? Oh god, I don't make it. I thought that was the freaking song! I'm sitting here like, oh, that's a good song. When did they have a telephone in this? Oh. I'll sit here just in case they call again. Sometimes they do. I'm not gonna sit on the garbage can. I was filling in stars. I don't know if I should use list stars, but I was like filling in stars and then the phone caught me off guard. I could honestly get rid of all the stars though. See? I think I'll get rid of the stars because I think the ones on the slip is too much and I really just want the focus. Please vote, people. That's our focus. Is that the phone again? Alright, so let's try sitting in the break room. It's one door. One door. Oh no, because people like to wake up in here. Maybe I'll just have to turn the volume down to 1. And then... Actually, I didn't think no one calls us. It's been like dead quiet here for 3 days. Actually, no, on the 19th, 5 days. I was not expecting that. I'm not jumping over the banister in heels. Okay. You think it was the sheriff's department? Because I think that's the only calls I answered. The sheriff's department and Stacy Ricky, who is in jail. So... I like the color. It's looking good. I just need... Oh, storm coming. Is to move. And it's not moving, just hillside a little bit. Do you think it's safe to finish my song? Because it was getting like really good. I'll just keep that one safe in case I need it again. There we go. Let's get the stars on. Not that we don't like you, stars. You're gorgeous. But there is such a thing as doing too much. There we go. Not joining my group, going back. I feel like Hal, so he just sit in the office vibing. That's honestly the best way to get your work done. I understand this man. bit of a mismatch. One's not looking like the other. Now, oh, I'm so tempted to put a rainbow on it, but I won't do that. I feel like it's not the right shade of blue. Okay. Sorry if you were vibing too. I'm so sorry. I just want an opinion here, because you guys have been like so patient. Wait, what do you think? I know the words still need work, but I got rid of the stars. I got the little blue floating in the backdrop, same as here. Do you think it looks cute? I think it's coming along pretty good. Like, if you feel the shadows too much, I can even show it to you without the little layer effect. So it could just be flat. It doesn't need that little drop shadow of blue. Make it its full size, and I need to do that. So I think it's okay. Looks like a sheet now, and then you can have name here, yes, yeah. This won't actually be their slip, but like I said, I do like to jazz it up. I like to make it fun. I see him. just need to find the fonts I like. It's the only thing that's not lining up here. And the fonts don't necessarily fit for the vibe, but this is giving, especially like a little faded out look. It's back in the background. I don't think Amber said anything or came upstairs. She probably went to go change. I still don't see her. What is the space that it's creating at the top? All that for a capital letter? Like, it's making me not even want to touch the font. That was right. 24. Nope. I hear someone unlocking and locking doors. Here's Amber. Do we have the same top? There she is. Oh, she's looking dressed for work. Hey, Blue! Have my headphones been playing music right now? Why are they dying? I think it's epic. Ultra Instinct Epic Orchestra. I'm editing flyers. Ultra Instinct like Goku? That's crazy that you know that. Yeah. As soon as my friend heard the first song, he's like, why are you listening to Dragon Ball? I'm like, how do you know that? Anxiety music? Nah, see, this is literally Goku. Typically you see this when you're browsing for it. You guys on it. Interesting sheriff candidates. Yeah, these are the ones that signed in. So at first, when it was believed to be, yeah, I knew something didn't have to be lined up here. At first, when it was believed to be, what's it called? I knew his was off. George and Cheery versus Tepish and Nate, but when they got that matter cleared up, they're like, no, it's gonna be separate now. So it's one versus the other. I was like, huh? I thought they were on the same team. Yeah, this one's Unicode and this one's console. Okay, so I messed up here. Change that one. Just want to have this ready to go, so once they have the polls up, I'm to hang this every day until they lose. go. Nah, see, I don't know how I feel about this one. Maybe I should just keep it consistent with these two? Yeah, I think I'll just do that. That way when politics come around, nothing crazy, nothing fancy. Lines with the S. The only thing is, that's as big as I can get it. I'm gonna log off from downstairs. As much as I like the little staircase thing, I think it needs to be a little bit more direct. Cast your vote and the voting period. A lot of people waited to the last day. Oh, we want to avoid that. So what days do we have? We have March 1985 to March 29, 85. Same one. God damn it! No. Is it already over? Well, I'm pretty sure at this point you gotta realize that I never get to watch any of this live. I always just gotta catch the replays when I catch them, or just have it spoiled for me on YouTube. That's my fave. talking cards aren't sticking. That's awesome. I think all that's missing are the after effects. But other than that, I think this is done. Oh, not that one. You got the one that costs $125? I'm like, there's some crazy people out there. Well, good luck, Blue. I hope you have fun. I tried. There's no hope for me with the 2K series. Try color. There we go. Now we're cooking. I like how the song sings "Here Comes the Silence" and then it's over. I was like, that's actually very nice. That is a very nice way to end that playlist. We need to see Kelly in a what? Why? Kelly, don't do that. Since when Purple become the president, though? What I say before, I hear a lot of talk, but when it comes to seeing y'all towns, how about y'all post some videos up? Let's see. Let's evaluate the happiness of y'all civilians and how long y'all can last. Let's see y'all bank account. Because Shirefield's still thriving all these years later. Happy citizens, that's what we like, right? Hey, this isn't about us. Yeah, so you don't want to talk about y'all town. Let's pull up Hasselblad, right? Yep. Yep, okay. Okay, so let's go print a sample and... Yep, then we're done. Jolly. It's the 4th variant. I need to label these better so I understand what I'm clicking on, when I'm clicking on it. And... oh, did not realize that. This is not faded. That was annoying. May I save it? election, mayoral and sheriff elections, March 1985. And we are good. Ooh. I think I forgot to tell people to come to City Hall. You gotta make this like foolproof here. Guys, you've seen me hang flyers before. Why did no one say, hey, make sure you tell them to come to City Hall to vote? It's okay, you're still our tribal chief. On my island of relevancy. I think I'm missing some flyers. Where's the flyers oh, I see. Mail a letter to city to register. No, this one just tells people to show up. Yeah, mail a letter to city to register. Vote at City Hall. There we go. It's like, god damn it, this is so perfect too. It's always just one flippin' thing. Why does this one look so small and intimidated by the words around it? Okay. So the dates again. March 25, 1985. Why is this down here? Oh. No, let it be. 29 on 985. Two. I'm getting all subconscious. I know it's good, but I forgot what flip thing I hated. 25. Okay. So I saved it, but I had to change it. Does it look weird? Does it flow nicely? The dates are still here. They're just like smaller. I don't know if I should make them bigger. And this has to grow as well. Also, this looks smushed. Now people know where they need to vote. And that sign's not centered. It's gonna bug the living crap out of me. Oh my god, has my audio been... That's okay. The phone only rang once. It like never rings. This is fine. I was deaf in game this whole time. Can't even blame it on the music this time. But you know, it's so quiet here. I would have never noticed. If I didn't look right. Okay. Guessing it's okay. Nobody's saying it's ugly. Just wondering, is there a good way to cover up that uncomfortable space on the other side of the box? If I think of one, I'll change the flyer. But right now, there's a flyer ready. It's at our job. I think that's the most important thing. Okay. Now let's run on over. And now let's go print this. Not my walk. So those kind of out of sight. I don't know if Amber would have relocked the door when she left. I couldn't hear the lock, so... Yep, she did. There we go. It's open. I could print it when I finish the other one, actually. I'm just gonna take the flyer where the mayoral election was announced and city council was briefly announced. Still nothing. And I'm gonna just update that one, letting people know city council elections. Oh, look at you were in City Hall. Yeah. Yeah. There's so much to do around these hollowed halls. Why don't you go hide somewhere else? Because doing my job, just doing it from the second floor, so if I don't like who comes in through that door, I don't have to talk to them. And I gotta listen out for the phone, because I didn't realize the phone was ringing when I was listening to my music. So I'm not gonna turn it on for right now. There. Now I can see if someone comes in through the door, and I can just update this poster really, really quick. Because this one just needs updating. I'm not doing a whole poster like I did last time. So since you didn't get to see it, this is the flyer. It looks nice. Oh, I forgot to put the effects back on it. I'm like, it looks flat. Why does it look flat? It's slight, but it gives me joy. Nah, it'll update when it wants to. I saved it, that's what matters. Yeah, so it's like a slight difference. If you can see it, yay. If you can't, eh. And then this, I added that in late, so it does not have all these flaws that are being exposed. It is making me very self-conscious. I'm gonna just paste it on all of them. Please save this one again. I go right here. Alright, so this one should get updated. But since it doesn't want to. There. Now the words are faded and they're not so atrociously sticking out, because I hate that. There. And you can see the difference on the sides, like the wear around the stars that this one clearly does not have. And at the bottom, this is flat, this is textured. I like the texture. So yeah, it's all done now. Now I just gotta do the other one announcing city council elections. Council elections. What did the last one say? Consistency. God, it was so long ago. Is this the right one? No, that's special elections. Where's regular elections? How long should registration last? Maybe 5 days as well? So you have from the 25th to the 29th? That is like no time to campaign, but this is why it was supposed to happen at the same time as the mayoral election, like, because the first people were thrown in, like, when's their term? Their results are February 8th. So that's when they were seated. So the next group should be seated on the 5th if you wanted to line up perfectly 8 weeks after. But if you don't mind it being offset a little and you going by like 10 weeks, which means the next election will happen in 2 weeks because then their 3 months will be up. So it's just like, that's annoying. That's very annoying. So 8 weeks is on the 5th. And then the next election is going to happen on the 3rd. Because that's 90 days. And then after that, we won't have to do elections for a while. So we can either host the elections next week from the 1st to the 5th. Very short campaign period. It's like, sorry, we had to postpone it. There was a lot of crazy with like the previous mayor stepping down. Or you can move it so it happens from the 15th to the 19th. I'm gonna just make one for both of them, and then we're gonna be good. It's Deputy Wayne, and I don't know who he's with. Bro, how'd they disappear so fast? Freaking ninjas. Over here. Hello?
Howdy.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, we're here concerned for y'all's safety. Bryce said that he didn't want to meet here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You know we're under active threat.
There's been a new one?
The ongoing one.
Oh, okay. I'm worried about where Alfie is. I heard from one of his coworkers that he was kidnapped again today.
Has he been heard from since?
I have not seen him. I've been here for past 2 hours.
When was this reported?
It wasn't necessarily reported, but I showed up there to bring him some ice cream around like 7 o'clock. And that's when I was informed.
All right. 150 to all units. I need a bolo placed out for Mr. Alfie Roach. That is Alfie Roach. Has possibly been kidnapped. It is confirmed that he is kidnapped, but we're not sure if he's been found since. Please keep your eyes open for Alfie Roach.
What's going on?
I went to
Miss
go
Kelly was just
see
letting me know that Alfie was
and-
kidnapped.
Yeah, I was told by his coworker he was kidnapped from PDM.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Be advised, Alfie Roach's last known location before the kidnapping was PDM. Unheard of since.
Okay. Well,
Hey, so before we start, let me speak with you over here.
we need to go to a secured location, Kelly. It's not safe.
Oh, I've been here for like 2 hours. I've been working on the flyer, sure. It's
Uh,
just been me.
there's-
I think Amber showed up, but she left.
There's a lot we need to talk about. There's a lot that's happened in the last couple of days. I just haven't been able to contact you. I don't even have your PO.
I've been here. I show up here every day. Oh, and this also happened.
What's this? Yeah. I'm
Stop
aware.
silencing the people. There's actually 4 more. I took pictures before I cleaned it up. There's a bunch that was tagged all over City Hall.
Did you hand this over to the LSSD?
No, you're the first person that I'm showing it to.
Okay. Do you have anything more?
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
Okay.
I typically come in the mornings to check the mail, so that's when I found it, just before the morning storm. And then after that, I saw Athena, Brooks, and Casey, but they did not wake up after the storm, so I couldn't tell them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm gonna hand this over to the High Command right now.
I think they're talking right this minute.
I'll give him a minute.
Yes, I finished the flyer for the mayoral sheriff election, and I just started drafting the one to let people know they can register for city council. But I feel like it would be like really, really fast if
So
they can register this
need
week.
to talk. We need to talk.
Do you want to do here? Because they're saying it's like not secure.
Well, I preferably would like to go to a secure location, but they're talking right now, so
I mean, we can wait. It's no rush if it's gonna be a while.
have you heard from Mayor Moreno?
I did fax those over to him, so he's aware. Because I did not think that I would see him before the elections.
Have you heard from him today?
This morning,
This morning?
Mhm.
In town, or
fax.
what did he say?
He did not seem too happy about the building being tagged.
And here's the
No
here's the
update
thing,
if he was
Kelly.
flying in.
I have been out of commission for almost a week. I'm still trying to get a hold of what all is going on. We have a serious threat of a foreign government operating on U.S. soil, and the mayor has been almost absent throughout this entire thing. And I've not heard from really anyone other than Athena and Casey this entire time. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know what's going on around here, honestly. But I have concerns, some real concerns about the state of the city right now. And the mayoral election I think is in trouble, because we have two candidates that have put in, and neither of them have campaigned, like at all.
I know Eric hasn't campaigned, but I see him every day.
Guys,
Yep.
Mr. Danab.
Oh, and
good to see
Jesse has
you.
asked that if you could hire the city council members on, I let the mayor know that as well. Get them some entry level keys so they have access to the facilities in case something were to happen.
she said $500 an hour,
That's not what
and
she
you don't
said.
need to. You
That
don't
is
need
not
to
what she said.
confirm it with her.
That's not what she
Okay,
said.
come
you
with
just
me,
Entry level
trust me.
keys.
Mr. Danab.
Oh, I thought you were Brooks when I walked in.
God.
Hello, Miss Kelly.
Hi, Athena. So to get you up to speed, Bryce is here. A lot of the sheriffs from the LSSD are here. They have a big gun, and apparently there is a terrorist level threat, so they're making sure that we're protected over here.
What?
And just before you guys came in last night, I thought you'd get up after the storm. Our building was tagged with KGB all over the place. And there was a note left tagged next to the front door that said, "Stop silencing the people."
Oh, also, that's not the first time that's happened, and I've been trying to catch up with you to tell you. Hold on, let me write this letter and I'll get you up to speed.
I typically come in like the wee hours of the morning, maybe 12 hours before now. I write letters and then I leave. Okay. Flyer. City council elections, registration opens. What days did I say? God damn it. 25 to 29. Polls open. Next week. So save this. JPEG. Where is it? Mayoral City Council.
Okay, sorry about that. So the first time I noticed graffiti on the building was 2 days ago. It said KGB.
Yes, that's when we told. It was at Pri's party, and we told. What's his name? Alec? And he cleaned it up. Casey and I came here after.
Also, while you're here, I really think that we need a staff meeting.
Bryce says it's unsecure, so I don't know if he wants to talk here, like if it's going to be a long talk, or if he wants to change destinations, but I think so too.
Because I feel like there's a lot of miscommunication between everyone here, and I think that we all need to get on the same page and start working together. And, you know, because if I feel like if we're on the same page, we can work together and not against each other, or things won't be as confusing.
Who's been working against each other?
Well, I mean, just a frustration of lack of communication, I guess.
I feel I've been pretty communicative. Like, I saw the threat on the building. Before I cleaned it up, I made sure to take pictures, have it reported. I just heard Alfie got kidnapped again, so I'm trying to keep track of that.
Oh, no.
From PDM.
Well, I'm talking about, like, the Chief Justice hasn't been around, or, you know, Mayor Marino hasn't been around much. So sometimes we're all just sitting here feeling like we have no direction.
Yeah, that's why I felt like really guilty clocking in for a paycheck. I do come to check that mailbox. It has not moved in 5 days. It's like just government work has stopped or something. It's crazy. But I'm getting these flyers done for the election.
What is going on again? Why there's a bunch of sheriffs here?
Terrorist level threat. Bryce is supposed to fill us in, but he says this location's kind of insecure, so I think he just wanted to wait for us all to arrive, and then maybe we're gonna get transferred. He just wanted them to finish their conversation.
Oh, sorry.
Oof. I know, we're all on edge.
Oh, did you get the B? At least did you get the B?
Yes, good Steve.
Mr. Maris, are you available?
I am. What do you need, sir?
We need to go to have a meeting.
At the secure
Mr. Dana.
location? Are we ready to go now, or?
I am ready to go. I'm gonna see if the police are.
Has anyone seen Casey?
No, I haven't seen her today. I said.
Amber was the first to clock in after me, and then you.
Well, I hope she's all right.
I do too.
Council election.
We're ready to go.
I'm gonna
who's
just
all
print
going?
these 2 flyers real fast, and then I'll be right outside.
Councilman and City Hall employees. Hold off on the flyers though.
I just got them done!
You ready?
Yes. Where's Mr. Maris?
Oh. Do you guys need a minute? The deputy said that they're ready to go to transport us to the secure location.
Okay.
Oh wait, is Amber not coming? Is she not coming because she's DOJ?
Hold on.
Quickly, keep it up. Let's go, quickly.
We're trying to see if Amber's coming or if she's not coming because she's DOJ. We don't want to leave her by herself.
Well, I can't leave you here. Go.
Okay, I guess tell her Amber she's coming.
Where's she at?
She's over by the mailbox.
Run. Let's go.
Kelly,
Yeah?
she doesn't think that she was invited to come because she's
Run!
not council or city
There's
hall.
someone still in there! Oh my god. Okay.
Did Lisa lock the door?
I locked it. Pick a car, any car.
Okay. Just making us know. What do you
You don't wanna
intend
run with us?
to?
That's fine.
We're going to
Mr.
a
Maris,
secure
do you know
location.
Miss
They just
Casey's right?
evacuated the building.
No, I wrote her a letter and I got no response, and Amber did as well.
So,
Also, Amber wasn't sure if she was invited to come because she's not city hall or council.
No, this is for government officials.
always will be.
Do you want me to get one of them to run inside, get her?
No, Miss Chaser's not a part of this.
Okay.
So we just gonna leave her there and take all the security? Like, I would feel bad.
Alright, 198, we're heading to the SBA building. You lead the way. Code 3.
Da-da-da-da. Oh baby, I'm gonna love you forever.
So if I was her, I just... And isn't she like government? Because she's also a public defender.
We're going to the SBA building.
As long as
Under the
Gonna be
public
on
defender title,
Palomino
she's
Freeway,
government
6 Democare
employee.
Road.
Where are we going?
SBA building.
That
The
sounds
the
substantial.
SBA building.
Oh, copy. That's off the Palomino Freeway.
What's
George,
going
remember that
on? They're
night we
taking
took
us
all
all
them
to the
people down
SBA
there
building, somewhere
with the
secure.
FIB?
There's a terrorist
Officer
level threat.
Stancia.
I cleaned
Yeah.
up like
Alright, you said
KGB-ish
code
off the
3.
building
Yeah,
all
let's
last
get it, code
night.
3. Get over there. Gotcha.
So I took pictures if you guys want to see it. Oh, okay, not these pictures. So this is what I handed to Bryce. I know it's not showing yet. I still got more
Jesus
things
Christ.
to print.
Whoa. You
I
okay?
showed it on stream
Yep.
earlier. And I guess
Everybody
it's
okay back
just
there?
Yep,
ongoing threats on
Let's see,
Bryce
go-
and Alfie. So here's one. Stop silencing the people. That's the one I gave Bryce that he read. And he asks, is there more? I'm like, yep, there's definitely more. So I gave him all those, which he gave to the deputies. And 3 nights ago now, because it was on Friday, there was more graffiti on the building because we were
I
told
think I
about
clicked
it
the wrong
while
button.
we were at the decade party. So came back, Alec cleaned it up,
No,
but
we're
there's
going
more.
the highway.
And I think something happened between Friday and now, and they say like there's a terrorist level threat on the building. Like it goes beyond just attacking government officials because like the KGB, that's like a foreign entity that's threatening the government. Can't have that. So I don't know if Bryce was attacked for a second time, but Alfie, he's definitely been taken like 4 times. He was taken today. Wants to just go drop him some ice cream, and it's like his coworker was kind of joking about it, like, oh, he went out with some coworkers, but they weren't really coworkers. They might have had masks and guns. Not that I'm reporting it or, you know. It's like, wait, were you saying Alfie was kidnapped? Possibly. What? Why did we lead with that? So it's like, oh, okay. And the coworker, he's a member of the Crows, so he's pissed because he's like, it happened to me once. Shame on you. It happened to me twice. Shame on you. It happened to me once. Shame on me. Twice. Shame on you. And 3 times. Okay, now we gonna make a motherfucking issue. Cause I don't like having guns pointed at me. So Alfie about to have a bigger problem than just the Russians, because him wanting to go to work every day is putting his coworkers in jeopardy. You want the manager position, but
You can drop it to code 2 now.
when the SBA look at it, at the whole general picture, they're gonna see somebody who's a liability that is, for his own personal gain, putting his coworkers at risk. They're coming there not to attack employees of PDM. They're coming there specifically for him, and he knows the threat is only to him. So it's like that negligence, that's going to cost him manager. They're going to look at all that too.
That gate's slow as shit.
So it's just like how people were mad at Bryce, how he dropped his public defender duties and immediately went to work as deputy mayor.
Yes, sir.
Alfie kind of like took a step back from the public defense work.
All right,
so,
please call 311 when you're ready to be picked up.
All right.
George, do you need to stay here?
Yes. Yeah, I need to speak with him.
All right, do you need me?
No. You guys don't need to stay.
Well, I'm the
if you don't want
city's
to.
finest.
Well, you're welcome to stay, Mr. Eastwood. If you don't want to, that's fine. Thank you for getting us here.
If
And,
you need
feel
anything,
free-
please let me know, okay?
Yeah, we'll do. Thank you.
But yeah, Alfie wants to take a step back from the public defender's office, but there are currently people that are pissed that he did not finish their case. Oh, the door's open. So it's like, you gotta tie that ish up before you move on into your next job, because it's spilling over. Brother says, welcome to the SBA. Please take an application. Once it's reviewed, you will be contacted via PO. You can send us mail at POSBA. Have a great day.
Alright.
This is the same
So-
scenario. You can't move on till you clean up the ish. That's been the problem. I was like, no, Amber did not come. I was like, I feel like we're missing somebody. Oh, I remember this room. I remember this room. This is where I interviewed.
Y'all might be wondering why we're here. There's been a lot that's gone on in the last several days since I've gone out of the hospital, and prior to that, things of concern that we need to find solutions for, or find a way forward. Because I'm going to be honest, I'm not exactly sure how to deal with the problems that we are facing in this city, but they are pretty severe. Since being taken out of ICU, I've come to learn of my incident that affected me being, at the will of the KGB, as well as Mr. Roach, and now it seems like there is vandalism, propaganda going around the city about this organization operating, in Los Santos, and to me, this is one of those code red situations. This isn't just some goon squad or some gang These are people who are claiming to be affiliated with a foreign government operating on U.S. soil. I guess, Mr. Daynab, how much up to speed on everything are you?
Well, not a lot. I know you had talked about this when
I'm happy I got snacks
Casey and I
today.
came over to the hospital. So has it been confirmed through the police department that we are dealing with espionage from a foreign country?
That's why I wanted to have George here. Maybe he can help shed some light on this situation of what we're actually dealing with here.
As far as from the police, I guess department, I mean, sure they're saying it, but we got no really solid evidence of them, proving them to be a part of the foreign government.
But they're associating themselves, correct?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would say so. If they're claiming to be a part of it. Yeah.
Either way, foreign or domestic, it appears to me that this is rising to the level of terrorism that's occurring right now.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's just that wouldn't powers be much broader if it was established that this was a foreign government, though, as opposed to a citizen?
And the
Well,
kidnapping
in
and
the
the
penal code for terrorism,
attack
it
on
does not
Alfie.
state any
You
sort
know,
of difference between
Jumper gets
foreign
shot.
or
Attack on the
domestic.
deputy mayor. Jumper gets shot.
I don't believe that the terrorism charge is broken down into any sort of degrees, which it seems like
They're
it
alleged to
might
be
be
a foreign
necessary
government, so he's taking
do
it
so.
seriously.
Because of the circumstances that we are facing. I can't say that I don't think Los Santos has seen something like this before, if I'm being quite honest.
So you want us to raise a militia?
Robert.
What's up?
Want us to raise a militia?
No. I think one thing that we can do between the mayor's office and the city council is we need to get Miss Casey King's proposal passed as soon as possible with the votes that she needs. And then I also think we need to review the terrorism charge to bring up some edits to that to lay out varying degrees of terrorism, domestic and foreign, or repeat offenses of terrorism as well. Because right now it is just a flat charge. It's a HUD charge with an $8,500 fine, which the fine seems very low to me for an act of terrorism.
Yeah.
So I think some overhauling needs to be done given the circumstances.
Yeah.
I guess I should say this now. I have contacted the governor's office to assist and support the city, and they have our backs.
Haven't they always?
One issue of concern has been with all of this happening around the mayoral election, with that only being a day away. And I know Miss Kelly is saying that one of the candidates have been campaigning, but I haven't seen anything from either candidates.
Not campaigning, but present. He's actively present around the city.
Okay. Well, he's not campaigning. Neither of them have been campaigning.
No one campaigns.
It
The last
is
council
the
didn't.
when speaking with the governor's office, it's I think we're in consensus where we believe that the city may not be ready just yet.
That's unconstitutional.
We may need to reassess. We believe, and the governor's office believes that we need to postpone the mayoral election for at least 2 weeks. The sheriff's election will continue, and a new sheriff will be appointed. However, we will need to postpone the mayoral election and reopen candidacy immediately.
I am.
To
I'm letting him
find
finish.
someone who is qualified and to find a candidate that is active and campaigning. In the interim, in Mayor Moreno's absence, I will be assuming his duties. And what we are going to be doing is we're going to be focusing on seating the next 4 council members on the council. And we're going to try to get that done ASAP, so we have a full council, so that the council can work, and then we can hopefully get more candidates and more people campaigning
See, because
for
they
mayor
can't confer with the Chief Justice
the 2
because
weeks.
he's not around.
and get a new mayor in.
And
to
it
lead the
might be
council.
okay. The only reason that this would be okay is because
This is the
it's 4
consensus of the mayor's
months.
office and the governor's office, and we are going to move forward with this new plan, effective immediately.
When you said in the mayor's absence, what does that mean? Is he on a leave of absence? Is he
He hasn't been around.
resigned his position as mayor?
I wish I could tell you, Mr. Danob. I have not heard from the mayor for the last 2 weeks, and the only time I've seen the mayor was at last city council for 5 minutes, and then I was taken back to the hospital. So I can't tell you. I've sent letters.
Technically,
I've had
the
no
mayor's term
communication,
is
so I
up
don't
on the
know Mayor
24th of
Moreno's
April
intentions, but all I know is
by 120
I think
days.
it's pretty clear to all of us that he's been abundantly absent in a time where we need someone to be able to act in that capacity.
So if Chase was only there for the 90 days that he originally agreed to coming in for the transition,
I understand. I
then
agree
every
with
mayor
everything
after
you're
that gets
saying.
their
I'm
full
not-
120. It's like, just believe Mayor Hazelwood
Don't
was
take
the
anything I'm
mayor
going to
from
say
December
as I
till
understand
April, then he did 120
position
days.
before you're
Not he just
gonna-
started brand new
you're-
at the
you're
start of the
about to
year.
bear the
Even though there was an
brunt
inauguration, but
of
we're
a
going to gloss
bunch
over
of
that.
citizens that already think that you're corrupted in some way. I understand. Like I said, I get it. I totally understand. I'll just, good luck, my friend.
It makes no difference, Mr. Danob.
Yeah, I get that.
We have to do what is best for the city. We need to find the proper replacement that will be here, be active, and look, whether this happens or not, people are not going to like me anyways. So it's really not a big deal.
All right. No, I definitely I don't disagree with anything that you said.
Is Miss Gemma out of the ICU?
I have no idea. Has anybody else heard anything?
No.
I have not heard anything.
Oh no, wait, yes. Something about issues with her mobility. She was doing driving lessons with Jimmy and she almost hit like Alfredo. That's what he told me.
Okay. Well, I would like to get an emergency meeting of the council members all together to try and pass Miss King's bill that she tried to propose, but we did not have enough votes to do so. Mr. Daynub, if you can help Miss Amaris with coordinating that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'll be there.
Okay. Would you be able to help with reaching out to the other council members?
Oh, did you just send a letter to me?
I'm sorry?
Did you just send a letter to me?
Earlier.
Oh, you only sent it to me, you didn't send it to all the council members?
No, I sent it, but I just was wondering if you would be willing to
Oh,
assist because I'm
yeah,
going to be
definitely,
mostly
yeah,
here.
I have access to the mailbox now, so yeah, definitely. I'll try to coordinate that.
As much as I would like to be able to work out of here fully, I do not have a mailbox here to work out of.
Yeah, so it is unconstitutional. When the Constitution was changed, a date was put in. The date of all elections for public office, all for public office within any department or agency within the government shall be completed April 4th.
City council.
So you
meetings,
cannot delay it by 2 weeks. It's unconstitutional. The terms of all government officials shall commence on that following day.
Meetings in general will operate out of here. City council meetings, I believe, will still occur.
The date of every
in City
subsequent
Hall.
election shall be measured from April 5th. So an election has to happen. It's
The
unconstitutional.
Lieutenant Governor will be running the city council meeting next week.
Not only is the city council meeting important, I think we need a one for the entire city hall so we can all be on the same page and have that good communication and be on the same page with each other.
I
Yeah,
think the
I
Chief
agree.
Justice needs to be contacted and brought in because, as it states in the new Constitution, all government departments, their elections are supposed to commence by April 4th. If you
Who's
want to
the
propose
Chief Justice, Kelly?
John Harlan, he's still the
He's
Chief
not.
Justice till the 4th.
He's not. He stepped down.
He did?
He is no longer Chief Justice. He's Associate Justice. I got a page today.
So would it be Boondock Harris? Because isn't that what
I
he
hope
meant?
so.
Well, someone needs to be brought
I
in to
know
be
that
alerted about this
yesterday
change.
he was the Attorney General, so
I have no idea what's going on in the judicial office. But as it is right now, the mayor's office is superseding the Constitution by extending the mayoral term by 2 weeks when the Constitution says April 4th.
this is not coming from the mayor's office. This is coming from the governor's office. This is the state.
Even the governor's office, that's still an arm of the legislative branch.
Would you like to speak with the lieutenant governor and the governor about this?
I'm thinking about the optics of it. While you say it's best for the state, the people will not see it that way. Just you becoming deputy mayor, the people did not see that as something that was best for the state. And look at where we are now, Bryce. So yes, once you start overstepping the Constitution, there's going to be major repercussions. So yes, it needs to be talked about thoroughly, and if it's John Harlan, if it's Boondock Harris, one of them need to be brought in here, and they need to be brought up to date about what's happening.
Please, Miss Kelly, if you're able to get in touch with either of them to get them in here for a meeting, I would love that. John Harlan has been missing in action for several weeks and is a very tough man to get a hold of. I was very lucky to get a hold of Mr. Harris last night for a brief period. Feel
just 'cause
free,
you can't
if you were able to get in touch with them and get them here, I would love to have a conversation with them. But, Miss Kelly, you have to understand that you have also been absent too for quite some time.
I have not
And
been absent.
there are issues that
Check
need
my
to be
clock-in
taken
card.
care of in this city.
Check my clock-in card. I have not been absent.
I have not heard from you in several days.
So because you
I've
haven't
not
seen
gotten
me,
one
I
letter.
haven't
I've
clocked
not
in.
had any communication from you.
So because you haven't seen me, I haven't been doing my job, is what you're saying.
That's not what I said. What I'm saying is
You
we've-
just said I've
you've
been
not-
absent for several weeks. You did say that.
yes, from my perspective, um, you have been absent.
And that is inaccurate.
And you can say that, that's fine. But from my perspective, I have not had any communication from anybody in the mayor's office besides Miss Amaris and Miss Casey King and Mr. Dana. Otherwise, I've not really heard from anybody else in actually the last week and a half.
We were informed of Thursday of what happened to you and what happened to Alfie. You were in ICU. We were told we were not to visit you or to state your name because you were, air quotes, just not there. Friday, I think, is when you woke up from your medically induced coma, because I was told the next day by Athena, because we went to the decade dance at Tequila, and then I was told the next day. As far as Friday, all I heard was you were still in ICU, and if it keeps people out of your hospital room, I'm not going to go to the hospital asking for you. Saturday was when I heard that you were on your feet and awake and you were coming to the city council meeting. But then right after that, you were shaken, you were panicked, and you were surrounded, and they were going to take you back to the hospital because, like I thought, that was a physically and emotionally stressful situation for you, and to come to your hospital room about work did not seem appropriate. Sunday is my day off because I work many hours and I would like one day to myself. So to say that you have not seen me, that's insane because I come here every morning just to write letters and then to show up in the evening for my shift. I am around. Just because you have not seen me, that does not give you the right to say I've been absent.
I see your point, Miss Cowie. But again, we can agree to disagree. I know that you have been doing things. I'm not saying you haven't done anything at all. What I'm saying
You literally
is
just
you
said I
are
was
the
absent.
Chief of staff to the mayor. You are in contact with the mayor, and prior to all these situations, we have had less and less communications, even prior to my my incident. So totally understand that things have been very complicated recently, but the main problem is because of everything that's been going on. This government has barely been able to operate at all. That is the main problem that I'm trying to stress here, is that this government has barely been able to operate at all. And I don't want that.
And I can understand that point, but please do not say I've been absent. Entirely inaccurate.
Well, it is just my optics. You can agree to disagree, Miss Kelly. That is fine. But
to
that
say
is
we haven't
not
been
the
in
main issue
communication,
here.
that's fair.
That's not the main issue here. The main issue here is that we have a government
He's
that
accusing
is
me of not doing my
barely
job.
functioning. We have a staff that does not communicate with each other well. And we have obvious work that needs to be done that
So then
we
don't go
can't
around
seem to
accusing
get
people
done
of
or
not
find a
getting
way to
ish
move
done.
forward to get done. That is our problems right now. And it's very apparent. And I'm not the only one saying this. I've heard this from multiple people.
To say that I haven't been around? Because I've even seen Casey when I was working my morning shift. She bumped into me at Benny's. I'm around
Kelly,
in the
we're not
mornings.
talking about you. We're talking about our government and our staff right now.
The government and the lack of communication within City Hall.
Yes.
Yeah.
The mayor, between all of ourselves, there was even a breakdown of communication with the whole catering thing that should never have happened. We need to
That
work
wasn't
together.
me.
That's the main thing. Is
That was
we're
Casey.
not working together to create one system. We're all kind of operating off of assumptions and just kind of waiting to hear from somebody else. And we need to find a way to all work together better, regardless of how we feel about each other, regardless of whatever the optics are from the public. If we can't work together, we can't do our jobs. We can't serve the people. And that is what matters most right now, is that we are serving the people in the very best capacity that we can. Is it the right way or the best way? Maybe not. But this is the best that we have right now.
I think Mayor Marino, he defined it best as to like try to give us definition as to what our jobs were. The only issue with the catering contracts that I saw, you were there when I was talking to Mayor Marino, and we brought it up that there was a conflict as to why I would not be dealing with the business owners because of my conflict, particularly with two. And you said yes, you were aware of that case. So I'm not sure if you forgot that one, but when Casey
What does
resigned,
the catering have to do with anything I just said?
you
Kelly?
said that's one of the issues. So I'm saying Mayor Marino defined our jobs. So if Casey stepped down from her job, would it not have been helpful, or maybe even for all of us, to write a letter to city anytime there's like a drastic change like that? So that way we are all updated as to, okay,
I
Casey
was not
stepped
aware
down.
that Casey stepped down. Mayor Marino would have been the one to have been notified. I was never notified that Casey King stepped down from the mayor's office, so
Yeah,
that
she
was
just
never
said word of mouth.
communicated to me.
She's word of mouth. If you bumped into her, she would have told you she stepped down and she crossed over to reception of DOJ. So I'm just saying, if people step down from their post, would it not be better, like for communication, if we wrote in a letter so that way everyone else is informed? Just write it to city, and then leave it there. So if you come in, you see the letter, Athena sees the letter, I see the letter, we're all aware, and then we can assess the situation. So the catering contracts would have been dealt with and transferred.
Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to because this was a project she was on as a councilwoman doing. I know she was given that by Mayor Hazelwood. As for
Under the mayor's
communications of when
office.
people leave the mayor's office, again, I was never told she left. I don't know if she was ever told that, if Mayor Marino was ever told. I'm assuming he was because she's no longer on the roster. And so Mayor Marino never gave me that information. So really, you should be asking Mayor Marino why that information was not disseminated within the mayor's office.
And this is one of the reasons why I think that it's important that we not only this, city council have their meetings so you guys can be on the same page. We at City Hall need to also have staff meetings so we can all be on the same page and work together. That way there's no miscommunication or assumptions.
I
And I
agree.
do agree with Kelly that I think a letter being sent out from City Hall to the employees, letting people know these updates would be beneficial. But I also still think it would be beneficial for us to have those meetings because there is a clear miscommunication within our office.
Yeah.
And
There
I
is.
do hope to see that fixed.
Yeah, I don't think one
I
or the other. We should definitely do both.
Well, the thing is, a lot of information from the mayor was disseminated to Kelly, and I was left out of it for the most part, for most of this term that we've been in. So really, it's been the mayor and Kelly that have
What
been
information was I told that he
in
wasn't
the
told?
know of a lot of the information within the mayor's office, and why a lot of that information hasn't been delegated, I don't know.
What information have I been told that you haven't been told?
You guys were in communications about practically everything from the beginning, so I wasn't really privy to what you were working on or what Mayor Marino had you on. I wasn't aware of the plans to move you into the positions that you were. I don't have a problem with it, but that's what I'm saying is a lot of the communications or plans that Mr. Marino had were not extremely communicated to me. Just like when
I don't know
Casey
what plans
King
he's
was
talking about. He sounds a little.
moved over to the DOJ, that never was disseminated to me. I'm sure that you knew that way before I did. So
She just said
the
it in
matter-
the lobby.
Well, the problem is that we don't communicate as an office. We don't work well together, and we need to find a way to work better.
Bryce, you were there when he assigned us our jobs. You, deputy mayor, me, chief of staff / director of public events. How were you not there when I was given my roles? You were right there.
I was. What are you trying to say? I don't understand what you're trying to get at here.
You said that you don't understand when I was given my roles, there was no conversation about it. We were in a 3-hour-long meeting where he told us, asked like, are we okay with the roles? Because right now it feels like I'm doing 2 jobs, so just stay in
That's
that
not what
one.
I said. What I said was, I'm
just said that.
aware of what your roles are. What I'm saying is, I'm
said I
not
was not-
aware of what specific delegations the mayor gave you or what he's communicated to you, because there was a lot of information that he would feed to you that you would then give
Like
to
what?
me. via fax that I had no idea about. I know what your roles are, Kelly. Yes, I was there. I remember. The problem is a lot of the things that you've been working on, I've not been in a loop on.
Like the events? Anything that I've sent to you, it's mainly what we discuss in meetings. The mayor likes
Okay.
notes, so I would write it up and I would send it
This
to you.
This is going in circles. We
'Cause
should be
it sounds
talking
like you
about
don't know
how
what, bro. You're accusing me of
we
not sending you shit,
work on
and
working
now
together
because
for the
you
people rather than
you getting caught up,
just
it's like, okay,
your
can we
role
not
right
talk
now.
about this anymore?
Um,
Like, I literally just sent him summaries of the meetings because Mayor Marino likes summaries of the meetings.
Maybe what would be beneficial is, okay, we know that what our job titles are, but what are our responsibilities under those job titles? Maybe that is something we can discuss in a meeting or a letter. Be like, hey, Athena, she is in charge of the food catering, making sure to go around the business. That is part of her job.
He
You need
literally, like, we
something
could play back
resolving
the
that,
VOD. He
you go
literally
to
said
her.
I was
That way
not privy
everybody
to the
knows they go to me
conversation
for that.
where your job titles were announced. It's like,
And like if
you were standing right
Kelly
there.
specific roles, if someone needs her for one of those, they know that they can go to her. Because I think a lot of the miscommunication is a lot of people just don't know who to go to for certain things. We assume that people know these things, but a lot of people just don't. And sometimes we are left scrambling.
That's fair. And I've been doing my job since Mayor Hazelwood, so I pretty much know what I'm supposed to do.
But I'm not saying that you know what I mean. I'm
No,
not
get
saying that
everyone
you
on the
don't know
same
what to do your
page.
job.
Because everyone else doesn't know what I'm supposed to do. So just
Yeah.
conversation in a staff meeting. This is what Kelly's doing this week. This is her job.
well, here's the thing: is like we understand that you're as chief of staff, and no one's contested that, Kelly. But my problem is that I've operated without a secretary or anything
That's
to
not-
help with anything. You have assisted with putting out flyers or whatnot, but I don't even have your PO. There have been
That's
meetings
personal.
that I've need to be put it together for the last couple of weeks.
Just
I
like me
have
giving
not
my
been
home
able
phone
to
number out.
reach you.
I have a work
So
phone.
I've been relying on Athena and Miss Casey King to help me with a lot of these things that essentially I believe are probably a part of your role, but I've not been able to get in touch with you nor have received anything from you. Although I know that you couldn't see me in the hospital, but we have a post office. I could have received a letter as well. That is just where my issues lie.
I expect you to get out of
when I
ICU
say
to go to the
absent,
post office and check
it's
a letter.
not that you're not doing anything. It's
You literally said I
when
was
there are
absent.
tasks that need to be divvied out to the person's title, I can't divvy them out to you because I can't reach you.
Why couldn't you write this to City? City, attention, Kelly. Need to get in contact with you. I check the mail
Because
every
I
morning,
should be able to get in
Bryce.
contact with you directly. I shouldn't have to
Facts.
contact the city mailbox.
I
But
told you
also
you can
speaking
fax
of
me
the
anytime.
faculty roster, it was ruined during the last storm. It got into the filing cabinet and all the rosters were ruined.
Okay, I can get another one. Like he said, I can't get in contact with you. You can mail the city PO. You can fax me. What is the problem?
What do we need to do to make the next 4 seats of city council happen? We need to figure out how we can expedite to get that process going, because we need a full council at this point.
I guess we announce it at the town hall Saturday.
Yes. It's like, why am I
No,
obligated to give you my
we
personal
can't wait
PO
that long.
address?
We need.
Kelly
we
didn't
need
even like it when Dominic
something
handed
to
that shit out. It's
immediately
like, that's my
letting
personal
people
one.
know that the
We have a
mayoral
work
election is
PO.
being
You got
postponed
work for me. You send it to
and
the
that
work PO.
candidacy applications.
At this time,
um,
Kelly do not consider him a personal associate.
Mayoral
So it's like, I don't need
and
you
for,
mailing me through my personal
um,
one. I give that out
and
to people I
for-
fucks with. Kelly don't
and that's
fucks
for
with
since
you.
The city council being opened.
Saying that she's been absent. It's like, bro,
Sounds like you made
I
the
be doing
decision
$18
then.
and y'all
I
like,
mean,
why you still
get-
up? It's
get a
like, well, I
poster,
got
get it
this,
out,
or I have
get it
work for that,
started.
or these letters, all those
That's
letters to the
fine.
career fair
Like
have
I said,
not been
I'm just
mailed.
throwing out a suggestion.
Organizing city council meetings for him because he wants to call them. So Kelly writes the POs to all the council
who
members, getting them in on one day's
Like to
notice.
assist with that.
I don't know how to do posters, so
If Kelly is teaching how to do those posts, I'd be more than glad to help out with those, as I'm not.
She want me to teach her how to Photoshop? Sure. Do you have $90?
Talented in that area.
Let's go buy a very outdated version of Photoshop that's probably not even on the rack no more. And I can teach you how to Photoshop.
I just know how to post them when she asks me.
I
to
learned
do
this
so.
like 20 years ago. I don't know how to
As far as
teach
making them,
somebody
that's
else.
something I don't know how to quite do.
I'm not exactly sure how to directly teach you, Athena. This is a skill that I kind of learned in high school, but I know that there are different options. So some people, they like a GIMP book. Some people like to use their photo workshopping tables, and some people are more affluent on a canvas. It's literally just whatever your preference is. And then
Gotcha.
there's books at the library that I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to spend like a lot of time off of work just practicing. That's the main thing. You just gotta sit down with these tools and practice with them.
Okay, I will do that.
Well, I am just trying to lay it all out on the table of what all we have to do, and anyone who wants to pick up these tasks and help. I'm laying it all out here, and Kelly, I understand you're not obligated to help. I'm not.
Bro!
gonna obligate you to
No one has asked! I literally just said I was doing the...
We need to do something.
Didn't I not say I was doing the flyers before we left City Hall? He said don't worry about the flyers. I was literally working on the flyers as we were leaving City Hall when you told me don't worry about the flyers. Let's just get in the car. So they're pretty much almost done. I was going to advertise it with this election period, so from the 25th to the 29th, that's when you register. And then the polls would open next week, because that's, I think, the 8-week mark after the first group was in. Or you can move it to the 10-week mark, and then the election would be between the 15th and the 19th.
For city council,
Mm-hmm.
I think the sooner the better.
Okay, so keep the original one that I have. 25th to the 29th you register, and then voting next week, the 1st to the 5th. So they'll be seated by not this upcoming Saturday, the following Saturday.
I would hope so. I would hope that we can get 4 people. I have a feeling we won't have a problem getting 4 people that are willing to get on council at this point.
A lot of people signed up when Robert told them he speculated that they were going to be open a month ago. So if those people all still have interest, I'm sure they'll hurry to get their names in once we announce that it's open again.
I guess I don't understand why we never filled the 4 seats a while ago. Because it was made to sound like there was
The mayor
no
said
interest.
this.
But if there was interest, we should have had these seats filled a long time ago, I feel like.
at the time, and I thought the same way, but at the time, we had just lost the mayor, had another one appointed. There had been no elections at that point, and still no elections have happened. people were in an uproar over appointments. We didn't want to have election after election after election because that seemed to be what was happening
That's
to burn people
not
out. So
Mayor.
it was decided at that time. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I that's the council's decision. What Mayor Marino had said was he just got into the mayor position, and he was not sure how to fully do the role that Mayor Hazelwood was doing. So he has 4 new council members. He's not sure of where your strengths or weaknesses at, but you guys have to learn to work together as a team. This is all new. You're like the first council that's coming together, first mayor's replacement. So what he wanted to do was give it space because the mayor election was originally supposed to be tied with the council elections, not the sheriff elections. So we were supposed to get a mayor and 4 new council members in for next week. These were all supposed to happen at the same time. But he said to separate them, move council to after, so when the mayor is seated, then he will have his last 4 council members coming in a week later, and everything will be settled. So it's like you give the senior council members time to learn and build up, and then the juniors come in. That was the original logic that Mayor Marino had.
So then, when's the mayoral election going to be?
This week. Because their term is not up until the 4th, that's the last day, and then the 5th is when the new mayor is seated.
Yeah, but he
We're
just said
postponing
they're
it 2 weeks
postponing
for
it.
the governor's office.
So we're back on to where
We're back on to getting the next 4 of the council
and the
seated,
mayor
and
at the same time.
sheriff's election is going to continue as normal. Then once
This was just the
the
logic behind
candidacy
why the
closes
council election
for
didn't happen.
the mayoral election,
That's what they were asking.
on the 2nd week from now is when the election is going to be held, and then we're going to seat a new mayor after the 4 council members are seated. So at least if the mayor's
It
election
is.
ends up in some
But
sort
he's
of
like, if
shit
you can
show
contact the governor, go
where there's
ahead.
a clown
I will do it. It's
in
unconstitutional. It goes against the
office,
Constitution.
At least the council will have enough people to
So
do
I
the
was like, I
task
know the
stuff
mayor's term
without
is
the
40
mayor's
days.
office.
Okay, so I'm looking for the 40 days, but literally written
And
right
if that's
here,
the case, I believe
the
that
date
people
for
can
all
run
elections for
both
public
mayor
office
and
within any
council.
department or agency within the government of San
I don't
Andreas shall be
believe so.
completed on
I
the
think they
4th.
should- No,
The
no,
terms
no,
of
they can.
all
In other
government
words,
officials shall commence on the
say
following
Casey
day.
runs for
There is
mayor,
no exemption for
but
the
she
mayor
also-
in case terrorism,
or
martial
Cor-
law, none of
Corey,
that.
some, Joe
So
Blow.
postponing
for
the
mayor,
mayors
but
by
he also
2
wants to
weeks,
be
you
on
are
the
violating the
council, too.
Constitution.
So if he doesn't win the mayor's
Mayor,
race, but he gets
legislative
enough
branch,
votes to get on
governor,
the
same
council, he
thing.
should be able to be on the
You are
council, I think.
overstepping into the
I don't
judicial's
think there's
territory.
anything against
You have to work
running
this
for
out
both
with
offices
judicial.
at the same time. I almost feel like it should be one or the other, but I don't think there's anything specifically against that.
Well, it would just,
Yeah, so they're
hopefully there'll
asking
be a
why
lot of
were
people
the
interested,
original
but if
4 seats, why were they
not as
postponed
many
in the
people,
first
like,
place?
if they think they
And
can only
Danob was
run
giving
for
some
one,
reasoning
it
that
might
didn't make
dissuade-
sense at all.
dissuade them from running from one.
I forget what he said, it's a blur so much. But the original theory was Mayor Marino is just filling in for Mayor Hazelwood. He has to learn how to be mayor. You guys are
I
still new
think
at bill
that would
writing.
be a council
You
thing.
all have a lot of learning to
Also
do in the
probably
new
needs
roles
to
that you just
decide
got
whether
into.
somebody running
And
for
then
council
Riley and Gemma were
is
just coming
able to
in
run for another office at the same time.
with Danob and Casey. So it's just like, let's just take a beat. How about we learn to work together?
Yeah,
We haven't
I
learned exactly.
don't
That's
know
why he
where that
wanted
would
to
be a
wait.
problem.
Because you guys are the seniors.
You may
You're going
not
to have
a
4
problem
new
with it. I don't
juniors
know how
coming
Miss
in. So
King
you would have
or
had a
Miss
full
Bouchard or Miss
council
Fields
and not a
would feel
single
about
person
that.
knew
You
anything about bill
probably
writing or
should bring
nothing.
that up to them
And he
when
like, he
they're
ain't want
next
that. He ain't
available.
want to rush that. So let's do the
Yeah.
mayor. Let's focus
But-
on that one. And then we'll do the council right after. So that's why it was originally separated. So I made that point clear. And they're like, well, that's not the timeline we're going with. This is the timeline. We're postponing the mayor. City council's this week. It's like, I was just answering the question why they
well,
weren't done
is there,
immediately after Mayor Hazelwood stepped down.
Any other business that we should handle right now?
Do you want to speak more on the KGB threat, the terrorism, the martial law, what's happening with the government? Because it seems like, is City Hall operating out of here for safety from now on, or just like how we moved to the LSSD?
So I am here because, for obvious reasons, my life is at stake, among many others. I am operating out of here. I am inviting other city hall members and council members to operate out of here as well. If you do not want to and you wish to continue to operate out of City Hall, that is fine. I have not been able to get in touch with Alec, who is running security, unfortunately, for the last couple of days.
I'm starving.
Um,
Guys, you're supposed to remind me so I don't die.
I would like for there to be more security presence at City Hall from the LSSA, but I believe it is only Alec that is active on that roster, because we've not had any other applicants that I know of for that. So if you do not feel safe at City Hall, you are free to operate here. As far as the KGB, I am working with the governor's office to try to find a way to help empower the LSSD to be able to do what they need to do, to be able to bring the people responsible for these heinous acts against government officials and innocent civilians to justice to put them away. Now, what that exactly looks like, that is with the Attorney General's office, but I need to speak more with the Department of Justice, since the Chief Justice is now no longer active, and the only other thing that I know of at the moment is that there's a new judge that has been brought on. She more than likely will be
There's a
the
new
one
judge?
to take up the case if there are any cases that result from any of this. So, but I've not met her.
That's what Bryce
personally.
just said. That's like if you can get in contact with the Chief Justice, or like hopefully Justice Boone is like stepping into the
George,
shoes, but that don't mean we can still supersede the
Is
Constitution.
there anything that the LSD
It just means we can't change it right
needs
now.
to be able to act upon these threats that you know of?
You gotta do your application
There are more
again.
deputies.
Don't
That's what
don't
we
don't do that. Don't do
got
that.
2 in ICU. We got 5 LOAs, including the sheriff himself.
Jesus
all got
Christ.
sick.
5 LOAs?
And we have 1 detective who's working this case also alongside work dealing with other street gangs as well that are ramping up violence.
This is why it's important that the sheriff's election continues as normally scheduled, to make sure that they have
And the mayor's
head
election.
to lead their department. We at least
Until
have a
the literature
structure
in the Constitution
mayor's
changes,
office,
this is not
but
constitutional.
without a sheriff,
Just as much as the KGB is
I
breaking the
feel
law,
like
y'all breaking the
they-
law too.
they definitely need
You don't have to see
this
it,
taken care of.
but you are breaking the law. This is why they have checks and balances. The legislative
So,
branch, the governor should not be
polling will be active
superseding
tomorrow for the sheriff.
the Chief Justice.
candidates.
Work with the justice system. Make them understand the reason for this postponement is what provides stability and balance within the state. Don't just say, oh, so we gonna do this. We don't care what that say.
So just so we're clear, because people are going to ask, the mayor's office, the mayoral election was canceled by
Not canceled.
authorization, was postponed
He getting it right.
by order of the governor's office. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
due to
I would not say that.
No, I mean I get that. I can go with I can argue the rest. No, that's no problem. That's the one I needed to know.
The problem arguing it is that it goes against the Constitution. So I really
I
feel we should
understand.
meet with the governor, the lieutenant governor, Attorney
I have
General
already
Harris.
met with the lieutenant governor, Mr. Sato himself.
I was gonna
This
say if they'd
is-
like to. But
This is what they stated. Mr. Maris was present as well. These are the orders of the governor's office, and we are the branch to carry out the governor's wishes.
I understand that, but the governor's office is also part of the legislative. So the legislative is superseding the judicial right now. Bryce, you have a bar card. You don't
I
see the
understand that.
problem that's going to arise from this?
I understand, Kelly, but sometimes there are extenuating circumstances. I believe that this is one of those extenuating circumstances.
From what my understanding was from the lieutenant governor and her reasons for it needed to be postponed is because we have a mayor who is barely around and hasn't been campaigning, and one of the other candidates she feels like is not qualified to be running. So she feels like we need to open it back up to
We need to find
get
more
some better
qualified
candidates.
candidates. We need more candidates to get in the running and to be campaigning and to go at it, to fight for the mayor's office to get this position.
No, that's fair. That is a fair assessment, but we can't supersede the Constitution based on feeling. There
Okay.
needs to be, the literature needs to be written so people understand why all public offices, but the mayor's office, is abiding by what's written in the Constitution right now. Because that is what the public is going to rip apart.
And the public is free to sue any agency that they feel is breaking the law. They can go through the proper channels to hire lawyers and to sue if they feel like wrongful intent is being done. I can assure
They
you
were literally
that the
saying this at the
intention
council
behind
meeting.
these offices is not unlawful. We are doing the best with the resources that we currently have.
No, I understand. The intention is not to break the law, but it is. And this is what they were talking about at the council meeting. No one should be above the law. This is putting the mayor's office above the law, so we feel that there's no candidate, so we're going to extend the term, even though in the Constitution it says the term is up on the 4th.
This is not
We
the
have to do it
mayor's
by the
office
book.
doing this. This is the governor's office, Kelly. There's a distinct difference between the mayor's office and the governor's office. This is coming from the governor's office.
So the governor's office is above the Constitution. Then why do we have the Constitution?
Well, I would like to see why the Chief Justice is not available to uphold the Constitution. Maybe we should be asking these questions, Kelly. Why is your uncle not upholding the Constitution? Why is he barely able to be around?
You said he stepped down. If he stepped down, then he's not obligated to be around and
He's-
rewrite the Constitution.
But before he stepped down, he was barely around.
I mean, you said that I was absent as well. Maybe he has been around, but he hasn't been seen. Has anyone tried to talk? I can try to talk to him and see what the issue is or the miscommunication is there.
We need to find out who the current Chief Justice is for sure. Because if the Chief Justice currently, whoever it is, has issues with this, they need to make it known ASAP.
So let's break the
But
law, and then if
until
they have a
that
problem,
happens, we have to move forward with our plan. We can't just stop the government because I understand the Constitution is important.
guys,
Believe
what
me,
does this last
I'm
line
very
say right
much
here?
in belief
The
of
governor's
upholding
office
our
will be
Constitution.
responsible for running and coordinating
right
free
now,
and fair.
It's
Free
breaking
and
our
fair.
government. Our government is broken right now.
Elections
and we
for
need
the
to
state.
Do what we can to float
Postponing
along
it
until
at
it can
their
get fixed
will
and get stronger.
is not fair when the Constitution has it written. It is supposed to happen on the 4th. And when people read that shit, I'm not gonna bring it up to. I should bring it up to people. I should. I could stir this pot real nasty. But I'm gonna be cool. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. I think that's what we're going by.
I can see what Kelly's saying, but I also can see, the governor's side. So, but I feel like, the election is supposed to be starting. And, we feel like those candidates aren't ready. So, and with our governor and lieutenant governor, being away at the moment, of course, she did say we can fax her if any issues arise, and she would try to get to us. But I can see how it's going to upset the public. And
And last time the public was upset, somebody in City Hall got shot. Last time the public got upset, there was a riot in City Hall and the lobby was destroyed. So you're trying to prevent an issue, but this will create one. That is all I'm saying.
We can't avoid every single conflict, Kelly. We can't avoid
Yep.
what some
I
people
ain't
will
finna
do.
get
Some
shot,
people
bro.
will commit acts of violence no matter what we do. I'm not saying that this plan that we're executing is going to make people happy. It's not. But
Yeah, because he's saying direct
we,
this all to
we
the
have to
governor's
do
office.
something.
Okay.
We need to make sure
It's
that
a
things
definite
don't
overstep. No
completely
matter
fail.
what you say. I understand that
And
they're the
with
the owners of
governor's
the
office
server,
being gone,
but in character, they're the governor.
out of
They're the
town
legislative branch,
for
and
the
you are
next week,
overstepping the
we
judiciary.
are just in no position to run an election at this very moment in time.
Right now, it's Eric and it's Mayor Marino.
And I'm unsure. I get what you're saying from a legal standpoint, and I agree to a certain extent. I really do. But I do fail to understand how you. I fail to comprehend how you can't understand the 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 circumstances that we're in right now, Kelly.
Well, let me ask you. You said that if I understood correctly, the you can announce your candidacy for mayor. That's back open again.
Yes.
For how many days?
Probably for the next week. If we're doing this to postponing it 2 weeks, they will have 2 weeks to put. I think they should have 2 weeks to put in their candidacy all the way up until the elections, if they want to do that.
But I think that's probably going to have to be the way. That's going to have to go back to that. But my question was going to be, if they had a week, who is the person who decides whether they're a qualified candidate?
Yeah, because that was
They
one of
need
the
the
things.
campaign.
That's not a requirement
think
that's
we
written
need-
in the Constitution.
Well, he said before that they wanted to postpone the election to ensure that they could get some qualified candidates, and I just wanted who would make that decision.
But if you're saying it's because they need to campaign, that's not explicitly written in the Constitution. The two people that are registered cannot be invalidated because they didn't campaign, because it's not explicitly stated. And if we throw out the rules because of what we deem is, they didn't campaign, the circumstances, look at the optics, look at the situation the state is in. We have guidelines and procedures. If we throw them out because we feel we're right, how are we any better than the people that write on City Hall? Like, we're throwing out the rules when it fits our agenda, the same way they're doing it.
Tell me, Kelly, if we went forward with everything we had planned, tell me how this would work. Tell me how this would make things any better. How do you see this all playing out?
Well, I say we have 2 candidates for mayor. Yes, absent. I say we go through the proper channels of what we do when we do have an absentee mayor, and we go through city council and call for an impeachment, and then that would restart the cycle. It's not the best situation, but it's one that is operating from within the guidelines. So then no one can call the mayor's office for corruption, that we've rigged this, that we're suiting our own agendas for our own personal benefits.
How do we get an impeachment when it requires a vote of 6?
The city council elections will still go forward as they're supposed to.
The thing is, the mayor's election is tomorrow, right?
Mhm.
If you're saying we shouldn't postpone it and we should go through impeachment, that means the mayor's election is going to go through. If Mayor Marino gets elected again, I'm assuming, and there's been no communication, but I'm assuming you and I stay in our exact same positions. And then the council does a vote for impeachment, And
no,
then
if Mayor
who has
Marino
to
gets
vote?
reelected, he can choose a new vice mayor. It's a new term. He can choose a whole different cabinet in the mayor. Because when he was first brought in after Mayor Hazelwood, he could have gotten rid of all the mayor's office staff.
But the thing is, I'm planning as if if we proceed with these elections, that he's going to be absent.
Then he's going to be absent, and then we go through city council. He gets removed from office, and then the election, special election,
And then
restarts.
Who becomes mayor? Me then again?
If you run,
No, if he gets impeached, the deputy mayor assumes the role of mayor.
that's something, when he
Until a
gets
new
his
mayor
second
is-
term. Did you formally announce that you were his running mate for this new term that he signed up for?
He's not said anything formally about his candidacy at all publicly.
Yeah, so we know that you're his deputy mayor for this term, but until he declares it in his second term, he can, like I said, he can throw out everyone in the cabinet.
So
It's
your
a whole new
plan
term.
is to run an election on a technicality to have Mayor Marino
not a
reelected and
technicality.
impeached without a deputy mayor leaving the mayor's office without a mayor and a deputy mayor. That's what you're recommending at this point.
It's not run an election on a technicality. It's run the election that's originally scheduled in the Constitution.
I think this is a terrible idea.
You want more time for candidates, and doing it this way doesn't go against the Constitution.
Well, the way that you're proposing is you leaving the mayor's office without anybody to run it.
Unfortunately, that's the state we're in. We'll have a full city council.
We can't let that happen, Kelly. Are you insane?
Then the governor's office should step in.
They are, and that's why they are postponing
No.
this mayoral election.
They're going against the Constitution when the
Okay,
obvious
so
choice
which
is to
one
step
is
up.
it, Kelly? Are you bitching that they're not doing
Wow.
anything, or are you bitching that they are doing something and it's against the Constitution? Which
Wow.
one is it? Which
No,
one do
I'm
you
saying
want?
they're
Wait.
going against the Constitution by extending the mayor's term by 2 weeks. If there is something wrong and those two candidates cannot fulfill the slot, yes, you run a special election, but that's why the governor's office exists. They should step up and run the state in the meantime until the new mayor is elected. So it's not
They
bitching, it's just going by the
They
Constitution.
probably would run the state if they were not going to be out of town this week.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
didn't you-
unfortunate. That's bad
Didn't you
timing.
say? Yeah, but the mayor's term isn't up this week. It's next week.
It ends
So-
on the 4th, and the new term starts on the 5th.
Yeah, that's 2 Saturdays away. Isn't it?
Yes, but we
Yes.
need to postpone the mayor's election because it starts tomorrow.
I understand what you're saying, but didn't you say that the lieutenant governor was going to lead the meeting in 2 weeks?
Next Saturday, correct?
Yeah, yeah, not
So
this
then she'll
Saturday, but
be
the following.
here.
So she'll be here.
So the Mayor Marino's term is not up this coming Saturday.
It's next.
This is the
following
transition
Saturday.
week. So Mayor Marino's office is still holding effect until the 4th.
Right,
What we're
and Bryce
saying
will
is
be
we
there.
can't let the election happen because it starts tomorrow. The polling starts tomorrow, per the schedule.
I understand
Bro,
that.
I got a
You
mouth.
guys
Kelly
are
got a mouth and
arguing
she gonna
saying
run
that
it.
the lieutenant
saw what happened to
governor or the
Tommy?
governor
Bryce.
needs to step in, and they are stepping in. Was my only point.
I hear you. All I'm saying is that per the governor's office, they are looking to postpone the mayor's election. So instead of the polling opening tomorrow, it opens in 2 weeks. We need to reopen candidacy to allow more applications, and for these two people, if they really wish to run, to refile and actually campaign. We need somebody that's going to be serious to take a hold of this office.
Your feelings cannot disqualify their candidacy or supersede the Constitution.
This isn't my feelings,
The
Kelly.
governor's
this is coming
feelings.
from. This is the governor acting in their legal capacity to do so.
It's not. The governor's office is part of the legislative branch. You do
Then
not
I would
supersede
urge
judicial.
the Department of Justice to reach out to the governor's office if they have a problem with it. Why is the DOJ not reaching out to the governor's office?
Because they don't know this is happening. This is the first time I've heard about it.
Well,
Does
where are
anyone
they,
know?
Kelly? Where is the Department of Justice right now?
Amber
Alright, I
was
think
in
we all
City
need to Take a
Hall.
little breather.
They're not here.
Amber was in City
They're
Hall,
not
Chief
present.
of Public Defense.
She's
Why didn't we
not.
have a representative from the DOJ here?
she's not. She's part of the public defender's office. She's not a part of the judiciary on that side. She does not have any jurisdiction to talk or say anything about these matters.
But I would say a neutral, the same way LSSD have command members, I would consider Amber part of command as chief of public defense.
She is not.
She could be a neutral party that could.
She is not a command. There is no command in the DOJ. There never has been.
I say a neutral
party is made up of justices at the top, chief justice at the top, then justices, then judges, then magistrates. That is the only branch that is able to make decisions on legislation and on court cases.
And
no one below that.
No, I don't want a decision on the court case. I want a decision on the what's written in the Constitution. Because this is me and you going back and forth when a lawyer, chief of public defense, can interpret the law and tell us what her opinion is on it until we can get a judge in here. Because right now, Amber's the best we have.
Well, Amber is not authorized to be privy to this information that we're talking about, unfortunately. She is not a part of the Attorney General's office. She is not a part of the justices or judges branch. She is a public defender.
So then, would I be able to step out and send a fax to see if I can get the AG, my Uncle John, somebody in here, a judge then?
Yes, that would be great. If somebody from the Department of Justice can come and help us with this, that would be great. Because the problem is they have not been available.
And, that doesn't mean we just supersede the Constitution. I understand the intentions behind the governor's office, but it's going to blow up in our faces.
But do we go against the governor's wishes? I don't think we do. We can't just go against the governor's office.
You know, I hate to interrupt this conversation, but I'm about to starve and die of thirst.
Yes, there's food here downstairs.
I can give him some. Wait.
That way you can make your faxes that you need to make.
Let's just.
I can give you some too, Bryce.
Let's just take 5 for a minute.
Okay. Then go downstairs. Where's a fax, bro? I'm literally about to mail them. I don't know where the Do you know where the fax is?
Yeah, I can try to. Could you try to reach out to them? Because before impeachment, I would like for him to be able to give us his side of why he's not around. Because a lot of people have been asking for him, and it's just not, our office that's concerned. It's also the public that is concerned. People keep coming in asking for him.
The fucking pigeon is fine.
So I would like,
No, I get it. I understand what we are facing. You have Eric on one hand, and a lot of people say, I wouldn't vote for him. Like, I walk around Vespucci all the time. I'm very familiar with this guy. And if Bryce is saying he's not campaigned, Bryce, he just doesn't walk around. That's his flyer for mayor.
No, I'm just talking about, like, I would like our current mayor to be able to, communicate, see if anyone can get a hold of him to let us know why he hasn't been around, because there's people, not just like our office, but the public wants to know where he is because they need him.
Oh, no, the same way, I have no idea why he's not here. That's why I don't understand these conversations that Bryce thinks that I'm privy to that he's not. I don't even know why. It wasn't until the lieutenant governor said the mayor got in contact with her and she knows the reason for his absence. I really wish we could have been informed, but we weren't. I'm included in that we. I have no idea why he's not here. And I would hate for him to get elected, re-elected, and then impeached. But if he is absent, he is absent. So yes, I would love to get him in here, because I do not want that on his name. I think he's, starting off, he came in very strong. And he had some good moves, and he really helped rally this community after it was shaken with the loss of Mayor Hazelwood. So I don't want that road for him.
Yeah, I don't want impeachment to be on the table for him, because I believe everybody should have a chance to defend themselves. And everyone should deserve to have that second chance. But I will tell you, I had a member of the public come in and said, they had such high hopes when he got into office, but now they just feel like they are super let down because he's not around. And that's coming from one of our public.
Yeah.
And I'm at a loss of what to say or do to help the situation. And that's one of the reasons why also I want that staff meeting. I feel like it would help us a lot.
And all I'm trying to point out is that this supersedes the Constitution. I understand the three branches of government, and you cannot have one overstep the other just because you don't like the candidates that are running for mayor. Never will that ever be okay. And just because there's not members of the DOJ that you can contact, it sounds like it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. So just what they said at that council meeting, we are above the law. We can overstep it when it suits our agendas. You're going to make those people right, and you're going to make more people angry. And I'm sorry I brought up your shooting like that, but that's literally what happened. People got angry, there was a protest, and Mayor Hazel was backed in a corner with the sheriff and a shotgun. People got angry, Bryce was deputy mayor, people came in here, and you got hurt. How many more people have to get hurt?
I don't want anyone else getting hurt, and I definitely don't want to upset the public no more than they're already upset.
Yes,
I just want to try
fear
to
them.
fix this. That's what I want to do. Find, when the public come in disgruntled about the mayor not being around to de-escalate these situations.
Yeah. I think that's a huge problem too, but I'm not willing to just throw out the Constitution because this is what we need right now. We need to ignore this and do what's good for the state. Like, then this isn't a democracy, it's a dictatorship. According to the Constitution, the governor's office will be responsible for running fair and coordinating free and fair elections. Where's the fairness in that if on a whim they'll decide we do not have qualified candidates, so we're actually going to cancel these elections? They won't happen. They're not free, they're not fair, they're at the whim of the governor's office. People will pick apart the Constitution, and this state is going to dissolve into chaos.
I don't want that to happen at all.
Yeah, so I don't see it as bitching. I see it as I'm doing my job as chief of staff, and I'm protecting this office. Bryce calls himself the lawyer for the mayor's office. Do the lawyering. Not just the mayor's side.
We have to have. I feel like we all have to come together and work this together, and hopefully you can get a hold. Let's go get that fax so you can get a hold of the DOJ.
Yes, we need somebody. Grandpa,
On
Uncle.
a permanent basis.
Wait. How the hell he show up here?
What about
There's always room for a
the
new
AG's
riot.
office? What about
And they're gonna be on hold for now. The other matter, the department gonna handle that. That's already been set up. To ensure forward movement.
Did someone send you like a carrier pigeon? That's like perfect timing.
I was looking for Mr. Madsey. I saw him on the ETAC Navigator. And since nobody was responding to me, I decided I'd just follow him over here.
Very nice. It's what you learned as a
Good.
deputy. Very nice detective work.
Detective. Gonna be all that. Know where everybody is.
Well, we actually
Since nobody
need a
leaves
judge.
messages behind.
We need a judge. Like, we need a judge really bad because what we want to
Yeah,
do
ain't
for
it
the
your
mayor's
lucky
office,
day?
it implicates the Constitution. So we need either the legislation changed to accept this because it's what the state needs at the time, or we have to go through with the elections as is. So we can get in there and we can break it down to you in its entirety.
Well, time to break dance.
Yeah, let me explain, Chief Justice. Please.
Is it Chief Justice now?
You get promoted?
Yeah.
Oh,
Your uncle's
Jesus
sick.
Christ.
You can't take the position no more.
what?
He an associate justice now.
No, but what's he sick with?
I'm not too sure.
I didn't know he was sick.
Chief Justice, I'm gonna give
You're gonna have to speak up.
I'm gonna give you the quickish version, and then we'll fill you in. I'll fill you in on any details that you need to know. Essentially, you are already aware of all of the cases from the Attorney General's office that have gone on with the KGB, and with the taking of high-ranking officials, the assault of high-ranking officials, etc.
Is he padding the case?
Um,
Just lay it out blankly.
And essentially, you know why I'm in the position I am in right now. And why I'm here at the SBA building in a secured facility. Essentially, I have enlisted the assistance from the governor's office last night because Mayor Marino has been absent. There's been very little direction. I've been doing my best to keep the mayor's office working, but it's been failing. There's been a breakdown of communication, I believe, within our department.
He literally said, I'm bitching
other
for
and our
reciting the
staff.
Constitution.
And I've enlisted the governor's office to help try to assess and figure out how we need to move forward, because sheriff elections are to be held tomorrow and the mayoral election. We have two candidates running that have not campaigned.
Stop being messing
and Mr.
about
Marino,
law.
from my knowledge, has not even officially stated publicly he's been running. He is running. And so it is of the governor's office's opinion, along with mine, that it is in the best interest of the city, especially since the governor's office is out of town for the next week, that the mayoral race be postponed by 2 weeks and candidacy be reopened immediately. It is our assessment that we should continue with the sheriff's election tomorrow, because the sheriffs have been, the LSC has a sheriff's election in LOA, so they are headless right now. I am able to act in the capacity of the mayor in the absence of Mayor Marino to keep a head in place for the mayor's office, and we should redirect our focus to filling the last 4 seats of the council, so the council is not hindered or handicapped in its ability to do its work if the mayor is not available to cast his votes. Because right now, if the mayor
You need
is
6.
not available,
There will be 8 next week.
and I am not available to hold a meeting, they need 6 votes to pass anything, and they can't by themselves.
They
And
can.
the council
Next week.
should have the ability to be able to pass legislation or strike down legislation without relying on the mayor to do so. That is the current plan that the governor's office, that I am executing on the behalf of the governor's office.
And then I chimed in because according to the current constitution, the date of all elections is set to be completed by April 4th for all government officials. Nowhere does it exclude the mayor's office, nowhere does it mention special exceptions. So, if we go forward with this, it's in direct violation of the Constitution.
Right now, we have a foreign government operating on U.S. soil, attacking high-ranking officials, causing
Bryce,
chaos,
can I finish?
wreaking havoc in the city right now.
Bryce,
Hold
can I
on.
finish?
Hold on, Nate. Let her finish.
Yeah, so Bryce said it would happen without the mayor's votes, we will not have enough to pass any bills, which is not true because the transition happens on the 4th. There will be a new mayor in and a new seating council member, 4 of them, by next weekend. This weekend, Bryce is still in here. He is acting mayor, and he has the 4 council members. So by next week, all 8 will be there, and they will have 8 votes. And that's enough to pass or reject bills. They're worried about the quality of the candidates. They have not been around and they haven't seen campaigning. But nowhere is it mentioned in the Constitution can you invalidate their candidacy because they have not been campaigning. So, based on what the Constitution currently reads, we have to let these candidates go through. You cannot deny them because of the lack of campaigning. And then if they're not active and it calls for the council to intervene and impeachment, then a special election will be held to get a new mayor in, and in that time, the governor's office, they can be acting as the head of state until a new mayor has been seated.
We are
That's
not.
quite right.
We are not prohibiting these people from their candidacy. This is a postponement of the mayoral election. Their candidacy is
Why
still
is it
in.
being
We are
postponed?
simply trying to open candidacy up for more candidates to get into the race.
That is not what you said. You said you are postponing it because the governor's office feels that the quality of these candidates, they won't be around and they have not been campaigning. That is what you said. That is the reason for the concern from the governor's office, and that is why the postponement is happening. Not to give more people
I think
opportunity.
you're focusing on.
I'm focusing on what you
barely
said, Bryce.
focusing on verbiage that's a part of
Because
the entire thing as a whole, Miss Kelly. I think you're picking and choosing what you want to hear at this point.
That's what
So
you
what
said.
is the actual point for postponing this?
The actual point. Hello, Lieutenant
Oh,
Governor.
how you doing there, Miss Jezzy?
Jazzy!
You might have to shout up a little bit.
Yeah, you might have to speak up, Lieutenant.
I don't hear. Is she
We're-
saying anything?
We're unable to hear you, Lieutenant.
Sorry, are you guys
Oh, there
okay
you
if
go.
I sit in for the meeting or not?
Yes.
I didn't realize I was.
By all means.
Oh, no, yes.
Okay.
I think we are discussing what we spoke about last night about the postponement of the mayoral election, and Miss Kelly is concerned about us going against the Constitution and is focused on the verbiage of ineligible candidates when we have more serious issues pressing that add to the matter here. So I think it would be better if they all heard from you why we discussed that we are postponing the mayoral election.
Well, the reason being that they were supposed to announce candidacy, right? Maybe, what was it, a week ago? Am I
Yeah.
correct with that?
They were
Yeah.
supposed to register by the 15th, yes.
Right, and nobody's seen any campaign posters. Nobody's seen.
Is she saying
and
what I
there's
said
no
and not what
debates.
Bryce saying?
There's not been any.
Are we not
Like, I
mentioning the
honestly
threat
just
on the
saw
state?
the other
Huh?
person running at your creamery yesterday, Kelly, but I didn't even know he was running. I didn't even know his name or if he was running for mayor until you guys kind of said it. So I think that if we want to have a fair election, there needs to be enough campaigning where people know, what they're voting for. We can't have another election where nobody votes, because then the people complain that they didn't elect the mayor. So my concern is that there hasn't been debates, there hasn't been any campaigning, and we're coming up into an election, 5 days from now, is it?
It starts tomorrow and then
Polling
it
starts
ends on the
tomorrow.
29th.
Right, so if I didn't even know who the second person running for mayor, and I'm not even sure if the current mayor is running because he just hasn't been here at all, how are we going to have a fair election, and for who, is my question.
So I had the verbiage correct. It's about the campaigning.
Well,
Okay.
there has been no campaigning, unless I'm mistaken.
No, you're correct, but it's also not stated in the Constitution they're required to hang a single flyer. They're
No,
only
it's not
they're only
required.
asked to be hanging register by mailing into city. That was the only thing asked of them. So while we would
Right.
love the campaigning, so more people can know who Eric is, I didn't even know who he was until he introduced himself in Burger Shot. So
Yeah.
it'd be great, but it's not required of them. So to disqualify them because they haven't campaigned or there's been no debates.
But also, the current mayor has not even been at his position at all. So right now he's not the current mayor because he just basically abandoned his position. He didn't communicate that he would be on a leave. When I tried to communicate with him, he said it was just a scheduling issue, which was the first time he missed a meeting. So I expected him to be back. He was still gone the entire week. And then you saw that he showed up for this meeting, but he didn't even make the time to catch up on what's going on with the city. So my concern is that we need leadership. We can't have someone who's just a shell of leadership because, our government has to move. And we can have voting starting tomorrow, but I have no idea
if there even is another candidate, because we don't know what Mr. Marino is doing. I mean, unless one of you know what he's doing or where he is or if he's even planning to return.
I don't
No,
know.
Athena and I
I've
just
only
stated
seen
this.
his candidacy letter, and that's the only thing I've heard from him in the last 2 weeks.
So, do any of you have an idea of what the plan is with Mr. Marino?
No.
No, I only saw him briefly Saturday.
So, what I think, you know, I need to think of what is best for the state at this point. And I really think that it is unfair for us to wait for someone and continue to wait for someone who can't even send us a fax to let us know what's going on.
No, I get
His
that.
position is very important in the city. You know, we gave him a lot of trust, giving him the position, and we've already had this happen once where we just lost a mayor. The whole idea of having Bryce as a deputy mayor was if this happened, he would be able to take the position, which has happened. But I don't think that we have a second candidate even for elections.
No, I understand that. And I get the concerns, but my concern is the part where it's a fair election.
Right.
If you postpone the election, even though it's written in the Constitution that they will be completed for all government departments by April 4th, that is literally the government superseding what is stated in the Constitution because of their will. They feel
Right.
that these candidates are not qualified. So they're just going to supersede, circumvent, and then we're going to have the election when we want at our will.
I don't really care about the qualifications at all. That's not for me to decide. It cannot be a fair election if we don't even know if the second candidate is even running. Are we going to be voting for someone, and if he wins, for someone who's not going to be able to take a position, who's not going to be here to take a position?
The other thing that Miss Lowry was stating that is because Mr. Marino has not campaigned or stated who his running mate was, she is under the assumption that if he is reelected without saying anything, that I am no longer his deputy mayor. So that would leave us with an absent mayor and technically no deputy mayor on her logic, which I don't think is true because if I and Miss Lowry and Miss Amaris have been a part of his staff and he's reelected without saying we are fired, I would imagine that we remain in our current positions. But if what she's saying was there was a chance for that to be true, then that puts us in an even worse position where there would be no deputy mayor, and that can't happen, in my opinion.
And Bryce
My
is also
question-
worried that bills couldn't get passed. But as of next week, we will have a full council. So with 8 members on council, you can pass a bill with 6 out of those 8.
And do we have people that have put in a letter to say that they're running for council?
I have the flyer completed, and I plan to hang it tonight so people know that during the election period for mayor, there's also going to be the registration period for city council.
So who decided the registration period for city council? Because this is the first I'm hearing about us discussing the registration for city council.
Bryce, we talked about it when we talked about the elections.
We
Mayoral
talked about
election
the mayoral election
this weekend,
and then we talked
and then a week
that
later, council election. So we
Well,
didn't
we
iron
didn't
out the
set
dates
any
for the
dates for that,
registration,
though.
no. But you need dates. I can't just hang a flyer that the election period's next week for city council, and then when do people mail in?
Kelly, we did not talk about any dates for when city council was happening. When we talked about a month ago about planning the schedule out for the mayoral election, when the talk of council elections, we both agreed that that is going to happen sometime in April. There were never any dates planned, so I never even knew that there was any plans to open candidacy or what the timeline was of that. That was never discussed with me. You might have had that discussion with Mayor Marino, I think, but that was never a discussion we had.
I guess what we need to do during this meeting is figure out what is the best way we can move forward. Because again, I don't want to put my faith in someone who is absent. I don't want to depend on the fact that they are or not going to return because I don't know. I don't know. And I think that if anybody had the idea that they would return, it really doesn't take that long to notify somebody. And if I was able to get other messages from him telling me, that he is going to be here and then not be here, it doesn't make sense to me. Now, if he were to come back, great. I'm happy. He's a great mayor when he's here. I have no issues with him as mayor. I have no issues with whoever is running for mayor, but it's not a fair election if we have two candidates and one that isn't even present, if you know what I mean.
No, I understand it. But I also do, because you were at the meeting. So
yes,
when the guy read the letter and he said we need to hold government officials accountable, they cannot feel like they're above the law. This is literally us basically just laughing in their face and showing them the mayor's office is above the law. We're going to push back the elections, forget what the Constitution says.
What does the Chief Justice think about all of this?
Well, first of all, we got to remember Section 2 of the Constitution. We got to bring that into play over there. Now, what does Section 2 state about the governor's office? I believe it says the governor shall have the power to appoint, remove, and sanction the sheriff of the Los Angeles Sheriff Department, B, the Chief Justice, C, the Chief Medical Officer, D, the mayor, and any and all state government employees.
So remove him.
At his sole discretion.
And didn't they do that? Bryce is acting mayor.
So this might fall under that. He has the power to remove him at his sole discretion, according to the Constitution. As far as election goes, there's nothing that states you need to do X, Y, and Z to be able to have be a valid candidate, and neither does it say how many candidates that is required.
Yep.
That may need some change in the future.
Yep.
Which can be looked at, but the status quo is we got to have an election by the certain date, and that's what it is.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, as Kelly said, on the other hand, if somebody is elected and they don't pull their finger out their ass, the governor can remove them at his sole discretion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we should be stopping anybody from whoever put their foot forward to be the mayor. You might be surprised what they can do. But if we ain't affording nobody an opportunity, there is no limited number on such candidacy. It don't state you need at least 3 candidates who must have had performed 20 hours of, must have hung up 10 posters and done 20 hours of campaigning. Now, is it a poor campaign strategy? Sure, I agree. Does it stop them from running? No. Did the mayor actually apply for his candidacy? Can somebody answer that?
Yes, he did.
He did. But now he ain't around.
Yes.
Yes.
So, this is my opinion regarding the Constitution. We cannot change the date there. We need to set somebody in there.
Yep.
And if they ain't around, that can start being observed immediately. And if it don't work and the person ain't around, the governor can remove him. And we can have another immediate, the governor will be placed as the mayor temporarily until we can fill that candidacy again. We're going to have another election. Now, in the meantime, we're going to have to relook at the Constitution if we want to put in place certain requirements for candidates regarding the mayoral election. That's my point of view. But at the end of the day, Section 2 of the Constitution does cover the governor for doing, at his sole discretion, removing any of those heads of department.
Hello,
Well-
sorry I'm late.
Okay.
And I was never debating the fact that Bryce is acting mayor. If he was put in because Mayor Marino, he became inactive, I 100% agree.
Yeah, he
Because
has the
governor
powers
right to appoint, and
to
he's the
yeah.
deputy mayor.
That's right. Nobody's. I don't think anybody's disputing that.
So, here's
But
my
the
thing.
problem is, I ain't gonna discuss it with the eyes on the world on me.
Well, I think
We
that
understand where it is, Mr. Waxley, concerning yourself and your own, stories and whatever. But we just need to be careful over there.
I
What it's
understand.
construed as.
My my thing is we're all talking about the optics of the postponement and
It's not just the
potential
optics, it
overreach
goes
of
against the
government and
Constitution.
this and that. Whereas the only thing that I'm trying to do here is if
Just let them
we
say they
allow
want to
this
appoint you for the
election
next
to go
term. Just let them
through
say it,
and an
and then it's
actual
legal.
candidate gets instated and then the governor removes and reappoints a new mayor, that optics is going to be just the same exact result. People
No.
are going to be extremely
No.
pissed that their vote was not heard and that the government overreached. It's going to be the same exact thing, and I would rather there not be a removal of someone from the
It's
governor.
constitutional.
I would rather there be a postponement and a vote happen and a mayor that gets elected by the people actually remain. Because if someone gets voted in by the people and then gets immediately removed for inactivity, that's not going to look good at all to the public.
Yeah, but look, who's ain't gonna look good on? Ain't gonna look on themselves. You got to do it according to the Constitution. You can't just do it because you want to, you're afraid of what people's feelings might get hurt. The Constitution ain't there to help you feel better about yourself.
Well, no, this was Kelly's concern that the government was overstepping and that people were not going to like it and be rioting in the streets. And I am not too much concerned about that, if I'm being honest.
But the postponement is unconstitutional. Nowhere is it written that because of the state of the city, we can postpone the mayoral election by 2 weeks.
But
it is
governor's
written.
office
Hold on,
has
hold on a
power.
second. Hold on a second. I think that the Chief Justice spoke. We have a constitution for a reason. We just updated the constitution, and obviously maybe more changes need to happen. But at this point in time,
I'm right.
The constitution is not changed.
I'm right.
So as the Chief Justice said, the elections will continue. And if the person who gets voted in is either unfit or unavailable, then we will step in until another election can be held. I think that's just the best solution that everybody can agree with. If I'm wrong, please let me know.
No, I agree.
I agree.
It's 100% constitutional.
The thing is, we got to remain within the Constitution. What is the point of having a Constitution if you ain't going to abide by it?
Correct.
Where anybody can just jump over and say, you know what,
Bryce
I'm
just wanted
negating
2 more
that.
weeks.
That
It
ain't
ain't
valid no more.
happening.
No, and this is why we have these meetings, because we have to hear
Good.
from everybody and everybody who has the opinion, and this is why the Chief Justice is here. You know, if
Now,
we
my
wanna
head
put
tell
forward-
me, yeah, sorry, you go ahead.
I mean, if we want to put forward a bill, he has to review it first to make sure it's constitutional. If we don't follow the
No,
constitution,
it's not
then
reasoning.
It
It's
has
that the
no meaning.
bitchiness came out of Kelly.
It's pretty
Yeah,
simple.
we got to remember.
Like,
you
are you
know,
gonna
I think
stop
sometimes the
bitching?
lines get not
Bro,
quite,
what?
but blurred. Council got to realize that they ain't there to make
You need
legislation.
the Chief Justice to shut you
They're there
down
to
on it?
propose certain
Gladly.
bills
Show me
regarding
what a
city
fax machine
bylaws and
is.
ordinances, not to pass like a legislation itself. It may be proposed and
Yeah, so they'll
adopted,
fix it now. They'll fix
but it's the
these
part
holes.
for the Chief Justice and the judicial to look over to make sure that it still falls within the Constitution before adopting any practice.
Correct.
We are the ones that are going to provide the fairness across the board without any bias. That's the function. So, we need to realize where our boundaries is and stick to that. But it's according to the Constitution, that's how it is right now. Now, going forward, we've now figured out that we have a problem. In the future,
I
what
brought
is
up
it
your
that we
point,
may
Hagar.
need to
I was like, think
amend
about what
within
they
the
just said
Constitution?
at the town
That can be
hall.
put up for vote.
How government
Let's say,
officials
I'm going
are
to put this
overstepping.
hypothetically now.
And then we gonna
We got a
overstep and
problem
push
with this
back the
mayorship.
election because we
The
have
fact
concerns.
is, the Constitution exists. It gives the governor certain powers.
Right there.
The city is still run by the city. But in case of X, Y, and Z,
Read it.
it gives the governor certain powers of removal. In case of, it's kind of impeachment. You need to do your job. If you ain't doing your job, somebody else gonna do it for you. If I ain't doing my job, I expect the governor to remove me. That's just how it is. I'm prepared to walk any day,
What you mean
but I
criminals? That
still
was
do my job.
Jeremy. That was
So going forward, we need to look at that. What is it that we need to cover? If that is a requirement for the candidacy of mayoral candidates going forward, this is what we need. We can adjust the Constitution, but right now, as it stands, we can't just change it because in 4 days, whoever or whatever doesn't want to be the mayor. So whoever's voted in is going to be under the microscope. That's just the way it's going to be. But at the end of the day, you can't change the Constitution, and you can't overlook it because it suits you or when it suits you.
And remember that we can always have discussions, have ideas. We'll always have bills come to the table,
And I'm
legislation.
gonna bring up my points to
but
Jesse.
the point of having
the way Bryce just
a
spoke.
chief justice and having all these
He
checks and
argued like
balances
a
so we can
child.
bring them up.
Kelly was
and
giving him
discuss
points
them.
and reason
Yes,
and
we talked
constitution,
about it, but
and
it
just like,
was
are you
nothing
gonna
set
stop
in
your
stone
bitching and just
until
listen,
it was
like basically
discussed
just
with
go along with the
council
plan?
members and with the chief justice. And we have a clear roadmap of what we need to do. I think that falls into what the Constitution asks of us and what the citizens expect of us.
So Kelly's definitely resigning. He could be acting mayor, but Kelly's not working.
I would
in
have
the
to
mayor's
say,
office.
like, you know, even in terms of the city council,
He's done
being
till
a
he's
smaller
done.
population at the moment, we may have to amend the numbers and the voting requirements. You know, to get 8 councilmen, if you ain't got 4 now, how the hell do you expect to get 8 next week?
Right.
I don't see that happening, to be honest.
Right.
And we had talked about that. I think 6 right now total would be a good starting point.
Well, they're going to be built. You're all going to have to discuss that between yourselves and come up with a proposal and put that forward.
But then
I
again,
ain't gonna, you know, I don't want to get into that discussion right now because it ain't why we here.
right,
But that's
and the
for council discussion and a proposal, and I will look at it from a judicial standpoint and see if it makes sense.
I'm very aware of that.
Yeah.
Just understand that the announcements for council seats goes up this week.
Yeah. Like I said, the Constitution still exists. There is a number right now. We still have to stick with that.
Yep.
I'm talking
By
about
when-
post that going forward.
By when do the council members or elections for council members start?
Next week, from the 1st to the 5th.
Okay, so this would be the week that they can campaign.
This is the week that they can announce their candidacy and start campaigning.
The original
so I
plan was to
suggest-
do it together, but the mayor wanted it separate, so they were going
Right.
to be 1 week after the other.
Okay, so I think that if it's next week, then we need to get names now and figure out, you know, how many candidates are even going to run. Will we even have 8 candidates running? And again,
we need 4 to seat.
right, 4. So we have 4 down.
Right.
We need 4 more. So then is everybody in agreement what we're doing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not sure if you need sheriff's department agreements on it, but you have it.
Yeah, I think what I was getting out of the conversation, someone didn't have a dog in the race, just got to hear both sides, was the powers that the governor and his office had over the Constitution, and it sounds like Section 2 is pretty precise, and yeah, so I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. I just want a clarification on that kind of stuff, which thanks for the Chief Justice coming in to do that.
Do we have the modified Constitution?
Yeah, it's in the public library.
Yeah, that's what I've been reading
Okay.
from.
The current one that was being worked on before the other Chief Justice stepped down?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so, and the elections we're having is for mayor and sheriff, right?
Yes. And then next week, city council.
Okay. And who's handling the election?
It was to
Department
be
of
the mayor's
Justice
office.
is supposed to be
Really? Okay.
doing the polling. The mayor's office is supposed to be facilitating the flyers and the information for the elections. That was my previous agreement with John Harlan.
Is that still going through?
I don't know. I just found out today John Harlan was stepping down and that Mr. Harris is now Chief Justice, so I'd have to reconfirm that. Chief Justice, are you going to be running the polling?
I'll be overseeing. Mr. Harlan will still be running it, I guess. I'm going to have to get with him and just get my facts straight about that. I ain't discussed that because I ain't been part of it.
I got a fax from him last night, and he said he will not be able to get out of bed to get it started. But there needs to be 2 specific elections ran, one for mayor and one for sheriff. He said he sent you something, Bryce, that he wasn't going to be able to do this.
Not get anything.
Okay, well, congratulations, Chief Justice.
Harris.
Harris.
Sorry, Harris.
Harris,
Yes,
kapow!
congratulations.
Harris. And if Mr. Harlan is not capable of getting out of bed to be able to do the polling, are you available?
Depends on what you require of me. I ain't one of them technical fundes. I can't put up no polls and stuff like that. I don't know what the hell that is.
Okay.
Kelly, did you
But
know how
I'm
they
willing
were
to.
going to?
I'm willing to overlook and make sure that's done freely and fair.
I can help.
Yes, I know how Mayor Hazelwood ran the last election. How he had it
Okay,
set
so
up.
maybe leave that to Kelly and the Chief Justice. This way,
What
it
the heck
doesn't
is
seem
this?
like there's a bias in any way.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Kelly,
I
are you
hate to-
okay with that? Sorry.
I hate to point out the elephant in the room, but how are we going to have an election when everybody's scared to go to City Hall?
I thought the elephant was the FIB officer over there.
Well, we're working on that. We're working
Actually-
on killing the elephant, so
We're just here because Bryce is staying at this office for now. But
We could
they're all okay with being at City Hall, I imagine. I don't want to speak for you, but
No, I have no problem being there.
Would it be
Yeah, now-
possible to relocate the voting booths to the LSSD? If it's safer for people?
I'm not sure if you want that either because LSSD is currently taking care of the individuals after Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Roach, as well as the Vagos.
The thing is, the governor has the power to introduce,
Where
let's
can
call
we
it
vote?
a safe zone. Oh, no violent zones. There can be a federal law there pertaining to elections, about election violence. Nothing to occur near or close to that, or to any candidates or whatever. If we're worried about the violence, we can enact that. You can make that law there. That's federal.
just during election times, correct?
Yeah.
okay, we can
Even post that if the thing is, a lot of people got this whole situation up. I'm going, excuse my French. They got their fingers up their ass. They think that the city hall is a place to take hostages, try and change mindsets of things and all whatever the likes is, and conduct violence. These people do not come to work to be violated. We are doing work for the city. I strongly, and I'm going to put that forward myself, that those particular areas of work become inheritably a non-aggression zone.
I agree with that, but I also agree with
Why do I
there
feel like
should
it's
be
Hickory?
harsh punishment if anything like that happens, and
Hey, no, wait, that's not even.
I'm going to recommend that we look at creating some harsh punishments for people that do any kind of acts of violence
Let that be for you right now.
at those certain places like City Hall.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I presented a bill that was passed that triples
Yeah, the
fine
times
for
3.
any act of violence against any government employee within 100 feet of a government building, but I don't know if that's been enacted and added to the penal code yet or
It
not.
has been enacted. It passed Chief Justice on the 14th of March. It is in legislation. You can find it in the public legislation library.
Yeah, well, laws are great, but if they're not followed through and punishment is not enacted after, if a law's been broken.
No, the
then the law's
decision's
really
been
don't
made.
mean
The elections go forward. Kelly was right.
Yes, this would be a question for
And
the
then
LSSD,
Bryce was
is that
trying to
since
iterate, you're
this
focused on the
legislation
verbiage
was
and
passed,
not
I
the
believe that
climate
the
of the
14
state.
times
We need to
3
focus
time
on the terrorism
for
attack
that
and the
the
KGB,
violent
or
act
let's let
committed
Jesse talk,
crime
no one's
committed,
campaigned. Oh, so
around
what
any
Kelly said,
facilities.
it's because the quality of the candidates and no one's
Kelly, there has been
campaigned.
no violent
Not
crimes committed
the
around
climate
government
of the
facilities
state and
since
this
this has been
terrorism that
put
you
in,
want to
so
use to get these
I
extra 2
guess
weeks.
we will be if it does happen, but
No,
no, we
you're gonna go
won't
by
be.
the Constitution. You should have
Right
ran
now,
the election.
majority of the crimes that have been going on, I mean,
You got 1 week.
they've been in between government facilities, such as in between LSSD and Pillbox. I think the only thing that has happened was at LSSD most recently, but they have not been occurring at City Hall or here, of all
And
places.
None of the prior cases currently being investigated, so there haven't been like arrests, so obviously they wouldn't count towards that.
She's like, Kelly's pissed. Like, this is what
Exactly.
she's been talking about the whole time. So hopefully Athena sees
It would
it.
only
How-
account for the cases that are from
Hopefully
the
Robert
moment a
saw it. Hopefully
legislation is passed on.
Under Sheriff Madsen sees it.
Well, once the legislation's
Unfortunately.
passed, then it
Bryce
needs to
doesn't
go to
argue.
the
He gets
LSSD so they
disrespectful
can
and
put it in
emotionally
their,
involved
rules,
Penal
right?
code.
with no
Penal code.
foundation to stand on.
Is that right?
The second
it-
a legislation is passed and put into the penal code from DOJ and LSSD is made aware about it, we alert everybody within LSSD that from this moment forward, legislation 12 stating X, Y, and Z is in full effect.
So when that legislation passed on the 14th, I did follow up on it with the Chief Justice, and I did notify the LSC that it was active, but I also was under the impression that the DOJ was going to update their penal code for whatever needed to be done for that, but I did notify the LSSD that that legislation was passed.
Okay, and we have another option too. We could always have the election booths here, with some really tight security.
That
I
might just
know
be
you
a
can-
fine idea.
I think it might be a good idea. I don't think anybody would
Yeah, we
commit
can
violence
we,
here.
we can control and access also at the front gate. I mean, it's a lot easier to control here than it would be anywhere else.
But would that pose a potential security risk for Bryce, who was moved here for his safety?
No,
I
he could
could
stay
remain
upstairs in
in
an
the room.
apartment, and that's closed off to the public. Nobody would be able to go up there.
Because they're going to be in and out all week, all hours of the day.
Yeah, everything is locked down upstairs. There's also a safe room where he can go if anything were to happen, and we do have alarm systems connected directly to, called the LSSD.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a very secure building.
It's just like,
Yeah,
as long as he
I
understands, he
gotta
trapped
say that
upstairs.
I'm very much against having people having to hide. I would rather go out and get the criminals and bring them to justice. So that's like our main goal right now.
And the problem is that I can't speak too much on the matters that are going on.
Why is
in
he talking
city,
quiet
but
now?
Now with the prosecutors and AG's office with no employees, there's no one to handle any active ongoing cases now.
Well, actually, the LSPD, we have got that in place.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So quite a few of us, including myself, have or will be taking the bar certification to be special prosecutors for circumstances like this where the AG's office is out of employment.
Okay. That is reassuring.
Yeah, going forward, my goal is to reignite the Department of Justice. I got a couple of things that I'm going to discuss with the SBA going forward. I have a couple of strategies. So anyway, that's a sideball with it.
Well, as long as we leave today with a plan in place regarding our elections and next steps as to what we're doing, I think that's a successful meeting.
I think we can all agree that we just needed to hash out some worries, some concerns on all ends. Obviously, there were some issues here, but I think we can all agree that at the end of the day, this was all a communication exercise to get us
No.
to where we are right now, and this is what I was talking about before. This is how we all start coming together to rebuild and to start working together, to start entrusting each other to support the systems that we have. I think essentially everything proceeds as normal tomorrow. The public doesn't need to know that anything has changed because they won't, because nothing has changed. They will be heard, their voices will be heard, and the results of the election, we will just see what the results are, and we will reassess, and things will be evaluated, and we'll just keep moving forward. I will remain.
Have you tried looking less
building,
kidnappable? What the
due
fuck?
to the
Riley?
various circumstances that I'm in. However, that shouldn't stop anyone from working out of City Hall. It shouldn't stop the LSSA from protecting you. I have not ordered them to be anywhere else but City Hall at this time, so.
Just remember, the City Hall, my castle. My castle doctrine in place over there. Compare.
I'm looking forward to that legislation.
Kelly, if you need any help with the voting, any support that we can give you, please let us know.
All right.
Right there. Well, like I said, then this is to go forward. Obviously, we've discussed this already, but it's going to be up to the governor after that to keep an eye on his mail, since he is the governor, and then exercise your due diligence if he ain't pulling his finger.
Yeah, I think Jesse and I will split things up, and I'll work with the police department on, and the justice department on the criminal side of it, and she'll work with the city hall on the voting and getting that running. Is that okay, honey?
Yes.
That way we can split things up and move in on two different fronts.
Also, don't think it needs to be said. This is practically common knowledge, but I think that it's in the best interest of the contents of this meeting remain in this room. That these discussions don't get leaked to the public.
Because you've insulted somebody?
Does everyone agree with that?
Oh, I'm telling everybody. No, I'm kidding.
We can take that elephant there and just put him downstairs somewhere in a closed room.
Can we meet with the Chief Justice and LSSD after this, please?
So we done here?
Yeah.
And then once your meeting's done, do you want to meet to discuss the elections and moving forward?
Who you talking to me?
Not the governor and lieutenant governor.
Oh, because you're looking at me.
I'm looking right.
Stop looking at me. Look the other way.
I'm sorry, what was that?
After, do you want to discuss the elections and moving forward after you've done with the LSSD and the Chief Justice?
Yes, please. That's okay?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
thank you.
Good meeting. You all have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me switch the chairs over there.
No, this is actually when they're awake. They're night owls. They will be up all night long.
Yeah, they told me to ride with them for safety. Now I'm stranded.
What? You could just wait.
Mr. Identified. unidentified FIB elephants.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out in the yard.
Oh.
We spend so much time upstairs, like, this is nice. Oh, is he going to the lawnmower like all the guys do? Are you seeing anything? I can't hear you.
I said, can you imagine us if we had something like this at City Hall just to come out and relax to?
This would be great after a long day. It's just like, I'm gonna go take my 5, and then you just come out here. Is he seriously revving it up, trying to get it started? What every guy does when they see a lawnmower you can drive. He's gonna try to sit in it. And there he goes.
Apparently it's out of gas.
Maybe that's strategy. They only fill it with gas when they intend to use it. Literally, this happened when I came for my interview. All the deputies were excited. Mayor Hazelwood and Alfredo, they were excited. They see the lawnmower, they run to the lawnmower.
Oh, that's funny that they all ran to it.
And then there's another one over there that they also ran to try. One on the see, look, there he goes.
Oh!
I hope he knows how to cut grass, or else they're gonna have a very uneven lawn job.
Right?
Mr. Maris,
Yes, sir.
would you be able to come with me?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Cutting the grass, helping the out the governor.
You're driving over the pathway!
Well, it'll go away.
Oh my god. Bro! We're not responsible for this! But yeah, with what Bryce was proposing, the term would have been up for...
Want to take it for a spin?
No.
Sure. Fun.
Yeah. The new term would have started on the 5th, and he was proposing to stay in the office until the 19th. But while that sounds great and all, and you're concerned, campaigning, not in the Constitution. Going around telling people that you're running, not in the Constitution. All that was asked was to mail your letter of interest, and that was asked by the state. That's not even in the Constitution. Just mail your letter of interest to city, and you are officially registered. But there has to be some kind of process so we know who you are. Now, if in the future they want to change that, or like if there's something like this toward the end of a mayoral term, then you extend the current term due to extenuating circumstances, or like exigent circumstances. There's like KGB, a foreign government, or there's government officials being attacked day in and day out, then yes, you put that literature into the Constitution. It grows, adapts, and changes. I am not sure. As the city evolves. But to just say, we're going to throw out the Constitution and this is what we want to do, if you keep doing that, people are going to keep leaving. Like they said it at the town hall. Hold government officials accountable. This qualified immunity cannot always just be the past. I'm the governor. This is how it's going to be. We're the mayor's office. We dictate that. Executive order this. There has to be some kind of constitutional backing to what you're saying, or else we're just as bad as the people we're saying break the law. We're breaking the law too, just because it serves our needs. So it's like, no, we can't do that. They want us to be held to a higher standard. This is where it starts. Mayor Marino's current term ends on the 4th. That is your last day. We have to go forward with the elections. And the governor has the power to, we don't even have to wait for city council. The governor has the power. If after day 2, they see it's not working out, they can remove them 1, 2, 3. Don't even have to wait till the next council meeting to have it done. They're just gone. And then the special elections start. Governor steps in because, you know, they're the highest power of the state. They're here. They step in until the special elections conclude in those 2 extra weeks that Bryce wanted, and then a new mayor sits in. And that's when Bryce can campaign for himself. And he can run an election and earn it. Because it's like Kelly's not seeing the bigger picture. It's the same thing what happened at the town hall. That's what Kelly's seeing. How he stated his piece, the talk about the KGB, the talk about the Russians and the traumatic events that happened to him. But then when Alexei walked up to this podium, Bryce shut Alexei down. Like, nope, that's slander. Nope, get him out of here, removed. And then Bryce said, Chief Justice hasn't been around, Mayor hasn't been around, and you haven't been around either, Kelly. So, wait. Let me break down the timeline of events. Because you're not going to say Kelly ain't doing her job. And then it's like, okay, well, agree to disagree. Like, even when we break down this timeline, just because you haven't seen me, just because you do not have my personal PO, you could have written city at any time if you wanted to have a conversation. You have my fax line. Why is that not enough? So he can take shots at Kelly, and then when Kelly tries to defend herself, we're getting off topic. What we came here to talk about was that I'm the mayor now, and I'm going to be the mayor for the next 4 weeks. But then you shouldn't have brought up and said that I'm not here to work, because I have been here to work. I'm here in the morning, I'm working in the afternoon, and I'm here in the evening. And before we had this meeting, I got the flyer done so that way we can hang this flyer along with the mayor election flyers and the sheriff's flyers announcing that city council elections are open. Please register today. Kelly's just not a yes girl. If it doesn't make sense, she's gonna speak out on it. The same way she did to Tommy and his group. She's gonna speak out on it, and Bryce just got a taste of that. And it's like, you're a lawyer. It's unconstitutional. You're okay with it because it's you who benefits from it? No. You say it's what's best for the state, people will riot. Someone could get shot again, and it's because you made the utilitarian decision. And then it's like, well, talk to the governor. Okay. Where's the fax? I'll fax the Chief Justice, I'll fax the governor. Let's get them in here. And thank goodness they just, they showed up. So it's like, all right, let's hash this out. Everyone's here. And what did Kelly say? You want to postpone the elections because of the low quality? He's like, oh, you're picking and choosing the verbiage. And then let's let the governor talk. Why are we postponing these elections? Well, because no one's campaigned and we feel the quality of the candidate. Now she said, what now? What Kelly said, the exact verbiage that Kelly was picking and choosing came right out of the lieutenant governor's mouth? Okay, next argument? Kelly's right. According to the Constitution, there are set dates, and we need to proceed as planned. But if the candidate is unfit, the governor can remove them, but that'll create a problem. No, it won't, because the governor removing them is constitutional. It's written in the Constitution. At their sole discretion, they can do it. So, literally, if they wanted to remove this man on day 2 and put Bryce back in the chair, it's constitutional. Bryce is there for the next 160 days. Well, 120 days. But that's all Kelly was trying to say. Do it by the book. The book applies to everyone. You were about to incite a whole nother riot. And then you think people was going to stand behind you when you was wrong and it was pointed out? And then you just said Kelly was bitching? And he's like, so is it okay if we keep the contents in this room? It's like, we're not going to talk about the elections. We're not going to talk that you're active mayor. We don't have to talk about what the climate is about the KGB. But we are going to talk about how you lost your temper for a 3rd time in public and disrespected Kelly. All she has to do is just say, Bryce said to stop your bitching and get on board.
I cannot provide any context, but that is what he told me. When I brought up how his plan... See, I don't even know if Kelly can mention that it goes against the Constitution. Because then people might start forming conspiracy theories, and it's just like, Priya on her way to throw herself a clip with the KGB! But yeah, the way government and cops spoke to Hagar and responded to nonviolent protests radicalized him almost immediately. Yeah, it's like, if it's within the Constitution, it's their constitutional right to do these things. You can't shut it down, you can't supersede it, you can't circumvent it. We might not like it, but this is here for a reason. And if you constantly shut down the DOJRP, this is why we don't have lawyers. No one wants to go through reading these 40... How many? I think it's 45? How many pages is it? 51 pages! Just to have their RP shut down in 2 seconds because, yeah, we don't like it. I think we're gonna go a different way. It's like, what? So why was this even written? We should just have meetings when we want to talk about things changing and then... Okay, all in favor? Raise your hand. All against? Okay. We've made a decision on how we're going to run the state. The hands have shown it. You gotta let the RP happen, even if you don't agree with it. But you see, because this glaring issue, they want campaigning. They want people who are active in the state. Because this issue has come up, now it's created the argument to adjust the Constitution and change the literature, so that's now included. There are more requirements to you running for mayor because that is the highest power in our state and we do not want to take it lightly. We want to see you putting in the effort. Set the narrative. Be the change. Kelly ain't running for shit, alright? She hate her lawyer brain, and she had to use it so much. She's just like, God damn it, you have me up in here sounding like I belong in the DOJ. I should not have to say Constitution every 5 seconds, Bryce. You are the self-proclaimed lawyer for the mayor's office. Act like it. And now we smoking. Jazzy, a moment of your time? It's about the Constitution. Don't want to hear it. From the wise... What do you need, sir? What do you need? Cause like Kelly's genuinely pissed. She's resigning. The last thing she's gonna do is help Jesse with this election. Because staying in the mayor's office, chief of staff, Bryce is active mayor. She's not working under Bryce. You can always, I mean, if the RP is going the way it's going, it sounds like there's probably gonna be a special election in a week or two. Yes, civs will always be outnumbered. It starts with crim and cop RP and then it always trickles out from there. Yes. Yes. It is cops and robbers. Yep. Because what brings the people is like the opportunity to play cop RP, the opportunity to discover the crim mechanics. People aren't going to come to a server because, hey, I can run a business and sell virtual food to people. Or I can be a lawyer and write 51 pages of a Google Doc in a virtual world. People ain't going, no, that's not why they come. It does, because you didn't have this cops and robbers thing with ARK. It was a whole different universe. You're trying to adjust, you just feel out of place? Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be. Like, every once in a while my character's kidnapped, but, like, that's not the whole of her entire existence. She has friends outside of that. She has work outside of that. It doesn't take over everything. It's like I heard footsteps. Yeah, you just gotta find that thing that inspires you and makes you want to play. Like, for me, it was, I really wanted to come and help Weasel News. Yeah, and everyone's loving the therapy RP with Dior. Like, Lipschitz would have loved to have you around in 1.0. No. No. Kelly's having a bad day, don't you see? She's smoking her damn cigarette. That's why I thought to try an 80s theme server. Because it's like, you try to think GTA RP and then you think GTA Online. It's just like, so, shoot, shoot, kill, kill? Drive fast? No. This one's super laid back and detached. What the heck do they mean? Rhea gets a rematch. That was good, Smite. No, no. As you can see, I'm at a secure location miles out from the city.
it out of its dance. I need FIB. I'm gonna let them know the facility's been compromised. He is not trying to dominate. Ain't no way. I still remember when Cody's group saw him. Riley was just like, he looks like a lost little puppy. Look at him. Yeah, let's all go down there. Let's go help him. They were just watching Dominic from the top of the building. It's like, no, he's definitely new. Look at him with his map out, and then he has the donut in his hand. You know that can't be intentional. That's a boy in his donut.
Hey, Kelly.
Hi, Jesse.
Come sit with me over here. We're stressed out. Let's talk.
I feel you
All
come
right.
here often.
Oh, yeah, totally, because I just get overwhelmed sometimes. I sit here, I bring out my little dog, let him run around, and yeah, I just don't like to just, breathe sometimes, and it helps. So it's a very tense situation that we're in. That, all of us know that. I think we came up with a good resolution. I want to ask how you're doing. How's everything going? How are you feeling?
I agreed to help with the election, but to be honest with you, I'm resigning. I cannot work with Bryce, and this has made it very clear. This is not the first time he's disrespected me. This is actually the third time he has disrespected me in public. And I'm honestly sick of it. The first time, it was the same thing. Issue over the Constitution. He got something wrong about it, about how a bill can be presented. You either lobby with a council member, you are a council member, or you get 30 votes and then, the signatures, and then you can bring it forth to council to lobby to get it passed. He did not know this. And then he also did not understand what judicial review is. The only check they do is not the constitutionality of it. There are further checks. Just checking the constitutionality is the baseline check. So I explained it, and then he snapped at me asking, should I even know that? Like, I should not be able to comprehend the Constitution.
No, that's not okay. That's not okay.
The next time, we were talking about holsters for security, because the Constitution says that no one can open carry other than government officials. So Brooks said it was part of his SOPs, but then I said, your SOPs cannot supersede what is in the state constitution. So Bryce said, let's go ask the Chief Justice, but what Brooks said, it sounded like he wanted to propose literature. How can he adjust the SOPs so that way they fit with the Constitution, like they'll pass? And it sounded like Brooks wanted to come with a plan. Bryce wanted to ask a question. We're asking two different things. And what Bryce told me was, it sounds like we're miscommunicating, as always. So what matters here is that Brooks and I are on the same wavelength, and that's all that matters. And he said that right in front of the mayor, and the mayor even saw how he talks down to me, and he did not like it. And then just today in the room, we were discussing what happened, and Bryce told me that the Chief Justice is not here. The mayor is not here. Kelly, you are not here. I am here every morning. I was the one who wrote all of the career fair people. I'm writing every morning dozens and dozens of letters, so that way that's the first thing they see, because I notice that people tend to get off the train in the evening. So that way we can get the communication going, and we can start our workday with letters and responses. We have things to do in the office.
Yes, it has to keep going. Everything has to keep going.
So I explained that to him. Just because you do not see me, that does not mean I'm not here every morning. Why don't you check my clock-in card? Because I'm sure my hours will speak for itself.
I know that's a very common misconception in the city, that just because you haven't seen someone in maybe 1 or 2 days, they've not been around. Which you never should go by, have you seen them or not, because there's 24 hours in a day. You know, and we all have different sleep schedules. We all have different life schedules too, you know. Maybe we want to stay indoors most of the day in our homes and sleep or something, and we're not going to see us. But you know, how often do you see me? Do you see me here 24 hours a day? I don't
No,
think
but
so,
I know
right?
you are working hard. Whenever I do
Exactly.
see you, I'm just like, hey, let's just sit, let's relax and talk, because I know you're running back and forth. So getting to talk about the fashion thing, it's great. It's honestly like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I talked to him right now, and I know that there's not a good working relationship between you,
The
right?
last thing he said to me just before you showed up was, are you going to keep bitching, or are you going to move on from this? Like, are you going to keep the Constitution argument, which I was clearly right about? What he's proposing, this postponement, it's against the Constitution. And that's merely what I was trying to tell him. I'm always just trying to just help and just say, well,
Right.
this is in the Constitution. I'm not saying you're an idiot, or I'm not speaking to you out of turn or rudely. I'm telling you this is in the Constitution. And optics-wise, Mayor Hazelwood, he put an executive order completely constitutional, and it caused a riot. Bryce being appointed deputy mayor, yes, it was constitutional, but people came to City Hall because they were outraged and they had guns and they shot Athena. Now imagine you do something that actually goes against the Constitution, exactly what they were saying at Town Hall. We hold ourselves to a higher standard. We're above the Constitution, we're above the law, and we can do anything we want. Are we as
No,
lawless
that's
as
not
the
the
people
case.
that get prosecuted? So should we just throw
No.
out the rule book?
No, that's not the case. And I think, honestly, you know, Bryce has been through a lot these past days. I think that maybe the trauma and the issues that he's had to suffer through have had a big impact in his judgment, maybe. I'm not going to say that it excuses the behavior at all, because this behavior that you're telling me with you happened way before this. It's not
It's
not
been
something new.
ongoing
It's not
all
something that
month.
I'm addressing, but I'm just talking about this whole system with the election. And I think that we're all a little bit just cautious with everything that's happening, because we need our city to keep running, right? We need the city to keep going. And when we talked last night, you know, they were here, it was them, and they were just really concerned that they didn't know what to do. And of course, I do not have the final say. I know that I don't. Unless there's, you know, a egregious thing where we have to declare martial law and there's no other choice. Of course, you know, we're going to take the reins and say, okay, we gotta right the ship again. But as long as we have our constitution and we have people to enforce it, we have to abide by the rules that we've set forward. If we always say, you know, if you break a federal law, you're going to get a consequence, we have to abide by the same laws, correct?
Yes.
So I understand where you're coming from. I think that it's a very valid point. I don't think, because I arrived a little bit before I walked in, and I don't think that the conversation that was happening was constructive at all. And I think that the only person there who rightly has the highest say in what's going on was the Chief Justice at this
Bryce's
point.
words to me were, well, the governor decided this, so if you can get in well, there's no chief justice, so basically we should let this pass. Well, if you have a problem, go talk to the governor. Why is that your response?
And mind you, last night there was no Chief Justice, which was true, because he had said he was going to be out a while, so we didn't know what was going to happen, right? But then this morning he let us know, okay, Judge Harris is on, which completely changes everything. Right? If we don't have a Chief Justice because he's not available and the election is coming, then again, we have to make choices. But if we do, which is what he did, and I know that he's a very litigious man, he knows what to do. Obviously, he realized, I'm not going to be there, someone needs to take over, correct?
Mhm.
So when that happened, yeah, it goes back to the Chief Justice. We have to follow what he's saying. And I think that because he was not, or we did not know last night what was going on, you know, everybody that was there kind of was jumping to step 5 when we're just in step 1.
I agree.
I think people have different ways of dealing with things or responding to certain situations. And sometimes people are too quick to make decisions or make judgments. They have to kind of slow down, you know. and
Bryce
kind
is
of make a
very much
plan.
an emotional decision maker. That has been
Right.
very clear to me.
And there's a balance to that, and that's again how it was said. That is why we have the Constitution. If we ourselves don't respect the Constitution, how is anybody else going to do it?
That's
And
the
again,
point.
had we not had the Chief Justice here today, then we would have had to make decisions. Of course, I wouldn't say we're going to go ahead with it, but we had to pick up the Constitution ourselves and read what it says, and that tells us exactly what we're going to do.
I just found it as insane that Bryce didn't read it himself. He calls himself the self-appointed lawyer for the mayor's office, but you did not go over that glaring issue that it's stated right there in plain text. And this is what you are going to face on Saturday. Someone is going to read that Constitution word for word, and then you're going to throw it in their face how you threw it out because governor's
Yeah.
orders?
No, that wouldn't fly with anybody.
No.
And that's the thing that we've already, even though we don't, and even though we haven't, people already accuse us of overstepping and overreaching. And it's just like, we try so much not to. You know, we try so much to stay out of things. The
Yeah.
city would just not respond positively to that. And we know that, right?
Yeah, from working with you, I think you guys are very open to communication and reasoning, and you've been super helpful. You just, all you ask at the very least is just be informed. Have a conversation with us. We'll talk to you.
Yeah. And I think that's where I'm a little bit disappointed in Mayor Marino, because I have reached out and I'm not, you know my personality. I'm not like, where are you? What are you doing? You know, I'm just like, hey, don't really want to bug you. If you're going through something, please disregard this, you know. I just really want to know if you're doing okay, and what is the plan. Again, if you're not feeling up to it, no worries. And then 2 days later he'll say, oh, he said, yeah, there was just a problem with the scheduling of the meeting. I'll see you there. And then nothing. And then I wrote again, not trying to bug you and not trying to expect anything, because it's kind of like, I see public service as a volunteer thing, kind of, in a way, right? It's not a job. We can't have expectations of anybody. They can come and go as they please. So I'm never going to have that harsh expectation, but I think common courtesy, let us know so we know how to move forward. Let us know what's going to happen. Because there's a lot of people that are invested in the city, and it's not fair for those that are just kind of left waiting.
That's why I understood what the guy had to say at the podium, how hold government officials accountable if they're wasting time and running out the clock on statutes of limitations.
Absolutely. And that is fair. And like what I told Casey after that meeting, it is completely a valid argument. Yeah, as government officials, we have a lot of responsibility. Corruption is something that is completely unlawful. And to use the system to our advantage is completely egregious. And now, I don't think it happened in that case, but there were a lot of circumstances that made it so the time ran out. And I don't think anybody wants to, if they've been harmed or hurt in any way, they don't want to know that now you can't do anything because the clock ran out. It's just not a good feeling if you're a victim of something, right? Like, you've been a victim of kidnapping. If you got kidnapped and you say, well, I want to report it, and they tell you, well, you can't anymore because it happened too long ago.
Well, to be honest, it's actually, I have another scenario that's worse than that. You remember when I told you my arm was broken, a car ran over it?
Yes.
I was actually bashed in the back of the head and my coworker was killed.
Oh my goodness, Kelly.
It was reported as a car accident, and
oh my goodness, Kelly.
They gave the case to a deputy when it should have been in the hands of a detective. And then
Why would
it
they...
was 2 weeks delayed, and they had to restart the case from scratch, but because of a bad storm, evidence got washed away. Because of the MDT transfer, they lost the autopsy. Because they sat on my case, I can't get justice for it.
But they should have had a backup of those records. And see,
so I'm affected, and I understood that law, and I want that to pass, like, so much. I can
but
understand
see, in
it.
that instance, and in that, because I know when that happened, I know why it happened, the police was told days in advance that the system was going to change. Medical was able to save most of their documents because they were told in advance the system is going to change. We can't guarantee. You know, we never know with electronics, especially because they're just so rudimentary,
Yeah.
what's going to happen and what isn't, right?
And mine was an active investigation. And anyone
That's
connected to
horrible.
it, they should have grabbed that autopsy report. The name came up. It should have been saved and recovered, backed up.
That's so unfair. That's so horrible because you don't have justice. There's no justice for you.
No.
Well, yeah, and that's what I told Casey. Someone has to write that up because yes, there should be a longer time. Things happen with our lives, you know. Sometimes we have to go overseas for a week or something happens and we're not able to make it back right away. That shouldn't stop somebody from being held responsible for what they do while they're here. It just doesn't make sense. But I think that they are going to go ahead and push that forward, which I told them I completely support. And the same thing with the larger penalties. I mean, both are really good suggestions and really good ideas.
Indeed.
And the citizens have every right to, you know, ask for these things because it makes sense, right?
Yeah, I don't believe in maybe government officials. It's unlimited because that's not fair and balanced.
No. And then the thing is, like, it's not just government officials; it's across the board. Not just not just government. It has to be for every citizen. It has to be extended because it doesn't matter if it's just government officials. You want all these criminals to get away because there was not enough time? No,
Yeah,
it is across the board.
That's what he was requesting. So I said I agree with this, but it's across the board. Everyone gets this. We're all citizens.
And the thing, and for somebody asking for more accountability, for more safeguards, that is not a bad thing. I think that where they went wrong is where they turned it personal. And that's something where, you know, they can be heard, but not if they're going to slander. And that was just, you know, it wasn't following decorum of the council meeting. I think a lot of times people get really passionate about things and it's not correct.
When they all started shouting, it's this one guy at the podium and then more people wanted to chime in. But Brett had a fair point. Do you have a specific occasion? We can look into this if we're given cases.
Correct. And that's the thing where as long as it remains respectful, we're always willing to listen to the citizens. It doesn't matter if you have a record or not. You're still a citizen of this state. You still have a say and you can still request accountability. That's not wrong. But we just have to take a step back and listen to the citizens and try to do the best we can. But I know where you're coming from, and like I said, I was there for a little bit, came in, and I didn't know you're having the meeting. Honestly, I came in here for another reason, and then I heard and I was like, oh, there's a meeting going on. And last night, I think they said they were going to have an emergency council meeting, so I said if I could be asked, if I could ask when that's happening. I didn't hear anything. So then when I heard it kind of getting a little escalated, I thought it might be a good time to walk in and, kind of figure out what was going on and what was going to go on.
It kind of started where I felt like I was being targeted with Bryce making the claim I didn't show up, but I gave him the timeline of events. He woke up after I had already gone to bed, and then the next day I was told he was coming to the council meeting, and then the next day after the council meeting, he was immediately whisked away back to ICU. I didn't feel like it was appropriate. He wasn't physically or mentally ready to be there, and he was shaken, and so
he passed out after the council meeting right away, so he was very weak.
So I can't imagine going in there to have a meeting of this caliber about work when you're clearly not fit, you're not ready. You should have taken more time. Sunday, I'd like to have one day for myself, so yeah, I opened my creamery, and now it's Monday morning. I'm here, I'm doing my job. I was present this whole time that you said I wasn't.
I think also we have to realize that he's very passionate about what he's doing, and how you say he's emotional, but it's a lot of passion and a lot of love he has for the city. I mean, I don't excuse any way that he talked down to you. That is unacceptable, 100%. I'm not gonna say that is okay at all for anybody. I would not stand for it. I would have probably not been as calm as you were, honestly, because I don't like that kind of condescending speech. But I think that his heart is in the right place. He cares about the city a lot, and we all have different ways of responding to certain things. At the end of the day, as long as we all have the same goal, we can figure out a way to work together. I'm not saying that you should not resign, mind you. It's not that. I'm just saying that from right now forward, we can find a way to work together to get things to happen the way they should happen, the legal way they should happen.
I mean, that's why I stayed in there and I reiterate my point, because he wasn't gonna, even though he disagreed with it, I was not gonna stop pressing the issue, and that's why the meeting actually adjourned, because I said, well, if that's the issue, we do not have a judge here. Point me to a fax. I'll go get a judge.
Right.
Because it seems like that's what the issue is here, and we shouldn't proceed forward until we got a clear ruling on this verbiage. And then he said I wasn't understanding the verbiage. So then that's when they let you speak, and you literally said the exact same thing that Bryce said I was misunderstanding.
Well, that's what the Chief Justice said, and I think had he spoken before, because if he said, I mean, if the Chief Justice is telling us, and again, the night we talked, I agreed, about postponing, but I don't have the final say if the Chief Justice is here. We have a kind of like a chain of command,
Checks
right?
and balances.
Yes, checks and balances. And if we don't have a Chief Justice, of course, we have to take the reins. If we don't have, he's basically the word of law, right?
Mm-hmm.
So without him, what do? But this morning, when he appointed someone new, we now had somebody to go to and ask questions to. So that changes things. And we have to kind of slow down and figure out, okay, how is this going to change? What are we going to have to adjust? And we can't just make a plan amongst 4 people and think that that's what the plan is going to be. That's another thing. We have to talk to everybody involved and make the best decision possible. But I don't think that there's any malice in what he was trying to do. I think that he's just trying to do what he thought was best for the city. I don't think there's any. I just don't feel that he is doing it in any malicious way where he wants to harm the city. So I appreciate that about him, that he cares so much. But we have to make decisions with our minds, not with our hearts, right?
That's why I agree to disagree, because he
Yes.
made the same decision when he became deputy mayor. He had active cases, and when I first met him, he wanted to be a public defender to defend people's rights. So then why, as soon as you were offered the title of deputy mayor, you dropped every single one of those cases, all of those clients who depended upon you to sit in the chair and write the bills for the state? They were abandoned.
That's not
That's
not really fair.
That's why they're upset with Bryce. That's why they wanted to call for his removal from office, because they were left out in the cold. Just, go find other lawyers. I've been appointed to the office of mayor. I can no longer practice legal work. If you care, it starts at that level. You would have taken care of your clients, and Mayor Marino would have understood. The office was always going to be there for you, whether you took it in a week or 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's true. But again, I just think that people sometimes react, they just kind of are more impulsive.
I think the
I do
same thing
think
with taking
yeah.
the active mayorship. He's doing the same thing. He sees the title, he has more power to get things done, but now he's willing to circumvent and supersede the Constitution without going through checks and balances. But Bryce, you have a bar license. Are you?
Yeah, but the
doing
suggestion to step up to the mayor position was mine, because that's what we had discussed when he was initially appointed, and I think you were there, that we didn't want to be in the same situation where if we didn't have an acting mayor, we have to have someone to take over. So
No, I completely
at this point,
understand that.
yeah, and I mean, it's not that he wanted it, and I don't think, I mean, when we initially talked about it, he did not want to do it because he already felt that the city was not going to respond well to this. And I know that the city wouldn't, so I said, you're not going to, publicize it because there's a week left, right, of him sitting. I said, you just need to make the decisions that need to be made so we can keep moving forward. What the mayor would have to do, because these bills, it would be really important. It would make a big statement for the city if we listened to their request to extend these, what is it? Statute of limitations.
Mm-hmm.
And to pass that and to vote on it and to let them know that we are listening and to let them know that their voice matters. So if we just, if we don't have anybody to keep passing that through, what they see is that we don't care, that we're just not going to act. They don't know the background that we're not able to, right?
I fully understand that, and him stepping up for the remainder of Mayor Marino's term, this is exactly why there's a deputy mayor. So we won't be
Right.
as lost as when Mayor Hazelwood stepped down. But
Right.
for
And I
him
don't
to
think
see no reservation about extending the term, he is all gun-ho with it because he will be the acting mayor. Where's the constitutionality? Where's looking at the checks and balances? All that goes out
Right.
the window because there's benefit for him. He sees more opportunity to do something, but he's not going through the due process. And when I brought that up, that's when he told me to stop my bitching. So I
and
do not
that's
see
not
him doing
constructive.
this.
That's not a
Yeah,
constructive conversation at all.
that's
But I
when
mean,
it seems selfish.
yeah, and it does seem that way, and I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying that it's not because it does look that way. I don't know his intentions at all. I'm not gonna speak for him, but I think that the fortunate thing is that Chief Justice Harris is now here, so he can keep everything in check, which is to me a huge relief, right? Like
That's the first thing
huge.
I was like, you know what? We're going back and forth. Let's get a judge. Let's get somebody from
Yeah.
DOJ in here. And that's what he
Right.
should have proposed.
Yeah, and I think that is what we needed, and luckily now we have a way forward, you know. But I think that I think that we all have the same goal in mind. I know that you love the city. I know it. I see it in every single thing you do. I mean, every minute you're here, you're doing something for the city. Like,
Yeah,
you know, I
like
see
beyond
that.
my clock-in card, if you could see how much my train ticket has been stamped,
Yep.
I'm sure it speaks for itself. So Bryce saying I'm not around,
How can I
Ladies,
help you?
we are moving on.
Where are you moving to?
We're moving out.
To where? Oh, you going now?
We're going.
Okay,
Be
I'm gonna
safe.
go say bye to my husband. Hold on. Come on, Kelly. I gotta go say hi bye to my husband. He might get shot.
well, it's Nate. Nate's FIB. Why would he get shot?
I don't know.
You think he's going to get shot when we all have something like this?
He shouldn't get shot. If he does, I'm holding you responsible. Where is he?
You're leaving, Grandpa?
Not you. That's
Are we ready?
George, right? I see the-
Boy, they're thinking real
Just
hard
waiting
about
on Mr. Harris to sign the
Just give me a
last
minute.
two.
I'm just busy looking through this document here.
Okay.
The second we got these signed is the second I can go to DSO and pick up my my tactical rifle as well as my equipment and help you guys.
Also, they're approving like martial law. They getting the big guns. Look what the KGB done did.
Perfect. All of the FIBs outside.
Hut
We're
is
ready to
hold
move.
until trial, Will.
All right, there you go.
All right. Go ahead and give these to Madsen. I'm going to run to DSO. Where do we want to set up to roll out?
We're heading
Yeah,
back
you
up
want to
now.
do that? You want to do that away?
Is it Matt?
Somewhere else, where down here, you know, it's
I got your police gear off, so we're
not
heading back
nonsense,
there.
but you know what I mean.
Okay.
Come on, no.
Okay. And Captain Garcia was informed about the day that the polls actually open. It's the 25th Tuesday, right? Not Wednesday?
Yeah, come on, we're gonna discuss that. Come on.
Okay. Because George was uninformed, so I just want to make sure you know too. It's
I
tomorrow.
didn't know, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Listen,
Blame the sheriff.
See, she didn't know.
don't lock the eyes of the world on.
That's fair. Oh, you want to sit in the lounges too?
I'm gonna sit in the lounge now. Where my Kool-Aid?
They have wine. There's wine.
Oh, shit, they got some wine here. Maybe you should have a sip. That's probably quality wine over there. Love it. Maybe I should get my beach thong on.
Do you just keep it with you? Or
Yeah,
is it,
maybe
like,
I should
always
bring
on?
Vale, make her take a shit in the lawn or something.
Oh my god. This is a very nice yard though, Grandpa.
Yeah, we can use the mower to like throw the shit around.
Ew.
Complain. Right then, what about the let me know now. Well, yeah, we're gonna continue with this election. That's it.
Well, I
What
just
is the
told
dates?
Jesse, but after I help with this, I'm definitely gonna resign. I'm not working with Bryce.
That if he continue anyway.
Yeah, so he's active mayor for right now, and I will not be chief of staff under him, with him, or any capacity. When I brought up the Constitution and we were going back and forth over it, how you are overstepping. This is the legislative, and you are interceding into the judicial branch. There are checks and balances for a reason. You call yourself the lawyer of the mayor's office, act like it. He literally told me to stop bitching and basically get on board.
Well, the thing is, I told him, I had a meeting with him yesterday in chamber, and I told him, don't be making statements and stuff, because even I can see that you're becoming personal. Now I understand what he's been through, allegedly.
No,
I
even
understand
before
where
this.
his head is at, and before and whatever has occurred. And yeah, taking some time, but if they didn't come forward quick enough, we can't help that. This ain't just a quick process.
Yeah.
It a whole thing. It a big thing. But at the same time, he got to take his head out his ass and not think with his heart.
Yes.
You got to be level-headed.
That's all I was saying. Like, do not supersede the Constitution. He said, well, good luck finding a Chief Justice. Have you made any attempts to contact anyone in the DOJ? What about you? Has he tried to call you? Maybe we can get you in here to read, because you're an Associate Justice. Well, now you're Chief Justice. But at the time, we believe you were Associate Justice. So maybe you can get in and provide some clarification.
The thing is, a man is sick. He ain't even been able to call in sick because that's how sick he is.
And he accused me of being absent.
I went and seen him over there. I was worried about it. I had a conversation. That man is in trouble. We got to leave him to heal up.
No, that does not give him the right to
But
lash
it don't
out at
give
other
anybody
people.
a right just to jump the gun because you want everything done right now.
He accused me of not doing my job. He said I have not been seen for several days. Same as my uncle, same as the mayor. When I'm in there every morning. I cleaned up KGB off the walls this morning. I was there when KGB was written on the walls 3 nights ago. Just because he was in the hospital doesn't mean I stopped working. But he has the right to call me out and say that I'm not doing my job. This is not the first time he's talked to me in a disrespectful manner. It's the 3rd time, and I'm sick of it.
I mean, the thing is, imagine everybody get their heart racing and jumping and just doing their own shit.
No, this is just.
Now, I might not be particular to any KGB sort of thing going on, and it ain't been proved yet. It ain't been through the court. I still got to remain level-headed about it. They still need their own justice. He's still got to be proven. It's an allegation. But that don't mean I can be jumping around like a chicken without a head.
To just say we're gonna push back the elections because that's what we feel is best. It's a foreign government that's invaded this state, so what's best for the state is that I stay in as mayor. You can't decide that. This is a democracy.
There's a constitution in place.
Yes.
If you feel like a mayor should give you the reason to jump over the constitution, you're gonna be mistaken.
Yes.
There's only one person that changed the Constitution around here,
And that's you.
and that's the Chief Justice.
And that's what I was saying. And he told me, well, if I have a problem with it, go talk to the governor. That's what he told me. Because the governor...
And even then, I don't like to unilaterally make those kind of decisions. I will still put it out to the public. I want to feel what the public feel. I want to know what the citizens want.
And that's fair.
But at the end of the day, if I feel that a certain regulation or section is applicable, I need to apply that to make this a better state.
No, I like that's why you listen.
whether people like it or not.
No,
I
so
ain't
you
here
listened
for
up there.
personal feelings.
So how they didn't like that there was no campaigning involved, you said, well, maybe that's something we should put in the Constitution.
But you can't just change it because, oh, look, Mr. X, we don't even know the guy. He didn't do no campaign. He only met him. Well, that ain't a problem of myself. The Constitution says it's going to be by that date.
Mm-hmm.
And we had flyers out that said, if you are interested in being the mayor, please put an application in. It didn't say plus do 20 hours of community service.
Exactly.
And if not, we're going to just invalidate
Exactly.
your application. It just ain't work like this.
And then if there's a problem with the candidate after they're elected, we go through the Constitution, we explore the proper avenues, and they will be removed.
Yeah, Section 2 will come into place once it is articulated and we see that it's fit. So that the people see that we are being fair.
Yes.
Now, I demand fairness. I absolutely demand it.
The governor's office will run free and fair elections. We are skipping the fair part completely if we went with Bryce's way.
Yeah, you got to take that personal life out of it. You got to think with your head.
He
That's
made it
it.
very personal.
Look, the man is injured. I appreciate it. His head ain't right. Maybe he needs to go and see some counselor. He been through a lot, I guess. But at the same time,
And at no point did I curse or swear at him the way he disrespected me, even before his injuries. This has been an ongoing thing all month with Bryce. This is not something new. This is just more of his character being shown to me. And then he makes claims that I'm in private meetings with Mayor Marino. Where's your evidence? What meetings? What did we talk about? What do you think that you are not privy to?
I'm sorry, say again. I'm going a little bit distracted.
I was saying, he says that he's not invited to meetings with me and Mayor Marino. What meetings? What conversations do you think you're not privy to? Give examples. He will throw baseless accusations and unsubstantiated claims at me, but when asked for evidence, he has nothing to say.
You know, I had an interesting conversation with him yesterday pertaining to sources and stuff like that. I said, you know what? If you got sources, you need to name them sources. You can't be hiding them because you ain't in that position. But don't make claims that you can't substantiate.
And then
Because you open yourself to an open can of worms over there.
Yes. And then he spoke completely out of turn, and then at the end he wants to ask that nothing in this meeting be talked about. I will definitely vocalize my displeasure with Bryce, because if it comes up and he actually wants to run for mayor, I don't think he's fit. At all. If he runs in a special election, the way he spoke to me up there, I would not vote for him.
Well, that's your personal feelings. I can't get involved in none of this.
That's fair, Grandpa.
And you got the right to feel the way you want to feel, Kelly Belly.
Yeah. So I won't tell anybody anything about him being active mayor, martial law, none of that. But him telling me to stop bitching and get on board, I can express that because he has no right to talk down to me.
Yeah, you got your rights too. Freedom of speech. You think something wrong in there. You ain't part of the council, is you?
Well, no, see, that's why I'm not going to discuss, like, anything, like, election schedules, martial law, KGB, none of that is privy to, like, public information. But him telling me to stop bitching and get on board, him telling me and Brooks are on the same wavelength, so it really doesn't matter what you think. Should you even know, like, the Constitution? He's insulted my intellectual integrity on, like, multiple occasions, and I'm done with it.
Well, that's your choice, thing. I appreciate how you feel.
Yeah, that's why when he said agreed, I did not speak up. I didn't say agree. So if he did not choose to acknowledge that, he did not choose to acknowledge that.
It's kind of he getting heated because I know where he is. I understand where he is. Like I see.
Yeah, and
a whole lot of shit going down for him, but he's losing his mind.
He's willing to risk other people getting attacked. It's like, what happened when Mayor Hazelwood put out an executive order, completely constitutional, but people got angry, and there was a riot in City Hall? What happened when Bryce was appointed deputy mayor after dropping his clients in cases? He just left them in the wind. They got mad. They called for him to resign, and when he didn't, Athena got shot. So what do you think people are gonna do when you are doing something that's completely unconstitutional? Because you feel, and you're saying the governor's office feels, you are what's best for the state, putting you in for 2 extra weeks, superseding the Constitution. People will be irate.
Well, we're going to just get things back in order. These kind of times are difficult, and things are up and down the whole time. We're still trying to get everything situated.
So if you
But
need
that's
my
just gonna
help,
take time.
I'll help in the
Yeah.
DOJ, but I'm done with City Hall while he's.
Oh yeah, I wanted to discuss with you. What do you think about opening a course, attorney's course at the university?
Like my uncle's People's Court, yeah.
Like become an attorney in 30 days or 14 days. You want up to 10 so many classes. Gonna cost you X amount for the class.
Do you get
We're
your
gonna
money
teach them.
back if you fail the bar exam?
No, you get your money. Yeah.
No, don't
Yeah.
promise that.
Why not? It ain't my
Pass
money
the
and their
bar
money.
exam, or you get your money back.
Yeah.
What if they purposely fail it? They get all the law
Then they
knowledge
get
and
then they
fail
get their
it.
money back. I never had the money in the first place. Shit, I don't need their money.
Oh my god.
But making them pay for it, if you leave the class, you ain't getting it back, which means you got to finish the course.
So at least they'll be walking away with some law knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about the money. I got my own goddamn money. I ain't got a lot because I give the damn stuff away. Ain't that right? Yeah.
You saying Priya?
No, I coughed in my. Yeah. Anyways, there's an idea I had. I wanted to discuss it because I ain't good with that poster shit. I'm too old for that.
The posters for mayor, sheriff, and city council are already. But if you need one
Yeah.
for these law classes, I can help you.
Yeah. And then,
Sorry, Kelly.
Oh no, that's
yeah,
fine.
no problem. We're just talking about some other stuff anyways.
Oh, no worries. Thank you
Yeah,
so
we're
much.
talking
Chief
about
Justice.
university classes for law.
Oh,
At
yes,
the university,
yes.
enrolling a course and stuff. If you
I-
fail the
I-
bar exam, you get your money back.
I told Miss Chaser that might be a great thing to explore. I mean, if we want more lawyers in the city, maybe some people are, she said maybe some people are very shy about it. Maybe they want to, but they don't feel capable.
That's
So
what I
having
think it is. They
classes-
think it's beyond them.
Right, right. And if they had someone to tell them, you know what, it's not. It's it's something that if you put your mind to it, you can absolutely do it. That would be encouraging.
Just start by reading the Constitution.
I mean, that's basically all you
Ugh.
need to know. But I think people just feel like I need to know, 10 different books of law to be an
Yeah,
effective
it ain't
lawyer.
going to be something where it is like you have to, to pass the course, you need to pass the bar.
Right.
No. Come and have an introductory course in law. We're going to
Perfect.
teach you a couple of things, how dockets work and all the systems, and we're going to teach you about it. And at the
That's
end, if you
amazing.
feel like you want to take a bar exam, let's do it. If you fail, I'm going to give you money back because I don't need your money.
That is
wants
But
them
the
to walk
money,
away
the
with
money is there in
knowledge.
case people want to waste my time and come for 2 classes and then give up. Then
You're
you
better
ain't
than
getting your money back.
you're better than most colleges already.
Yeah.
That's a good start. But I think that's a phenomenal idea. You have that mock courtroom in there. I mean, you have everything at your disposal.
Yeah, I
It
want to
would
start
be-
opening up traffic court 2 on a specific day, an hour or whatever.
Amazing.
One on the EU time, one on
NA.
the EST stars.
Well, like I've told every city employee, whatever it is that you need from us and the government, you have my support. Kelly knows
Good.
that I say it and I mean it. I don't make false promises. So whatever it is that I can help you with, I will do my best. I don't promise you that I'll have a lot of time to hang out and chill, but I'll try to be there and give you what
No,
you
I know
need.
you're busy. I don't make stuff that's too involved. I like to keep it simple.
But if
Get
you
the
need
job
help,
done.
I'll try to reach out to the SBI.
Yeah, I'm
on your
gonna need your
behalf.
help for that post and stuff like that.
Okay.
Once I make the
Yeah.
course material and stuff,
Oh, that's
I gotta sit
amazing.
and do that. Yeah.
I'm like tearing up right now because it feels like such a relief to have like an amazing plan to get more lawyers.
Yeah. The thing is, I still need to revisit I want to relook at the Constitution again. I don't
Yes.
feel like people are using the law to their benefits.
Right.
We don't see people coming on there with their cases. That has to be addressed. There's
I think
certain,
it would. I think
yeah,
it'd be good if you
it's just
addressed the
gotta,
council meeting at the
it's
next
got to
city council.
change. Yeah, I'm gonna, we need to put some proposals forward. Moving on.
They always offer the floor to LSSD and Pillbox.
I
but yeah, never
always,
Chief Justice.
well, one thing I said when I was the Associate Justice, and again, I'm going to reiterate it. I want the criminals to come to me. Hell, they might even get a better deal from me. I think the police is overpowered in terms of negotiation. It ain't there in their purview to, or shouldn't be in their purview, when applicable. And note those words over there, when applicable, because that relates to who is available.
Yes.
To negotiate with criminals, police's job is to open up a case, do an investigation, and present it to a court of law. That's it.
I agree.
And that ain't happening. Everyone just pleading guilty. Well, I say no. No more no guilty pleas. You're going to go to court. And you can plead in court because that's what their job is. If you want to plead guilty, we'll do it in the court at a specific time. Yeah, they can do their time and whatever. They can do their prison time. But when they come to the court case, we'll reimburse them, so to speak. Something
That'd
like
be great.
that.
That'd be great if they get
It's
used
just,
to that.
you
That
know,
should be like
we might
the
even reduce
process.
the fine, give him some money back. We got a judicial fund.
And see, I think if citizens knew that this was a possibility,
Yeah.
they would try a little more to get that assistance, because that's what it's there for, right? It's there
Yeah.
for their support, for their assistance.
That's
The
right.
point is not, if you do a crime, we're going to put you in jail. It's like innocent until proven guilty, but how are you innocent if you don't have anybody to defend that innocence?
Yeah. Well, even if you're guilty, what I'm saying is
Well, yeah.
we will see it, it's up to an attorney. Give me mitigating circumstances. Look, Your Honor, this guy's got he got like a whole lot of children, whatever, some bullshit, whatever.
Yeah, sometimes
please
people do it
reduce
out
his
of
fine.
necessity.
He's poor. Yeah, he's doing it out of necessity.
Are you
Whatever the
suggesting
case
hire a
is.
lawyer to give a sob story? You have kids?
That's what they do. Sometimes people got 30, 40, or 50 kids.
I knew somebody that had 60.
God.
Can't have it.
They weren't
There's
hers,
some loose
but she
people
had
out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But you know what I'm saying. That's how lawyers be do.
Yes, they have to. They
A
have
defense
to appeal.
attorney is to get somebody that's actually guilty off. Come on, let's speak reality there. They're not there just to. They're trying to convince the court that their client is innocent. However, you can't go there and say, look, Your Honor, this man come before you. He's pleading guilty, but he's telling you he's doing it out of necessity or whatever. We ask the court to please, show mercy upon him. We say, all right then. You come to court. You took your time to come to court. You plead guilty. I can see you apologetic. You're showing remorse. All right then. You ain't gonna go away for 60 months. Or you ain't away for 60 months. I'm gonna give you 30 months in return with a little bit of money. Maybe your fine get reduced or something like that. There's possibilities. But I want people to see that justice is there for them, whether you're guilty or not. That's the point. And currently it's just, Mr. PD officer, I'm gonna plead guilty, give me my 50%.
Yep, that shouldn't be the case. That should not
And
be
what
the
do we
case.
do? We got lawyers there with, excuse my French, but fingers up their ass, doing nothing.
But then also we have criminals that maybe should be, doing an extensive sentence, getting a break because they just don't want to go to court, or they don't want to, I just don't think that it's fair for the police to be the judges of how long somebody should.
That's what I'm saying. That ain't their purview.
Right.
They just play guilty for the in and out, it sounds like. Less time.
Yeah,
for
no,
the
it's
internet.
not okay. It's not okay.
So the only people who are gonna be upset with that is the criminals.
Of course, but
the thing is, you go to court, you present a good case, whatever. I will listen to it. I ain't a hard ass.
But it
you
should be
ain't
that way.
fulfilling my role.
Everybody should get arraigned after getting arrested.
Yeah.
That is the way it should be. It shouldn't be go to jail and go to prison. Where's the arraignment? Where's the plea? Where's the court part of it, right?
I mean, yeah, we go to FIB to locate them at any time.
Exactly.
I kind of feel like we kind of maybe need to work on some sort of new, not a MDT, but like a jailing thing where you can get paroled, having to appear in court, and if you don't, you get a warrant. Easy stuff like that.
That might not be such a bad idea.
Yeah. But the
think
thing
maybe
is,
you should talk-
you gotta have other regulations regulated within that. Like,
Of
if you
course.
commit, let's say you commit a crime, you
Mhm.
can't go do another crime for maybe 2 hours. If you
Right.
breach that, you're gonna go straight to prison
Right, no more parole.
and serve triple the time.
That makes sense.
And that'd be
Yeah,
great
you
for, like,
need
first
checks and
offenders and stuff.
balances. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, first offenders would probably not want to go back to jail for that long. And
Yeah, you
if it's
kind of
going to
need.
be doubled or tripled, they're not going to want to, violate the parole.
Yeah, you need it's got to be a check and balance. Like, we're going to release you. You need to go to court and get yourself an attorney. Or you're going to have to appear at such and such a time where we can schedule courts and quick courts and stuff like that, depending on the matter. I'm
I love
prepared to
that.
come around and do what I need to do to get it done. But people also need to do their part.
Yes. Well, I
It's
love
going
it.
to
I
be
think
a,
they're
re-
great ideas.
it's difficult to deal with, but I feel like if we can have some sort of program or something to monitor, maybe like a
Parole
what you
officer?
call it, like a parole officer, or maybe an independent MDT for the Justice Department itself to register those cases that come
Yeah,
from
maybe
the
like
PD.
a new system to put in so that DOJ can track that, or it could
Yeah,
be
and then
tracked.
they're gonna say, right, this guy didn't appear in court. Dear
Mhm.
LSSD, Mr.
Mhm.
Miss Harlow over here, she was meant to appear on such a date, such a time, or get an attorney. She failed to do so. There's your warrant of arrest. Pick them up. Bring them before the court, and we're going to try them and send them to jail.
If you think that you know of a system that could work, that maybe we can look at getting a bid for, I'd appreciate if you send us a fax
I like that.
to
Yeah.
kind
They're
of
parole.
do better. I mean, anything that you think would help the city, we're happy to,
They've been trying this since 1.0.
The thing is, you can use a normal like the EMS
Like
got their
the-
MDT,
Uh-huh.
right, and the PD got their MDT. Why
it's
not
just
just
writing
add
the
that?
notes, right?
Just a
Yeah,
note on
why
the
don't?
record that this individual's on parole.
Right, I can put on LSD. I can switch over.
Hey,
Like me, I got
hey.
keys for the LSD, so I can ride on the
I was
MDT.
going to take off. Okay. Is Bryce okay?
As good as he can be, I guess.
All right. We'll see you in a bit then. We're just talking about future plans for the courts. It's awesome.
And justice system. It sounds really cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many great ideas,
Take a class
Like
to learn
paroles
about
and-
law. If you fail your bar exam, get your money back.
I think that would
Yeah.
encourage a lot of people to become lawyers because they might feel shy about it,
Or
But
just get
being
Yeah.
educated.
So back to what we was talking about quickly. I'll end it over here with this.
Yes.
So you're going to have a different it's the same MDT but different access for the DOJ.
Mm-hmm.
The PD will no longer imprison people. They will register their case on their MDT. The justice or the clerk of the court. Let's say Kelly's the clerk of the court,
Cool.
basically, aka the receptionist, but the clerk dealing with these matters.
Say
She will
clerk.
go through the police MDT daily and add those cases from there onto the DOJ with the dates and everything to proceed in court and whatnot, all the details.
Yes.
Once that is superseded and it's not, they don't comply with that thing, it goes back onto the police MDT that, hey, Joe Soap did not appear in court. He needs to be arrested on site.
So a warrant for failure to appear.
Yeah, exactly. It ain't a big thing if you just think about it, keeping it simple. You don't have to go buy some, Nicaraguan
system.
MDT over there or some system, fancy system. It's about logical thinking,
I like it. I like it a lot.
and it can be done quickly.
I think the governor would really like to hear about this too. I mean, I think that that's something right up his alley.
Yeah,
I
Like
really
I said.
I really like it.
we got to think of both sides of the story. The LSSD gonna come with the same question, but they're gonna just leave and do the same crime. Oh no, they're not, because if they do, they're gonna get 3 times that amount.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. There's
And they're going to have a federal limit on that of 2 hours or whatever.
And I mean, honestly, if a criminal does something and they go straight into prison for, an hour. So what is going to happen after they get out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's just
They going
it's just
across the
gonna be
road to
delayed
Davis
by-
Courts.
It's going to be delayed for an hour, whatever crime they were going to commit again, right?
Yeah.
So it might as well put them through a process where you don't want to go through this process again. Maybe want to stay clear of crime.
Yeah, go watch some goddamn winners.
There you go.
Go watch some.
But if you want to do it, hey, enjoy the ride.
Right?
See you in the
Enjoy the
bench.
process. Enjoy the process.
Yeah.
I know
I
we have
mean, ain't that what we
community
here
service as
for?
well, right, Kelly?
Ain't
Don't
we here
have-
for the full circle?
Yes, I think we do have community service, so that is an option, but it's
Good.
not being used. So, I mean, maybe first offenders can plead out for community service, right?
The thing is, that also lightens the police workload,
Yes.
having to do all that stuff over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we can
then it
locate
also
somebody,
means-
we got federal stuff that will allow us to, we
And it
got
also
sensitive
gives
information we
those
can go to.
people who get arrested a chance to cool down and not blame the PD
Yeah.
for everything, because they get that separation of, okay, I was arrested, but now it's up to the courts to decide, how long am I going to go? And they don't think,
Yeah.
oh, well, you unfairly
Now they
jailed me
gonna
or
hate
you
the court,
stacked
though.
charges. Those claims
Yeah.
will go away because, someone else will be looking at that now.
And I mean, then all I got to do is I got to go to City Hall because that's where the attorneys sit. They got officers over there. That's where I go. I find one. There's a whole lot of mailboxes. I mail one. I get myself an attorney. I go through the process.
Right. I love it.
And then at the end of it, I get my fine and jail time and whatever. Oh, look, the court gave me less. So that's nice.
Yes.
Or that goddamn asshole, he gave me double the time. I'm going to kill him.
He should have had a lawyer.
Ugh.
He should have had a lawyer, right?
But we need to look at that because this whole thing with the PD is, I'm trying to make it better for them too. They got a lot of work to do. Their
That's
part
what
should be
creates a lot of the-
investigative and proactive policing.
And it stops at the arrest,
Yeah. Because it's beyond their purview.
right? And it would really
Unless
help
it's a
with that
misdemeanor
animosity.
where it's just a citation.
Yeah, but it would help a lot with the animosity right now that's in the city
Yeah.
with the police. It would help a lot.
That's right.
You're a
So
breath
that's
of
just
fresh
my
air.
idea.
I like the idea.
like
the breath of
it.
fresh air. It's really exciting. Well, what do you need from me for the elections, Kelly? What do I need to help you with, or how can I support you with this?
So where's this safe zone that's gonna be? Is it still City Hall? Because if it's City Hall, the flyer's good to go. If it's being moved here, then I need that confirmed.
I think we said it could be held here. Might be the best idea, Judge Harris.
I
Is
would
that
say
what we-
do it over here. Yeah, that was the
Okay.
final consensus.
There's a room here that I could show you. That might be good for. It's a little private, so I could show you where that is.
People got to have access. That's all at all times of the day.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unlock the front door so that it's always open, and as long as they stay on the first floor, we're okay. But the room is on this way, right on the first floor, so we can put a sign maybe voting this way.
Yes, and then you saw the process the first time, how you went over to the
Yes,
ballot
yes.
box. Yeah, it'd essentially be that same process. Just now there's
So
gonna be two
here-
boxes.
Over here, we kind of have a secluded little area where they can come in just to vote,
Okay.
and set them up here, and then they can go back out when they're done voting.
Yeah, this works perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this.
Okay, and then that way, you have a little bit control over who comes in and out, if you need to. But it's not going to be a crowd of people coming in. They have a separate space to cast their votes and then head out.
Yeah, no one needs to go up the stairs. All right, so like literally as soon as they pass here, I'll see if I can set up the table with the ballot boxes right here. It'll be right here by the entrance. You get them filled and then
Okay.
you leave.
Perfect. Do you need a table there?
Yeah, I think here would be great. A table could fit right here with the sign, so that way they don't have to walk too far. Because maybe if it's over there, they might miss it completely.
I'll just give you the
I
keys
would
to our
put it in a
warehouse.
place of privacy where no people are seeing them, whatever they do. They're going to be people passing in, interfering with them.
We have all these muddy feet.
Over here,
That's just the point of my view anyway.
maybe here.
Yeah, maybe in this corner over here.
See, I just worried if it's on the far side, what if people don't walk all the way in the room and they completely miss the sign?
We could put a sign up there first saying walk all the way in.
Okay.
And we could also put one of the bulletin boards anywhere here if you want to. With a big sign with instructions.
Oh, I mean, it's your one sign, but if you don't mind, then sure. Like if it's
I
over
don't mind. I can bring it down. I can actually put it right here. You know, so when they walk in from there, that's the first thing they'll see over here.
Yeah, like go to your left, voting booth over in the corner by the plant.
To the right.
Right.
No, not when you're looking at it. It's to your left.
Yeah, to the left.
Oh, if you're coming in from yeah.
I'm gonna give you the keys to our warehouse here, so you can go get any furniture that you need, and put it where you need it. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, just come with me so I can grab those for you. Be right back.
How you doing, Athena?
I got another letter. What's wrong with Priya? I'm up so late. I think this might fix my sleep schedule, but the nurses are supposed to draw blood from me in the morning, so... my arm's gonna hurt so much. I hate needles.
So the warehouse is in here. This is where all the furniture is that you need. Go ahead and take out whatever you need, and that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Oh, there we go. I see it. Okay, so
Okay,
I'm gonna
you're all
have to sit down
set.
for a sec and get the flyer adjusted so people know they're coming here. That's the only change. Change City Hall
Okay.
to SBA.
I'm gonna grab the board and put it up for you. So that way, when I go, it's already set up for you right there. And then whatever you need from furniture, go ahead and use, put it wherever you feel it's necessary.
I think I got lost for a second. I'm like, are we going the right way?
Wedding the other night.
What you mean when you didn't have a wedding because I was not there? That means you ain't married. You never even had a first one.
Grandpa, you're married.
I'm not gonna comment on this one.
I already
Hickory
denied
and-
it.
Hickory and Clark got married the other
Well,
night.
they didn't.
Okay.
Not a legal marriage.
It sounds
Oh,
like he
yeah.
will not be giving them their marriage license.
It's a fake. It's a
Yeah.
fake marriage. That's fake news.
He's not even going to let me and Brooks get married, even though Brooks proposed to me the other day.
Why?
I have to take that into consideration. I need a 20-page affidavit as to why you would say yes to that fellow.
You need to make sure she's not insane.
I also need you to have 12 sessions with Dr. Dio.
What?
And then he's going to give me a mental readout of your head. Oh, Kelly, yeah, we were talking about marriage licenses. Maybe we need to get a poster up there. You want to get married? Send a letter to the DOJ. We got the justice waiting to sign you up. We'll officiate your wedding for like $2,000.
Oh, for classes with Diora to make sure
Yeah,
not
if you don't have
clinically
$2,000, that means you ain't prepared to get married yet.
insane. That's insane.
You can't look after a family.
What if they
Yeah.
spent the money on the ring?
Then he's stupid. He need to go see Dr. Dio. If he spend all the money on one ring and he ain't got nothing to provide for a family.
That's fair.
Maybe like $500 charge or something for the officiation fees and the certificate.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
since
there
I
ain't
know
no
you-
marriages valid in this state unless they've been presided over by a justice. They're the only
Also,
ones who can do it.
Also, speaking of, since I know you're the one doing the marriage license, George and Miranda came by to inquire
No.
about one.
What? Everyone
He's
just
Oh.
saying no to
No
everybody.
one's getting married, apparently.
Okay, just checking.
I want to renew my vows. Is that
No.
okay? Okay.
Oh yeah, you can do that. You're
Okay,
already
thank
married.
you. Yes, I am. I approve.
Kelly?
Just to let you know,
Approved.
Kelly, that board belongs to DMV, so just make sure that you have their ID to use it, and you should have it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
There
Hey,
it is.
Kelly,
Anyway,
do me a
what about George?
Will you write to Martha and tell her we need her?
You leave Martha out of it. She quiet back in Brokeback, Montana. Just leave her be.
Grandpa,
I don't
there's
need
a lot
that
of
pressure
people that
on me.
want to get happily married in this state, just like you.
Yeah. You know the 3 stages of marriage, right?
No.
Engagement ring, wedding ring, and suffering.
Oh wow.
Uh,
Oh wow.
kablam.
I have
Well,
heard
I
that.
think that your wedding, Athena, is gonna be wonderful.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you. I hope so.
How long do you think it's going to take Dior to do 12 sessions on her head?
Mm, a
She
day.
doesn't need those sessions.
You should be ready by December.
What?
Well, why
said
do
a
I have
day.
to be the one to go through these sessions?
Because you're my goddess of liberty.
Oh, I just pictured her dressed like the Statue of Liberty, but in like a cute little pink color.
She used to stand out at the PD on that pillow over there with a light on her hand. Flashlight.
Oh man. Okay, guys, I hate to run, but I have to run. I appreciate you so much, Chief Justice. Thank you for being the voice of reason. It was great, and I'm glad that we came to an agreement, that we have a roadmap, and I think everything is going to work out well.
Yeah, I'll get with you and the governor regarding the other
Yes,
stuff.
please. Yes, please. I really think that we need to move forward with that plan. At least with the classes, there's a lot of people that might want to, but yeah, they're intimidated. So that would be, I think, priority 1 because we need more lawyers in the city.
Yeah.
And I know that
All right, then.
Amber said she was interested in maybe teaching a class, so maybe she can help you with that. I don't know.
Ooh.
But it would be great if, they kind of
All
everybody
hands
rally
on deck.
together.
Then
Yes.
maybe at the end we're going to have a little mock trial stuff.
Yes, and Kelly, I think you still have access to the school. I believe you still have the keys to their furniture warehouse. Do you?
I do.
So whatever's needed there, I will give you both free reign to do whatever's necessary at the school that's needed.
Okay, so whatever decorating or classroom setup you need, Grandpa, I can do it.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, guys. Again, if you
Yeah,
don't
we'll
know
get
how
on
much
there.
I
I gotta
appreciate
get
you.
I gotta get the
Yes.
whole book together and documents and stuff. So
Appreciate it. Okay, girls, thank you so much again. Athena, you're amazing. Kelly, you already know you're amazing. I've told you. Chief Justice, you're
that's
amazing
because
as
she's
well.
full of creamery.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do as well.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Night,
Good night.
Jizzy.
One at a time.
Wait, the door's locked?
I told you you got thick.
I do not.
Well, why can't you fit out the door then? Open it up. I ain't got keys for this sucker.
Keys. I think everyone just left out his keys.
Oh,
Oh.
I know.
Unless that door is open, you just pushed it. Oh, wait, you were supposed to leave the door open for the voting. It starts today.
The hell?
Hello? We're locked in.
We're locked in. Oh, we fucked.
Don't say that.
Lieutenant Governor. Oh, she's still here.
Oh,
Don't
wait.
go.
He's already running up the stairs.
We locked in. Thank goodness.
I thought I forgot something.
I was about to watch you smoke grenade me.
No, I thought I forgot something, and I was like, wait. Actually, that reminds me. I'm gonna
One door
unlock the
has to
doors
be
now.
unlocked.
Yeah, I'm gonna unlock it now. That way we don't forget. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Thank you.
Better brain sometimes.
You girls need a ride back.
I do.
Hey, jump on in.
I done paged the 311. I don't.
What you want page a 311 for?
They told
That's
us to
what
do
they
that
told
if we
us
need
to
a ride
do it.
back.
I'll give you a ride. Ain't nobody touching us.
Well, let them know you have a ride so they don't come all the way out.
Where you want to head to?
I guess City Hall. That's where we got picked up from. She's just sending out a page.
What, you having a pee?
No.
She eating a peach.
is this the car you and Grandpa?
Uh,
It's nice.
uh,
Do you like the way it drives?
it's a nice ride.
Oh, I just noticed it was the car.
She got that big old V8 motor in it. Ooh-wee.
Look at the speedometer up there on the deck. Hey, I saw it in the new catalog. So now other people can have it too. You just got yours before everyone else. It's about $9,000.
Yeah, I told her I'm gonna have to sue you because you said it was a one of one. I'm gonna demand justice.
It was a limited time one of one.
What is it, about 2 days?
No.
Heck, I don't care. I won the goddamn sucker. I got clever on that thing over there, on that raffle. All I knew was get enough tickets in, you're gonna win that.
Would you have even interviewed?
I went to everybody.
Would you have accepted any of those if they seriously
No.
wanted to wow. What if they made a very good job offer based on your credentials?
Yeah, they told me about $1,500 an hour. I'm good.
I don't know who's offering that. That's amazing.
That's my going rate.
I'd interview there too.
I reverse questioned him. I reverse interviewed him. I said to them, "Now, here this one. Why you so good and make me? Why should I apply over here? Why should I work for your company? How about that one? Bam. Good question."
Sis, why do you keep jumping off the bed? I don't know how many times I've thrown you back in it.
I know you're busy, but if you get time to do that marriage license stuff on appeal, that would be great.
Do you want that flyer tonight?
Oh, when you got time, I ain't pushing you for it. Like if you just decide you're sick of everything else. Just make it like $500 for the application. I don't want to rip everybody off. But if you're getting married, you need at least $500. Come on. That ain't going for my personal. That's going to the DOJ Society Fund.
That's how much
Which
it
we
costs for a
use.
business license. So.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you all out in the back door there. Get in safer.
Thank you for the doorside service.
Go,
Thank
go.
you, sir.
It's a go, it's a go.
It feels so weird to be back in these empty halls. I remember when it was like so bustling, so many people around the desk, lawyers in and out between here and PD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been eerily quiet.
What? Someone tried to kill Gabe. Athena,
Uh-huh.
masked up KGB around the city.
What?
I just Priya wrote me masked up KGB going around the city. Someone took Alfie's toe. Gabe was almost killed tonight.
What?
Yes, if you are going out of this building, be very careful. Sounds like people have been going insane in the city.
Oh my goodness, poor Gabe. To be honest with you, I was up so late last night. I had planned on to check the mail, check to make sure that there was food still in the break room, and then I was gonna go get more rest. So tonight, didn't go as expected, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta roll with it.
Yeah, I
But
missed
don't
my
worry,
nap time. I stayed up all night. Wow.
Oh my. Yep, because I had planned on when we got back here, I was gonna go take a nap in the break room, but then again, I need to make sure everybody's got food. So whoever is stuck in here doesn't starve to death.
You're great, Athena.
I just care about people, Miss Kelly. And I want people to be taken care of.
Nope, I see that.
Do you need anything? Oh, there might be more burgers in the break room, but I'm not sure how fresh they are. But I could go get some fresh sandwiches from the mall.
Well, if you need something right now, I did bring a lunchbox. I didn't get to leave it on the table. Everything kind of broke down in a hurry. I had ice cream and sledgies.
Oh, it did happen in a hurry because I woke up from my nap in the break room and then I came out here and then it was just like a whirlwind as soon as I woke up.
Yeah. Well,
But
I hope it doesn't pile on, but I'm going to be stepping off.
Stepping off.
Yep, out of the hurricane, out of the crazy.
I'm not sure I follow. I'm a little tired.
I'm resigning.
What?
This was not the first time Bryce has talked to me that way. This is not the second time. This is the third time. He is completely struck out with me. And while he is acting mayor, I will not be putting my energy to someone who sees me as absent and unavailable. And he wanted to call Alixe on unsubstantiated claims. He made nothing but assumptions and unsubstantiated claims. And when I tried to speak, he continuously talked over me. Even the Chief Justice had to say, hold on, you had your turn, I didn't interrupt him, let me have my turn. And to tell me to stop bitching and get on board? Well, you made that very clear. I'm getting off. This is my stop.
Oh yeah, I just remembered Jezzy did mention something about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a bit tired.
No, that's...
I mean, I'm sad to see you go because you're good at your job. You are. And whoever takes your job, it will be big shoes to fill and a lot of responsibility.
I had fun. I never saw myself like being here like chief of staff, 2 different terms. It was hectic, very different from retail, but I learned a lot. And God, I can't believe it's over something like the Constitution. Of all things, it always goes back down to law. No matter how far I try to escape it.
Is that why you guys were discussing the law and you helping Mr. Harris out? You're going to that side?
I don't know.
Or are you completely stepping away?
Possibly. He definitely wants my help with some things. And then there's also my fashion coordinator for the state. I can focus on that and my creamery, so it's not like I won't be okay. I just don't have to be in a place where I'm disrespected. And I feel underappreciated for my input. Because he was going against the Constitution. Just because there's no legal person here to explain the guidelines to you, that doesn't mean you can blow up the line. They're still there. You're choosing to step over it. And to get an attitude with me for pointing that out, that's not okay. And then I'm picking the verbiage. We let Jessie speak. She said the exact same thing. Her main concern was the lack of campaigning and the quality of the entrance. Nothing about the state or KGB. So it sounds like he is not understanding what the lieutenant governor is saying. I was right at every turn, but I was made to feel insignificant, dumb, and spoken down to. And I don't appreciate it, and I will not work with it. That is why I did not agree in that meeting to keep the contents private, because while I will not speak about KGB, I won't speak about him being active mayor, where he is to keep him safe, I will voice my opinion that this is the third time Bryce has spoken down to me. And if anyone asks me, why are you no longer working at City Hall? Because I have a right to talk about my experience, and that is a leading factor. That is the sole factor as to why I'm leaving.
You guys are back.
Hi, Amber.
Hi, Amber.
Everything okay? You guys are gone for a while.
It's been a day. It's
Fire was
been a
okay?
day. Are you okay? Cause I know there's stuff going out. I'm so tired. I'm losing my words.
We heard about
How's
what's going
that-
on around town. Gabe, Alfie.
I heard about Alfie just moments ago. Gabe, I've been hanging out with him, trying to keep him companies. Yeah. Being left behind and everything, you know.
I did not want to leave you behind. Like, if we're all leaving because it's secure, but they said it was like for city hall government officials, but I'm like, doesn't that include a public defender? But yeah.
Not, which I'll remember. But no, I know you didn't. Because I know Althena checked on me and didn't come back, I assumed. So no.
Yeah, and I told Eastwood, like, Amber's still here. Like, could someone be here? I'm happy we have the lock on the front door now, at least. So, if you did stay here, you were in a secure place.
Yeah, Eastwood was yelling at me to run for it. I mean, he was yelling at us.
Yeah, they just wanted everyone to get out of the building, but it's like, we are leaving someone in the building that doesn't even know
Yeah.
what's going on.
Yeah, I didn't feel right leaving you, to be honest. I did not.
It's fine. I know you guys. That's something I'll take up with Bryce later, I guess, if I feel like. By the way, Casey show up. I told her you were all taken somewhere private. There was a threat. We stopped by the sheriff's department, see if there was any there that can direct us. It was needed. No one was at the sheriff's department, so he just ended up calling but
Where's she now?
she's sleeping. She was pretty tired.
Well, Bryce has been informed, so all city council members are supposed to get signed on with entry-level keys. So at her earliest convenience, she should talk to Bryce and get those keys. Robert Danob already got his. She should have access to the mailbox, panic buttons if need be, and able to get herself secured behind a locked door if something were to go down here.
That's good. I'll send her.
So has Alfie been found?
From what I heard, I mean, like cut off a toe or something of his, and now he's in like witness protection or something. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, before we left, I told Eastwood about what happened. That his coworker told me he was kidnapped from PDM again, so they put out a bolo for him.
I don't know if they found him or not. He, we have. I was. There's nowhere. It was nowhere where we were, and I was supposed to do this. I can tell you, I did see 4 individuals dressed in camouflage and masks going around saying they're KGB. Did see that.
Jesus.
They told you this? They actually stopped and had a conversation with you?
No, but they were talking to other people and they were buying stuff out of Cool Beans.
Oh. At least they support local businesses. That's crazy.
Better lie, send an anonymous letter over to the police. Hey, you might want to check this out, but no one.
Are there any deputies around now?
No idea. I haven't seen any. I figured they were all at protecting you guys or something.
I know at least 2, but I would hope that the entirety of the sheriff's department wasn't. That's horrible. No wonder the streets have been crazy.
Well, it's glad. Okay. It's getting a little worried for a bit.
I'm glad you're okay too.
Yeah. And I think if you're tired, you should go to bed. You did not make it to bed early. I saw you just before the storm, and you definitely didn't get back up. If you can get to bed early tonight, you should take the opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. I
Casey
am.
was dead. That's why. That's why she would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had only had planned on like checking the mail, making sure that there was food for everyone, because I want to make sure everyone, if the case, especially if they were stuck in here, had what they needed so they could stay safe. But then it was like a whirlwind. We were just whisked away. Also, is Cool Beans still open?
I believe they are.
I'm gonna go get some food for City Hall to make sure we have what we need.
Actually, no, I take that back. No, I think we moved up to the hospital to. Because Gabe was refusing to go back to the hospital, but they finally convinced.
Athena, do you just want to put these on the table for tonight? Just so you could just go straight to bed?
Yes, ma'am, I can do that for you.
Yeah, then you don't need to go to Colby. You sound so exhausted.
Yeah.
I am. I was just up way later than I needed to be, and like I said, I only planned on, being awake for a little bit, then I was gonna go right back to sleep. But
Yeah, these are the quiet hours. I don't expect too many people to need food at City Hall, but if someone does stumble in, that should hold them.
all right, I'll go put them on the table, and you two ladies have a good night, and please stay safe.
You too.
You too. Night, Athena.
Good night.
But yeah, the only other thing we talked about is I am resigning. I had fun, but I was dissatisfied with the meeting, and I think it's best for me if I leave because I'm not happy.
Is it anyone particular or just in general?
Bryce.
Is he still around or did he go?
I'm not sure if he went to bed. We stopped talking over an hour ago. He's disrespected me at least 3 times. And at that meeting, he stated I have been around as much as the mayor and the chief justice, which is not much. Making assumptions that I don't do my job.
Okay.
Yep. And then he stated how I did not come to visit him in the hospital, but I came to Priya's party at Tequila La late. Last I heard he was still in ICU, but we were told not to visit because for his safety, so I did not. He woke up later that night after I had already gone to bed. And then next I heard he was coming to the council meeting on Saturday. And then after that, as I thought, he just got out of a medically induced coma. He's not physically or mentally ready. He was immediately taken back to the hospital. So why come to him with work stuff that evening? Let the poor man rest. And then Sunday, that's my day off. So you want me to take my day off for me, make it a day on, and then work a full week? Can I have one day to myself? That's my day. That's my creamery day. So then Monday morning, I'm here, I'm working in the office. I'm here first thing in the morning to send out letters, so that way in the evening, when most of the people take the train into town, they clock on to their shifts, they have letters from City Hall, and we can get business going for the day. But apparently that's not good enough because Bryce didn't see me. And having access to fax me, or just write a letter to City, he needs my personal PO address, which I feel that he doesn't deserve because we do not have that personable relationship. This is work.
That's fair.
You can contact me at City. If you need me, write my name in the subject line. I will read it. Fax me. What is the problem with faxing me?
Exactly. No, it makes sense.
And then he would say that a bunch of unsubstantiated claims. All assumptions about my character, nothing substantiated. But when that happens at the town hall, he can debunk it, turn it down, and ask for people to be removed. And then I had an issue with one of the things he presented because it was in direct violation of the Constitution. And we kept going around in circles, which I know he hates, but it doesn't sound like you're hearing me because it's going against the Constitution. And I was told, am I just going to keep bitching or get on board?
Oh.
Yes. He literally said the word bitching. Because apparently it's I see, I'm not supposed to say too much. I did not agree to keep what happened, the contents of that meeting, quiet. He asked, but see, instances like this, when you say things and you treat people like this, when I brought up the Constitution before, when he was talking to Casey about Gemma's bill, if you want it to be presented to council, you have 3 options for that avenue. Be a council member yourself, have a council member lobby it on your behalf, or get 30 signatures and present it yourself. He did not know about that last option. I did, so I merely mentioned it. And then he thought the only check for a bill was you need to have it constitutionally sound. If it's constitution, it goes right into the Constitution. That's not how it works. The constitutionality check is the baseline check. There are so many other checks that are part of judicial review for passing a bill. And for merely having that conversation right there in the lobby, we were all there. I think it was Alfie, Casey, maybe it was Athena. He snapped at me and said, should I even know that? Like, should I have the capability to read the Constitution and what's in there? So then my uncle had to tell him, like, my whole family is lawyers. Like, he's a lawyer, my mom, my brothers. So it's surprising that I'm not. She does have a law brain. She just chooses not to get a bar license. So then when my uncle explained it, then it was okay. And he gave a half-assed apology, didn't even look at me or address me. He just said sorry and walked out the door.
Someone that's
Oh, it's Priya.
Holy shit, Amber, I got scared. Okay, everyone's okay?
Yeah. I was just updating Amber on my day. I got your letters, and I was definitely gonna come find you after. I just wanted, I let Athena know. I'm letting Amber know. Today's my last day. I'm quitting.
What? You're quitting what?
City Hall.
What? What?
Because Bryce, I'm quitting.
Because Bryce disrespects yours. All.
I'm gonna kill that motherfucker.
I told her about the incident when we were standing here in the lobby and how, like, should I even know that when I'm mentioning stuff about the Constitution that he wasn't aware of? And then we had the issue about the holsters. Dan told him that you couldn't have holsters for security. Brooks already wrote it in his SOPs, but I brought it up. Your SOPs cannot supersede what is written by the state, aka the Constitution. So even though you have it written, it doesn't make it law. If it goes against the Constitutional, it's unconstitutional. So it sounded like Bryce wanted to ask a question to the Chief Justice about this, the legality of it, and Brooks, he wanted to understand how to change the literature so that way it is in compliance with the Constitution. They were asking, it sounded like Brooks, he wanted to change something. Bryce, he wanted to add something. You're saying two different things. Can someone explain this? And what I was told was, Brooks and I are on the same wavelength, and that's all that matters. So, so Kelly doesn't have to understand anything. Doesn't matter if I have any. Okay. And the mayor heard that, and even he was upset about it.
Bryce is gonna be gone so soon, Kelly, ma'am.
And then tonight I was told to stop bitching and basically get on board. Because, again...
He said that to you?
Something went against the Constitution, and I brought it up, and he didn't like it. I guess it got in the way with whatever conversation happened prior.
Can I ask
to
what
me
it
being
was?
Informed. I don't think I can speak on it because, like, it's part of the reason why he's not here. So if it's addressed at the council meeting, yes, I'm happy to provide more context, but at this time, because
He said stop bitching.
literally bitching came out of his mouth.
And not in the good way, bitching.
No, because we were going back and forth again, because he always says we miscommunicate, but I'm like, I'm not miscommunicating. I'm hearing what you're saying, and I've read the new Constitution. It goes against the wording that's literally in there. So for constantly going back and forth, stop bitching, is what he told me. And I was right. Chief Justice was called in. I was right.
You should be deputy mayor.
Yeah, fuck this guy, man. You know what? He should get his ass thrown out. Fuck you leaving, man. He deserves to leave. Yeah. Should have. What the fuck's happening right now, man?
Oh, my uncle, he's really sick. He stepped down. Chief Justice
No, are we?
is Boondock Harris.
Okay. Are we at war right now though with the KGB?
I have no idea what's going on. I've been out of the city all night.
Okay, I think we might be at war with the KGB.
See, I got your letters, and I feel like I was really gonna sleep here, but I told them, like, maybe better communication, because, like, when Casey stepped down, Bryce said he was aware of my case because, you know, he had a client, and that should make you understand I'm not supposed to be in contact with specific business owners. But it's still my fault. Assumptions were made. No, there should have been no assumptions. I was not going to handle the catering contracts because it involved me directly dealing with specific business owners. But that was my fault too.
What the fuck attention does he have to blame? Why is he even focused on that shit when he's
He
what?
said that I
acting
don't
as
come to
mayor.
work.
I'll
That's
kill
what
him.
he told me.
I'm actually gonna kill Bryce, man.
He said the mayor hasn't been around, the chief justice hasn't been around, and I have not been around. I was just like, check my clock-in card. Why don't you
No,
see the hours I have logged? But you
Just
won't
'cause he's-
do that. No, he'll make unsubstantiated claims and throw accusations at me. I am here in the morning. Like
You're
9
here
a.m.
all
in
the
the
fucking
morning to
time,
write
man.
letters so that way when people come in the evening, the letter from
Organize
City
City
Hall
Hall.
is the first thing they see and they can get back to us and we can organize meetings and move forward. I'm one of the last people that clock out here. When I didn't see him because of his medically induced coma, it was because it was after Tequila Law. I went to bed after you. I didn't know he got up that night. Saturday, it was the council meeting. I didn't hear he was coming until literally like 10 minutes before.
And aren't you the one who posted and made it happen?
Yeah, I still went forward with it. Like, let's keep posting, and then if 30 minutes prior we don't hear anything, then we cancel.
Dude, they're gonna fall apart without you, though.
Yeah, but apparently I've been absent this whole week. I haven't done anything.
Amber, why is the world testing me so much tonight?
No, because they said the mayor's not here. So, like, Bryce is currently the highest power in City Hall. And if that means I work under Bryce, I don't work under Bryce. I don't work with Bryce. I'm not here.
Oh, make more money and have more time, enjoy it more if you ran your creamery 100%. And then started with the fashionista.
Is Bryce around still? Where is he? Well, let me guess. In hiding.
It's fine, Priya. I have other things that I can focus on. Like, I'm fine.
You should run for fucking mayor at this point, man. I guarantee you would win.
Should wait for unknown though, isn't it?
Yeah, this term's already closed. It's got 2 people in.
Well, Marino should make you his deputy mayor, man, when he wins.
Stop messing up my plans!
Easy.
Won't, though. We probably make prices.
If he does that, I'm gonna get every single person in the city to vote for Eric. I will get every single person in the entire fucking city to vote for Eric if Marino does that.
I will do a public I will do at this point because I'm so pissed. I will do a public endorsement.
Me too. Tequila will sponsor fucking Eric.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm
Man.
not here to burst bubbles. I literally was just telling. Think
You're
about
doing your
what
fucking
happened
job.
with Mayor Hazelwood. He posted an executive order, perfectly constitutional.
The
Riot
city went
broke
up in
out.
oars.
Yes.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Bryce was appointed deputy mayor, and he dropped his clients. And what happened? Athena paid the price because they were unhappy with it. Totally constitutional. The mayor can appoint his deputy. You are doing something that goes against the Constitution. And you don't think there's going to be ramifications when there were for things that were clearly constitutional?
No, I'm gonna be protesting at that point, man. I'm gonna start another protest if they do shit like that.
You're proving the people at the town hall last week right when they said no government official should be above the law. No matter what the reason is.
Well, yeah.
This is why we have guidelines. And I just wanted to stress that so that way we are operating by the book. Don't be as lawless as the people out there that are breaking the law and hurting people. Because then it's like, why are people listening to us? We break the law too. We're no better than they are.
Yeah, and then we're all just a bunch of animals tearing each other apart, man.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers be getting... Shit just keeps getting worse. It's like not like anything's gotten better. Every day shit just keeps getting worse.
But apparently my uncle's been sick. That's why he hasn't been around. I was just like, he didn't tell me, but, you know, he's a soldier. He's just going to tough it up and tough it out. So... But apparently this morning he did appoint Justice Harris as the new Chief Justice. So why don't we reach out? Call somebody. Get somebody in here. So that's when I was like, we're going to stop this because we're going back and forth. Let's get someone from the DOJ in here to address this right now. Because I say it's unconstitutional. You just want to move past this.
Isn't that the whole job of the Supreme? Whatever, man.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, Chief Justice sided with me because according to the Constitution, I was right.
You know, if you weren't so smart, Kelly, you wouldn't have these issues.
I know, I should just be dumb and know about fashion and lip gloss and astrology.
No, people can't handle a girl that can do it all.
My lawyer brain's not good for business. I need to go get something to drink. Do you have anything to drink? Thanks.
I don't have anything.
I think I keep something in my locker. I'll be back. I just didn't want to get paid if I knew that I was quitting. But I need to go get my stuff, and I need to clean my locker out too. Now that I say that, I need to bring my car here and clean this stuff out. Alright. I'm gonna pass the F out. Yeah, I didn't even get to talk about what happened. You had a horrible night too. Are you okay?
I was with Gabe right before he got fucking shot.
He got shot?
I let him go, and I could have stayed with him.
Do you want to go to the hospital?
Where I was, and then Amber was there, and then Amber didn't come back, and I got scared. That's why I came here.
No.
I'm so sorry. I don't understand why anyone would go after him. He's like the nicest guy, man. It was a short range bullet, and he almost bled out and died. And we don't know who did it. And I was with him right beforehand, and I let him go to Burger Shot alone. And I feel like it's my fault.
No.
I should have been there. I should have been there.
No.
Yeah.
Don't blame yourself. This is the fault of those people who fired that gun. Like, what? He's just shooting someone going to work, trying to earn an honest living. This is nothing to do with you. And
Feels
everything
like
to do with them.
No matter what I do, man, I can't protect the people I care about. I don't know.
Gabe's alive. Right? That's what matters.
Yeah.
Gabe's alive.
Yeah. Alright. Just been stressful.
I'm sorry. I wish I was here.
Okay, I know you had a hard day too. What a fucking shit day, huh?
The one day I stay up past my nap time, right?
You cursed it. Plus, man, I saw Gabe hurt. I had urges to do some stupid shit, man, and instead of going and trying to find people and hunt them down and do some dumb shit, I went, this is gonna sound crazy, man. I don't think anyone knows, but I went and saw Eastwood. He's been looking out for me, and he helped talk me down.
That's good. You de-escalated.
I even told him, man. I said, told him I grabbed the Glock, man. I want to go on the streets and deal with this. He talked me down.
You've been 2 days. 2 days.
Yeah. They took Elfie's toe.
Yeah, I read that.
I think. So then I'm with Eastwood and Wayne, who are dating now, by the way. It's kind of cute. And they get a call out of nowhere. And right beforehand, Eastwood's telling me how he said within 3 days, the Russian problem's going to be gone. And he said not arrests and stuff. He said like he basically implied that he's going to kill them. Like they're all dead. And then boom, they leave. The last thing I hear is I need body armor. I go back to Cool Beans. And Amber tells me 4 or 5 people dressed up in full tactical gear saying their KGB were there.
God, the city's a nightmare right now.
Just burning everywhere. I think we'll be all right, though.
Like physically?
I don't know.
I hope so.
I meant more on like a soul level.
Yeah.
Don't.
I think at the end of the night we should definitely send each other letters just to make sure we know that the other one got home safe.
Yeah, please. I'm sorry if I worry about you too much.
No, that's okay. Nothing wrong with knowing that someone cares.
You know, I really care about you.
I care about you too.
Like when the world's burning, shit like this is going down, man, it kind of puts things into perspective. I should get back to the hospital and check on him. I'm gonna sleep there tonight.
Okay.
Are you leaving this place?
I'm probably gonna spend either tonight or this morning like cleaning out my locker. Like putting everything in my car.
Are you sure you want to do this? You don't want to sleep on it, man.
I think things would be different if Mayor Marino was here.
Yeah. I work at Benny's now.
I heard.
Did you hear?
I was like, Priya's on her path. She was looking for something to do with all that idle time.
Yeah. Aaron really wanted me to work there.
Oh, and Grandpa's doing law classes, so if you still were interested in paralegal stuff.
Is he?
They're going to be teaching at the university, and
I'll...
you pay for the class, and then if you fail your bar license, you get your money back. So it's like people probably fail on purpose. That's okay. They'll have learned something. They'll have to sit there through the whole course.
Did you come with me?
Oh, to take law class? Oh my god.
No, you don't have to.
Pointing out the Constitution over and over to Price is why we're at this point.
I don't know. It'd be kind of cute, you know, us flirting in the classroom, passing notes.
Getting detention.
Mm-hmm. You being the troublemaker. Causing a ruckus just to impress you in class.
We'll see. Maybe I'll be like the cute TA.
Ooh. I'll come to your office hours for help.
Oh, I thought you were going to say like extra credit.
Well, that too. I'm pretty sure I can prove my worth.
I'm gonna go out and drive for a little bit, guys. I'll give you guys some.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, you're fine, Amber. But
Thanks
if you're
for
going out,
tonight,
please
Amber.
Be safe.
Are you sure? I mean, I don't want to be a third wheel here.
No, I'm heading back to the hospital. I'm in anyways.
Okay,
I don't want to.
I'll come with you then.
Okay, yeah. Are you good to be here then, Kel?
Yeah, I want to clean up my locker.
You know.
It's good to see you.
You too.
I'm sorry about your day.
I'm sorry about your day.
Maybe. Well, mail me when you leave, man.
Okay.
Okay. Take care of yourself.
You too. Just because it's a hospital doesn't mean people are against having shootouts there.
Oh, trust me, I know. Why there's 3 cops in the ICU. Ready, Amber?
Just want to let you know, Kelly, I've always appreciated you and all the work you've done here.
Thanks. I'm gonna miss getting mixed up with you and Athena.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna miss that too. Yeah. But no, this will give you more time for your Kelly Cat Creamery and your Passion Pista thing, so I think it's gonna work out better and you'll be happier. Those 2 things that you're really good at, Anna.
I got a bubble stuck in my
So
throat.
they
Do I
have to
sound
say.
weird?
There's so many magazines I get to come through now. All day long. And I get paid to do it.
Okay.
That's the dream.
There you go.
All right, I'll see you soon.
See ya. How do you keep getting dragged in? Because he decided to name the dog Valerie. Why did he name the dog Valerie? He should have just let Rafa give out the dog and went along with it. Oh, look, I still have the dirty money that Rafa gave me. I think I have to leave my bulletproof vest. And my money. No, this is my money, actually. That's stupid. I keep a lot of stuff in my locker. I think that's 2 rows. Is that it? Hopefully. Here we go. Jesus, please just say I didn't put... Okay. Oh, that's easy. I got it all out in one go. Rafa gotta teach Kelly about ecstasy cookies to sell at the creamery, but Kelly's way too... What you mean smarter than... What? They each have their own strengths. I don't know what you mean. Ma'am. I don't have drugs! I should just take all my stuff home. I think that would probably be best. Just take it all home. I was gonna put it in the creamery, but no, I'm just gonna take it all home. That's because Harmony will try anything once. She's trying parties. If she's trying to party like marijuana, she'll only get it from her friends. Or she'll mainly get it from her friends. She's not too experienced. Kelly hits the party scene, so it's just like, I know what coke looks like. I know what ecstasy looks like. Yoshi RP'd with Harmony. She sounds like a badass compared to Kelly. Oh, Bryce would have got a nice little article written up about him. Harmony believes in the power of the pen and she uses it well. So it's just like, I'm not gonna talk to you. Go ahead. Keep talking. Run that mouth. Uh-huh. You're gonna see what I do next. Because it's not just, you know, 1, 2 people gonna know. Kelly could spread it around town with her mouth. Harmony spreads it around town with the newspaper. Like, I'm gonna make you infamous.
Nice ride and stuff.
Miss Harmony, you never even met her. It's just like, careful what you say and how you say it. Because Harmony gonna be around. It's just like, yo, how'd she get that picture? It's like, you don't even know. Ninja status. Yes, hell yeah. I'm a 1.0 veteran. We can talk about the old days all day long. I just don't like leaving my car out, so I'm gonna park it and skate. And I know I ain't driving without the doors locked. I know I ain't driving without the doors locked. Did he just fall off the bike? You see it fell over in the street, right? Are they on the sidewalk now? I kind of want to drive by and see what happened. But at the same time, I don't. Oh my god, you have the right of way! You're making a right turn! They're gonna kill me. They're literally gonna kill me. Literally. Yeah, he was down. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like a trap. I'm not going that way. Talking about people losing toes, people getting shot. Nah. I'm taking my stuff in the house. This is the day when you mind your own business. Harmony would be over there taking pictures. Because even if you don't know what's happening, you never know. Take a picture. It might work itself out later. You still walk the street today? You walked them today? So always carry my skate. Yep. Paige, you crazy. I'm going home. But I still have flyers to hang, so Kelly's shift is not over. The last thing I will do while a part of the mayor's office is hang these flyers. And then I will make sure I get them to Athena, so every day after, please hang these. And I will facilitate them. Yeah, so that's the only reason that Kelly will have her keys. I will facilitate this, and that is the last thing I'm doing. Let me hang a flyer or two. You're like, what do you mean the flyers weren't hung? What was on the flyer? I paid someone like $600 to hang them. Oh, well, I resigned, so not my problem. At least I did the flyer. I could have just said, you know what, fuck it, your problem. Figure out how to do it. You'll ask for things, don't worry. All I'll say is, like, it wasn't like that when I delivered it. Do you know who it was? No, I just paid her $600. What's the problem? I don't even know if I should have the bulletproof vest. I think I'm supposed to give it back. I don't know. It was in my closet, so I grabbed it. In the corner with the Sharpie. They can right click on it? What? What? Wait, what do you mean put it away? Oh, I didn't know there was a little drop down menu when you right click on things. I've never used that. Ever. I think this one down here. That. And then open your inventory and right click. My inventory, right? Not the stash inventory? Yeah, because I've always been taking this and dragging it to give. Control and click. Where'd it go? Oh, that is so magical. But do people just awkwardly crouch like this? Because that's so weird. Oh, and now I'm on the floor. Yeah, I can't do that. This is horrible. Look at this. I'm gonna be like, are you okay? Yeah, just putting something in the box really quick. I like to do yoga and shit while I do it. I hope that's not weird. Okay. So this is the first control. And this is the second one. Either one of them are good. Okay, so that explains why some people are just crouching mid-conversation. They're probably trying to hand me shit. And they've just done the quick swap. Mamba Blue. At least until we get the real Mamba. Kelly be doing the worm, not intentionally. I don't want to wear this. Yeah, then I got my headphones in, can just ignore people. Used to play Val, but you just keep up with 2.0 stories. Yeah. Ignites my unhealthy addiction. I loved getting to RP with Val. I didn't stream it, but I have that heart-to-heart where her and a doctor friend of Val's were giving Harmony some like excellent advice when she was in a bad relationship and it was time to cut ties. Like that emotional relationship RP, like Val was always like Harmony's big sister. Everyone in Harmony had like a lot of big siblings. City Hall was a real family back in 1.0. Val was ready to cut throats for Harmony. And it's just like, no, please don't actually go talk to him, because I really don't want anyone to get hurt, like genuinely. Like when she found out that Cody put a letter up, it's like, Cody, you're flirting with death. Don't do this. And then, you know, maybe he might tolerate Val chewing him out because Val has a very nice voice and people would love it if she read them bedtime stories. But if Cody did it, oh, he getting shot. Right there, on the spot, he getting shot. It's the truth! Off duty. Okay. So we gotta go hang the flyer. I could hang it in the morning. but I feel like I should hang it now. But the only thing is I have to set up the straw poll for the voting, so the voting one cannot go up until the straw poll is also up. So my resignation will not be in until the morning, because that task has to be completed. I don't think I need to be in the mayor's office just to give them the result. Or do I, because it's facilitated under the mayor's office right now. Or the DOJ. Whatever. I'm working with whoever's doing it. I said I would do it. I agreed to it. Jesse knows that Kelly's resigning. Her coworkers know. So I think it's fine. But I also feel like you should be a state official, so... It's like a week's notice. I'm putting in my week's notice. At the end of the elections, I shall be resigning. This will be the last thing that I help with. So do not expect Kelly to come in. Do not ask her questions. I am only here to facilitate the election. This is the last thing I said I would do. I am doing it for the governor's office. Good luck in the mayor's office, Bryce. I'm out. Oh, Val has a character. Val's around. She got caught in burger shot. Day-night cycle in the server's 45 minutes, so if you want to put in a week's notice, just do it 5 IRL hours before you put it in. No, but I think I should still be hired on, like, as an official of the mayor's office that's facilitating this. Not, okay, so you don't work for the mayor's office. You're just some random citizen who's holding all of our private ballots and votes. Optics. So yes, I am resigning after I help this election. City council. See, are we going to be responsible for that one too? Like, we can facilitate this one. We can show Athena how to do it, and Athena can facilitate the next one. So wait, Kelly's not stuck in for 2 weeks. Or if Kelly signs over to the DOJ and works with Grandpa as like a clerk for realsies, then maybe she can facilitate it under the office of DOJ. Because that's what John was talking about, Harlan. Moving the elections over to the DOJ because they don't have a horse in the race one way or the other. So it's honestly like the most fair way to do it. No one can cry rigged. Val gonna come back as Martha and Annoy Boondock beyond belief. Martha B. Ratchet? Who's Martha? You know what I mean? Martha is Grandpa Harris's wife who lives in Brokeback, Montana. She's an off-screen character. He's assigning lore to you. Do you guys want gossip? There's RP that happened yesterday, very early yesterday, that you were not privy to, between Kelly and Alfredo. You remember also once upon a time ago, Kelly was, you know, lightly, playfully flirting with Alfredo sauce. But she was told by Lucy was interested, and girl code. Once upon a toe. Yes, I put time and a go and one word because I was lazy. So yes, once upon a time ago, playfully flirting with Trashman, but she was told by Lucy that Lucy was interested. So Kelly respected the girl code and did more about it. I thought, oh no, Kelly has no idea. But what Alfredo did tell her was that Lucy kind of threw her under the bus. When Kelly was saying, like, okay, so dating Frank, dating Mateo, dating Brooks, kind of like Alfredo. Wait, what? You like Alfredo? No, maybe not Alfredo, because I like Alfredo. Lucy immediately goes outside to tell Alfredo, Kelly likes you, and that upsets me, because I like you. I want to date you. So Kelly's like, what? He's like, yep. She didn't even wait. Like, as soon as you told her that, she came right outside and she told me that. And while they were sitting and having a chat, Alfredo pondered, like, he wonders how different his life would be if he dated Kelly. Like, if Lucy never made that statement and then him and her got together, like, what it would have been like if him and Kelly got together. And Alfredo is being like so gentlemanly last night. He never gets the door. He got the door like 70% of the time. Cause like Kelly was just getting in the car because she's not used to it. Alfredo never gets the door, but he was getting the door. So it's just like, we're mad at you. You were part of that group that kidnapped us. But at the same time, he's like, I don't even talk to those guys anymore. I don't hang around with them. I don't like what happened. It was fucked up, and I don't want to be around that. I don't like hurting people. Locals, yeah, but I don't like hurting people, and especially not you. He says that Kelly has a personality that he really adores, and he miss hanging out. Who's Alfredo? I swear his name was that. Just like fish and ice cream should go together, right? You know what I just realized? Your name. Your username in our secret Italian food squad was Allegra Alfredo. Allegra Alfredo. It's all connected. The foreshadowing. Well, no, because you see, Kelly's dating Priya. So it's just like, how do I feel? That was foreshadowing. Kelly's dating Priya. So it's just like, and Alfredo even brings it up. He's like, you have a woman that absolutely adores you, and she's not Dan. Yes, everything's kind of going to sound like Dan made these grandiose promises and he didn't stick around. But Priya's not Dan, and I see the effect that you've had on her. I remember when I first met Priya, she got me stabbed. And now look at where she is. Like, she's a business owner. You've had such a positive effect. And that's when he was like, I wonder what it would have been like if I dated you. So it's just like, ooh. We're reminiscing on what could have been. And then we played tennis. And then he showed Kelly the business he would like to own one day. And then we also rode the cable car because he likes to tempt death. That thing is so buggy. And I swear to God, I wasn't moving an inch, because I'm not in the mood to RP. I'm in ICU for a week because I fell off a damn gondola. I don't think anyone should ride that. Cool? Cool, but no. I'd rather take the ambulance up the mountain, honestly. Yeah. Don't do it. You could see him, like, clipping and bouncing through the shit. It looked like his body was out in front of it. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with any of this. Because I fell off a damn gondola. Yeah, I don't want to be injured. Not for that. I'll see if I can find what it looks like. So if you haven't been on it, it's like, you know, here's your warning. And if you still get on it, like, okay, well, you decided to tempt fate and you're dead now. Found it. Oh, this is... Why is the volume on? I wasn't even close. It was just off. The
Mhm.
inline ones.
North-
This is horrible. Do not write this. This is horrible. I love that.
I'm terrified, right?
Yes.
Okay, there we got this, Kel.
Did you see this shit? Wait. This is the whole fucking ride.
Kelly?
Yeah? I thought he was gonna die.
What's happening with
I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Oh my god.
Kelly?
Yeah?
What? What?
This
you doing?
is super trippy.
What?
This is super trippy.
Oh God, Kelly.
What? I'm fine.
Wait, what the fuck? Where are you?
I'm standing right across from you. I'm just not moving.
Nah, dude, you.
You're kind of like a rainbow. You're just very in and out and all over the place for me.
Could you yell, please? I can't hear a goddamn thing you're saying.
Your voice, it's like, okay, it's like so in and out, back and forth. You're right next to me,
Yeah.
but you're far and close at the same time.
Yeah, that's what's happening to me too.
I told you this is a bad idea.
This is actually fucking hilarious.
This is so. I could see a lot of accidents happening. Oh, wow. This is actually a very. This is faster than driving an ambulance up the mountain, though, honestly. I mean, it was quick.
I don't like how fast these are. I'll tell you that much. Oh, hey.
I don't know if we should get off and get back on. Like, how does this work?
I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I wasn't moving. Once I got on, I'm staying on. Oh, okay, I'll just keep standing here. This is fine. Yep. Don't touch nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand right here. This.
Does it want everyone to exit? 'Cause I'm just, yeah, I'm comfortable in my seat. Yes, this is not safe at all. Look, look. Apparently that's what I look like for him. That's why he wanted me to shout. Look at that shit. Look at that. Nah. Okay. Never again. Anybody want to get on the cable car? Have fun. I'm not going. I didn't die. I could say that. Oh my God. I don't need to go again. Oh my God. He's down the mountain. I see why it's right at your own risk. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's really like if you ever wanted to go on a mountain adventure, like if you can bring your bike, bring it and then ride it down the mountain. What did just happen? Oh no, he's still down there. This is super trippy. It looks like we're about to jumping off with no parachute. We're like so close. Look at the train tracks. Oh. I had to take a picture because this is the one and only time I'm writing this. It's in the gondola. Yup, it's NVL. Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. Never again. Trees. And we've made it. No injury.
Okay.
I can't believe we made it.
Oh, you think I would just, let you die? Impossible.
You were quiet that whole trip.
So were you?
I thought you were feeling adventurous and you were probably gonna ride outside the cable car. At least that's what.
Yeah, that's
the image that was running through my head. That was running through your head too?
Yep.
Yeah, I can see what they, it's right at your own risk. And then they hung out. That'll be on YouTube. That's how we have it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, considering there was only like a dozen people on the server. Cece, why? Come here. You've seen someone drive a car off Chiliad, tumble and smash all the way to Polito, and the car was still 100% drivable and barely any damage. Now that is safer than the gondola. Oh. Speaking of unsafe, let's see if I can find it. God, I cannot remember what day this happened on. I think it's this one.
Oh, hell yeah.
I just need to find the right moment. The view, like, oh my god, look, the beach is down there.
If you want to...
Do you see that? Do you see that? Just remember, she's eating a burger.
Car down there. If you go to the Vespucci parking lot.
Okay, that's perfect. I don't have
I can
my car
drive you
there.
up there.
All right,
Yeah,
perfect.
I got my...
I think Will knows what happens.
Oh. There we go. Oh, yep.
It's always cool when
There
you get
you
out while
go.
it's starting to slow down. Like,
Oh, shit, what the heck?
Y'all came in at a fun
I
time.
am hurt. Abandoned.
Oh.
That is unrecoverable.
Oh my god. Don't eat in vehicles, people, please.
What, a burger in the house?
Was somebody eating? Oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Oh my god.
You
Kelly!
He said, yo, you had the burger. I saw it go flying out the
I watched
window.
her do it. I didn't even process it
We're
immediately.
safe already, Mr. Mayor.
I just watched
I feel
her
like
eat
my
it.
upper
I
body
totally
hurts a
forgot.
lot.
No one's eaten in some vehicle in the longest time.
I just got it. It's not even 24 hours old.
Oh,
Fuck.
It's still...
Is that gonna... Being at least.
I think, Dominic came into this part.
Injured.
You.
I love it.
That's his day. He's like, what the
I
hell?
love that I can't.
Oh, this is
Oh, what's he
great.
doing?
This is great.
I don't know.
What?
Okay, so they just didn't want to leave a helicopter here because, it's government equipment. You can't just leave it here. We gotta make sure it's unusable by anyone. That's just being responsible.
Oh gosh, no, he's gonna...
This is the mayor being responsible.
Nobody is telling me to do this.
Oh
He should not do this.
Oh.
I mean,
my
that's
God.
definitely...
It kind of worked.
Oh, now at least it's in the
he's
corner.
pushed it up.
Oh no.
There it is.
And the car's still drivable, bro.
Definitely.
It kind of worked.
Oh, now at least it's in the
He's
corner.
pushed it up.
Oh no.
There it is.
Says a Hail Mary. How is he okay?
He's okay.
How is he okay?
Oh my god.
And that, my friends, is how it is done.
Oh.
How it is done.
We almost lost the mayor this day. He walked away from a helicopter crash. And this is how I got the action shot. Him getting back in the car.
It's kind of
That
impressive.
is...
Oh, it's
It's
badass.
just seen a movie.
It actually was.
It's really fucking kick
This
ass.
is why he wants to do movies.
See the
He's
gas
not-
leaking?
Open flames.
Gas leak. Oh, good gosh.
Oh my god, it's
Back
just
away,
never
'cause there is
ending.
that vehicle.
I can't just leave that there.
I hope it explodes, honestly. Come on, please. Please.
Just blow up the plane again.
Oh, that's a
God,
big
that
one
was
right
so
there.
much
That puddle.
fuel.
That's a lot of fuel out of my tank.
Pissing fuel.
Come on.
Oh yeah, I was. That's what I was saying when I pulled up. I said, "No open flames, no open flames." 'Cause I would have gone up.
Hoping for another explosion.
It really
That's-
keeps going. What the fuck?
Sure does.
Is it going to the
You could
helicopter?
see the,
You're
you
gonna
could see the
explode
trail
again?
that I took from when I reversed. It's fantastic.
All right, so now everybody is safe from gasoline in the parking lot.
Yep.
Cool.
That's right.
The craziest shit happens when I just decide to get up to
Please
check
don't, I'm
mail.
not a firefighter. That is not how you properly do that.
Can someone help Sal again, please?
He has tried to, but it's just literally doing nothing. I'm stuck.
Oh, the mayor has accidentally hit Sal with the car.
Okay, you might need to
Listen,
go
Sal,
to
I am so
Pillbox.
sorry. I genuinely have no idea what
I
that
have no idea, but it scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too. I
would've,
was in the
wasted
car.
3 medkits on it.
I just started going. I didn't have my foot on the gas.
Yeah, we didn't pull out the car, and he was like, the car's on like 2%.
Yeah, they got a lot of the damage out.
I can hear. Oh, wow. It's.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus Christ.
You might need to call a tow. I don't think you should drive that all the way to Hayes.
No, I'm not driving that through the city. There is no chance.
Drive.
Is it going to the
It's- you-
helicopter?
Where did he hit Sal? Like, I was over here, so I think Sal got hit when we both got it to that corner.
Everybody else, please clear yourself to the road.
No, he got hit before that.
I've easily gone.
I just wanted pictures, you know?
Oh! Smoke looks like it's
That's when he
getting
got hit.
darker. I wouldn't nudge that.
Oh! He took the whole car. I just got knocked out the way. I'm good. Oh! Are you okay? I think, if anything, this is why the mayor's not around. Like, I think it's PTSD. He probably needs some time. A lot happened this month. All I came on to do was check mail. That's it. I just wanted to check the mail. I had no plans. I didn't know that there were people outside of Cool Beans having a conversation. Just like, I just need to check this one letter because these are my AM hours. And like I said, this is why you probably don't see me. Because I'm like a little ninja popping in during the AU hours checking the mail. Well, of course, I run into the EU players. I run into the AU players. This was like, hey, you guys, Callie got the keys to Cool Beans. Cool. You were driving around and you were like, what was that sound? Probably Kelly screaming. So like, y'all didn't see him just hit him with that car? This man's is not okay. And we bumped into Archie and told him about our car.
Scary.
Yes. You remember that feeling when you give someone misinformation when you sell them a van that's supposed to have 4 seats but has 2?
Which one? Which one?
The one with the surfboard on it.
They had 2 seats?
Yeah.
I thought it had 4.
No, they ripped them out.
No way.
I took it to
I-
Alfredo.
Fuck. Oh, I might have to hook you up with someone else then. I'll have to hook you up with some. What are you looking for anything at the moment?
I wanted that one with 4 seats and a surfboard. It was so I could take my friends to the beach. And we were very disappointed after a helicopter crashed in the parking lot that my van could not transport 4 people.
What?
Yeah, that was a crazy morning.
Huh?
It's like, how do you tell people that? It's like, wait, what?
But it was just a very horrible way to find out that that van could not seat 4 people.
I'm sure during the helicopter crash that your van having no 2 seats in the back was so dramatic.
It
during
was
the
because we
time of
wanted
the
to leave
helicopter crash.
after. Yeah, what if a lot of people needed to go to the hospital that day?
It's like it's okay.
I'm sure.
everybody
Yeah,
just
I'm
get in
sure with the
van.
lack of. Well, I'm sure with the lack of rear seats, he had a lot of trunk space.
Yeah, they could just crawl into the very, very, very large trunk.
That's it. You could lay them down like rolled up carpets, rolled up rugs.
Okay, look, he ain't got no context. He don't know what helicopter crash I'm talking about. Given this state, there could have been dozens. Oh, I gotta hang those flyers. Gee whiz. Look, we wanted to drive away after, and I could not drive away after because my van only seated 2 people. I forgot we gotta write Priya. Stop typing, go to bed. Gotta write Priya. There. Wow. Wait, what? That's not meta. Kelly told Priya that she would write her before she left City Hall. She's like, write me when you get home safe. So if I go to bed without writing Priya, that's just ignorant. And what if Priya's actually sitting up like, Kelly didn't write me. Something's wrong. She said that she would write me. And I'm like, wow, I'm an ass. I started watching VODs and then I forgot all about the conversation I had less than an hour ago with Priya and I just went to bed. Yikes. Don't have drugs. Stop asking for drugs. Hope that gets fixed so that stops popping up. There we go. And there. That's a
like it when it's like on the time. Open more rooms at popular ones? You wish you can get in a Vespucci apartment. They need to open more or something. See, do you know the character that plays Bubba? I saw that he has a different character. It's called Ant or something. But then what happened to Larry? Because Larry had an apartment in the Vespucci apartments. So, is that just, like, gone now? Or do the apartments not disappear even though the character gets deleted? Like, if he did delete it. Because maybe that's something that should be explored. Like, if people are deleting their characters, they're permaring, or they just want to throw away that character for whatever reason, are their apartments going back to the market? Because if not, then we have a problem. Because it's like, what if people aren't paying attention and they're not going back to the market? Houses are just never be available. The first people to get in them, those will always be the residencies. Like, there's no new opportunities for people. Or they'll just be like, you gotta wait till the housing market opens and then spend an arm and a leg. And why the people who have money to avoid the houses, they, you know, they rocked up in their apartment. You want an apartment in Sandy? Rockford would be nice. I would like a Rockford one. But you know, I have Vespucci and it's so pretty. I ran straight here, day one. It does. Yes it does. If you lived in Rockford Hills, Portola Drive, here's your clothing store. Here's your hair. So, and there's City Hall with a garage. Enjoy that. You're next to the tram system, right at your own risk. You know, it's the crummy thing. Even though we quit, Bryce and I are still neighbors. We gonna have to see his face at night. You know the neighborly thing to do? Let's throw a party! Because there's no housing association that you can complain to. We should throw a party. Right there. On the beach. Out front. You like this non-City Hall arc thing coming to Kelly soon. Yes, it's just like, I'm not a government employee anymore. I just like to have fun. I inadvertently keep getting more jobs and more keys. I'm at the limit. But yes, this is where Kelly is going to end her night. Hopefully there is no reason. Hopefully there is no reason I have to leave this dang apartment tonight and then wind up in ICU tomorrow. I'm going to assume this is the last thing that we're doing. And
Yeah. I'm gonna head to bed because tomorrow is very unfun and I'm getting my blood taken away. Ow. Good friggin' night. Good friggin' night to you too. Kelly had a long day. Sucks she can't have sleepovers in the apartment. Done it? Yeah. I catch you guys next time. I have no idea when that'll be.